Council members, please come back to order. So we'll be beginning this morning, continuing public testimony on C3. We have 34 more people signed up. We may have to adjust our schedule depending on how quickly we move through public testimony. I'll try to make that decision by noon today because we can't meet past Tuesday. So I'll try to give the public as much notice as possible if we have to drop an agenda item or two. So 34 more people. We'll start with Gretar Goodmanson, followed by Jamie O'Connor.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the council. I'm here with your good graces to testify on crab arbitration. So I know it's a little ahead of schedule, and I appreciate that favor. So I would just a couple of points on that. With that action going forward, there seems to be consensus on the market report and getting rid of that. That should save the industry. I've heard 30 to 50,000. So I thought it was 30 in the past, but I've heard as high as 50. Some of the history on that, and there are guys here that know more of the details than I do, but I would like to say, I don't know if any of you guys were around when that started, but the reason why we have the arbitration program was to get processor shares. And that was a big contention in negotiating the program at the time, that if there was processor shares, we needed a way to even the playing field, and arbitration was that. And they agreed to that before everybody signed on. So that's a big part of this program. And I know we're all familiar with a three-legged stool. And the arbitration program is, if that were the stool below in the next category, that would be one of those legs. And you pull that leg out from under, that stool's going to fall over. So, can't read my own writing. The performance arbitration, I don't believe it's been used to this date. And to get rid of that at this point it really doesn't mean anything, because of all of the arbitrations that are available to us, that is one that processors under current regulations can arbitrate. So, I mean, if they wanted to do that day one or beforehand, that's an available option to them. So there's no reason to get rid of that. And with that, I can try and answer any questions to the best of my ability.
Thank you, Mr. Goodmanson. I know you briefly mentioned this at the beginning, but for any members of the public who may not have caught it, you were testifying on a different agenda item, the next one, just so people don't think we're on a different topic.
Yeah.
So I'll see if there are any questions and that was due to travel conflicts. So I'll see if there are any questions from council members. Yes, Mr. Twain.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Good morning, Mr. Goodmanson. Baseball style arbitration is one of the issues that's being brought up. And I'm wondering, what's from your perspective, what's the value of that sort of you only get one swing kind of approach?
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Twite. I appreciate you bringing that up. I forgot to put that on the list. The advantages to that and the intention of that in the beginning was basically in the essence of time. So should we go to a regular arbitration, one guy's going to pick high, the other guy's going to pick really low, and we're going to argue back and forth for what seems like ever and a day. And when we don't finally agree, it's going to end up in civil court and you could be 3 years down the road. Well, I don't think the financials and the processing industry are very good at the moment. I know ours as harvesters are not very good, and I don't know that anybody can wait 3 years to get paid. So that's that was the reason for the baseball arbitration. And there's only, I believe, three that have that option as fishermen, farmers, and the baseball players. I don't know how they got in there, but so that was the reason for that, because the essence of time.
Thank you. Any further questions?
I don't know, but I think that's got to get points for one of the best lines in public testimony at this meeting.
Well, meeting's only halfway over, so yeah, thanks. Thank you for your testimony and safe travels.
Thank you very much. And again, I appreciate you letting me testify early.
Okay. Our next testifier is Jamie O'Connor, followed by Kevin Abina.
Good morning, Chair Drobnica and members of the council. My name is Jamie O'Connor, and I am first and foremost a fifth-generation Alaskan fisherman. I also serve as the Deputy Director of the Alaska Marine Conservation Council, a fisherman-founded and fisherman-run organization that for over 30 years has worked to protect the integrity of Alaska's marine ecosystems and ensure that fish-dependent communities can prosper for generations to come. I want to speak today to Agenda Item C3, not just to highlight the well-documented seafloor contact of trawl gear intended to be pelagic, but to connect seafloor contact to impact on the ecosystem and emphasize the path forward. The council now finds itself in an increasingly untenable position, presiding over a gear classification that is routinely contradicted. If this gear is designed to fish midwater, but performs like a bottom trawl 40 to 100% of the time, we cannot continue to call it pelagic without degrading the credibility of our management system. AMCC continues to call for consistent conservation standards across all management jurisdictions. Specifically, we urge that pelagic trawl gear be prohibited from operating in areas closed to bottom trawling unless operators can reliably demonstrate, using independently verified monitoring, that the gear does not make seafloor contact. These measures are necessary to ensure that habitat closures are meaningful, definitions are common sense and enforceable, and fisheries remain ecologically and socially sustainable. But this is not just a definitional crisis, it's a leadership opportunity. The council has a clear and timely chance to demonstrate that it takes habitat impact seriously and is willing to make structural changes that incentivize innovation while protecting ecosystem function. To that end, we respectfully request two specific actions. First, that the council form a working committee tasked with developing a performance standard to reduce bottom contact in areas not already closed to mobile bottom trawl. The standard must be measurable, enforceable, and informed by independently verified data. That committee should also include representatives from the gear innovation projects already underway, habitat scientists, council staff, and affected stakeholders, including both trawl and fixed gear participants, as well as tribes. This would increase much-needed inclusivity and transparency. Second, we strongly urge the council to invite industry to bring forward a voluntary framework agreement to review in October, one that creates a real on-ramp for pollock vessels to demonstrate and document meaningful accountability measures. A framework that rewards innovation and accountability is our best chance to shift this fishery toward true ecosystem-based management. Innovation is happening. Trident's EFP, the Gear Innovation Initiative, and others are laying the groundwork. But these efforts lose credibility if the council does not move to define how we measure success and how we distinguish innovative gear from gear that simply reflects the status quo. AMCC is not anti-trawl. We are pro-transparency and pro-equity and deeply committed to the long-term viability of Alaska's fisheries. But that viability demands an honest reckoning with the ecological impacts, including unobserved benthic mortality and habitat degradation. and it requires setting measurable and enforceable thresholds for improvement. We support the planned updates to the fishing effects model, and we're glad to see some of the requests in our comment letter reflected in the upcoming October update. We cannot continue to hide behind modeling assumptions that discount seafloor contact leading to impact, or labeling something midwater simply because we hoped it would be in the 90s. This call for action is not ours alone. While we appreciate the kind hospitality of this community, many Alaska stakeholders are unable to attend this meeting due to the increased expense, extended travel time, and seasonal conflicts inherent in holding an Alaska fishery management meeting nearly 2,000 miles from the resources under discussion here in Newport in June. To ensure their concerns are still heard, 764 fishing families, scientists, community advocates, tribal organizations, and small businesses across Alaska and beyond have signed a letter urging the council to amend the gear definition, require contact sensing technology, and prohibit the use of this gear in areas close to bottom trawl unless non-contact can be reliably and independently verified. The breadth of this support reflects a growing bipartisan consensus. Gear definitions must reflect how gear actually operates, and innovation must be grounded in enforceable performance standards. The council's documents say this gear touches bottom. The public and industry know it. We encourage the council to focus on building the policy tools that will reduce and manage it. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today and for your service to Alaska's fisheries and future. And with that, I welcome any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. See if there are any questions. Mr. Curling.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks for your testimony. I wonder if you could just elaborate a little bit on what you envision in the framework agreement that you described.
Thank you. Thank you for the question through the chair. My understanding is that a lot of the information that would be required to implement something like this already exists and could be a continuation of the direction of the council from, I believe it was February back in 2024, working in concert with the crab industry and others to start work on a performance standard voluntarily.
Thank you. And Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. O'Connor, for your testimony. There was a lot in there, and so I just wanted to make sure that I was clear on your recommendations, and so I'll go back to the beginning for a working committee. And just to make sure I understand, am I correct that your testimony is to the task of that committee would be to develop recommendations for a performance standard for pelagic trawl gear in areas close to bottom trawl gear?
Yes, thank you. So previously in my letter, one of our requests is to ask that pelagic trawl not operate in areas close to bottom trawl until such time as they can prove that they're not on the bottom. And so the secondary ask being that this working group focus on performance standards in areas that would apply to. Thanks.
Yes, Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just quick follow-up to that, Ms. O'Connell. Did I hear you correctly that the performance standard only applies in those areas that are currently closed to bottom trawling, or did I not hear that correctly?
Thank you through the chair. There's layers to that. So the first element of our ask is that pelagic trawl not operate in areas already close to bottom trawl, since it's been proven that they are operating on the bottom. And if that was taken up and is true, then the work would be to focus on areas that are not already close to bottom trawl. However, if we're unwilling to close areas to pelagic trawl that are already close to bottom trawl, I think it would be important that the performance standard be focused everywhere.
Yeah. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
So next testifier is Kevin Abina, followed by Jake Everidge. And is Kevin online? Okay, we'll circle back to Kevin after we work our way through the rest of the list. Jake Everidge, followed by Bert Ashley. Okay. We'll circle back to Jake as well. Bert Ashley, followed by Mark Cooper.
Madam Chair, members of the council, my name is Bert Ashley. I started running the Gold Rush, a 99-foot trawler, back in 1987. And thank you guys for coming to Newport. This is where I started commercial fishing, trolling for salmon up and down this coast at the age of 14. I now have residence in Kodiak, where the Gold Rush is home ported. This is also where Barry Fisher started so many of us fishing pelagic nets. And it did not take long for the fleet to move north to Gulf of Alaska and the Bering Sea. And there's a book out by a local fisherman, Dan Marvin. It's called Magnuson Stevens. The book gives a very good history on American vessels trying to learn how to fish these pelagic nets and also how to load our boats without sinking. We left a lot of web on the grounds with a lot of boats, boat parts, and friends. Some of Barry's boats are still around, like the Excalibur here in Newport, Excalibur 2 in Kodiak, yet others have perished, like the Lady of Good Voyage. I will be supporting the AP's motion concerning pelagic gear C3. It only makes sense to upgrade the verbiage about these pelagic nets, and so many types of twine and web and technology have developed in the last few years. It's hard to keep up with it all. Yeah, even for me, and I think I understand how to fly these nets pretty well. Flotation is just a tool that helps us to get our gear to cooperate with expectations and our never-ending quest to reduce bycatch. We need all these tools and more to get and keep our nets fishing correctly, yet stay in alignment with enforcement. It's a scary deal when you start putting out these new ideas, and all of a sudden you find out you've crossed the line somehow. I really like the models by Dr. Harris. I think the fishing models are going to really help in our future. Thank you for working on this issue.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Ashley. I'll see if there are any questions. Yes, Mr. Mueller.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Ashley, for your testimony. So yesterday we heard from industry in terms of some of the innovative work they're doing in the Gulf of Alaska as well as the Bering Sea. Are you participating in that work with your vessel?
We have not. We've been on the sideline there. We had a shipyard this year, and so we have not been involved in the design of the new salmon excluders. We're still paying very close attention. When a new excluder comes out, we definitely are right in line to give it a try.
Thank you, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Ashley, for your testimony. I wanted to follow up on your comment about Dr. Harris's research, and I'm presuming you meant specifically related to the Gear Innovation Initiative that we heard about yesterday. That I'm so pleased all of the pelagic trawl fleet participants are participating in that. My question is, what is your, as an operator and owner operator, what do you hope to see out of that? Do you see the benefits being more broadly kind of for the fishery management process, or are you as an individual, going to get some benefits from that too, you think?
Ms. Baker, through the chair, we're going to get benefits. Just listening to the verbiage, of Dr. Harris as he explains the nets, and that's why I threw in the little history that Barry Fisher. We've come so far with these nets, and pelagic nets if they're going to touch, they're going to touch, you know. And one of the statements he had yesterday was, you know, time on the bottom, time in the water. If you're going to touch, then that's probably going to, there's a reason you're going to touch. You're not going to risk your net for nothing, you know. But if that's the only place there's going to be fish, you're going to touch. We touch a lot less in the Gulf than we do in the Bering Sea, but bottom line is you don't want to be towing for nothing, you know, catching bycatch, because that's what the more time in the water, the more chance you are of catching something you don't want to catch. So but yeah, I think with the understanding, you know, when you use these fishing models, you're going to understand better what everybody needs to see and what these nets are really all about. You know, we don't risk, these are very expensive nets, and you know, we don't risk them for no reason. We risk them to get in, get out. Does that answer your question? I don't know.
Thank you, Mr. Twait, and then Ms. Kimball.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Mr. Ashley. Are there things that you can think of that either industry could do through the co-ops or the council and the agency could do through regulation that would really disincentivize scratch fishing like you described?
Yes. Scratch fishing's, unfortunately, that's just the way things are. Fishing's not just let's go fill up the boat, you know. That's great when it happens, but it doesn't all the time. So I mean, we're learning things every time, you know, the fish models were, I was kind of surprised that how good it looked. And it's obviously, there's been a lot of research in it, and we are going to learn things from the studies. I mean, every time you start trying to make changes, it's scary, you know. And like say, you go back to Barry Fisher's nets. I mean, they were terrible, but they worked, you know, no matter what we had to do. And in my opinion, we were on the bottom more in the old days than today. You know, our nets are just flow so much better, and and our electronics are so much better that looking at them and, you know, trying to determine, am I touching? I don't want to touch today. This is not going to work. But as we go with better like technology, it's just, I think it's all going to work for everybody. You guys as trying to tell us what, when, and where we got to be or can't be, you know. And a lot of the places, I'm unfortunately for the public to look at, like AIS tracks. Yesterday, I saw a video or a slide at Middleton Island. There's closed areas all over there for bottom fishing. We haven't even come close to the bottom in that country ever, you know, and I've fished there a lot of years. You're fishing deep water. I couldn't even imagine putting a net down in 200 fathoms of water and think there's nothing down there but fish. Yeah, it's not happening. They ban up from 120 to 250, but the bottom may be, you follow that band and with your electronics and you keep on that band of fish, you might be in 800 fathoms. And it's just interesting that people's concepts. I think these models are going to help everybody understand where we are, what we're doing, and you know, it's all going to be for the best.
Thank you, and Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Ashley. Did you say you fish both pelagic gear and bottom trawl gear at times?
Yes, Ms. Kibble, through the chair. Yes, I do both. Less and less bottom fishing, just because of the way the fisheries have changed. But yeah, a lot of times in the Gulf, I'll carry a midwater net and a bottom net. It's not so accepted in the Bering Sea. The canneries they want one species. They don't want to sort fish. In the Gulf, the canneries don't mind sorting fish so bad. You know, they'll take two or three different species, and at times it's accepted in the Gulf, but because we don't put down the midwater nets in the Gulf much. If you're gonna have to go on the bottom and that's where you're gonna live, then you're gonna get a bottom net.
Thank you. And I mean, we heard a lot yesterday, especially from Dr. Harris, about how a pelagic net is defined, and it's defined by the design to move through the water. And so I guess I'm just trying to get a grasp of, when you use your pelagic net versus your bottom trawl net, how differently do they operate? Is one touching the bottom and one's dragging on the bottom? I think it's real hard for the public to understand the difference when we just look at bottom contact scores.
Ms. Kibble, through the chair. Yeah, the bottom nets are a lot heavier, a lot smaller to try to midwater, you know, and it can be done. You can midwater a bottom net. I mean, it's not easy because it's the discs and the bobbins and everything designed to maneuver through tougher bottoms. And the whole design of the net is so much smaller, you know. I think I got off track here, but the you know, midwater nets, I think when all this started in 93, the midwater nets, a few people tried to start running discs or something on their foot rope. I never did figure it out. It was interesting to me that they were doing it, but like I say, the canneries like one species, and there's no sorting. Everything's smoother for them, so they don't want us to be on the bottom trying to catch, say, gray cod with your pollock. You know, even though at times that would be great for me. I'm a small potato out there, and I have a little bit of gray cod to catch, a little bit of pollock to catch. If I caught them both at the same time, yay. But that's not what the way they want it. That's not the way the gears are set up. And that's kind of gone through you guys. And like I say, when in 93, all of a sudden they said, you can't touch anymore. And I'm going, well, okay. But I think did I come close? Okay.
Thank you. And Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Ashley, for the testimony. Your response to Mr. Twite piqued my interest. You mentioned that in the wheelhouse, you can see when the net's on the bottom. Could you explain a little bit more, like what you see in the wheelhouse, what technology you have that helps you understand that?
On through the chair. So your net sounder is a small sonar, and it's strapped to the top of your head rope. So you can look down or a little bit forward, but you can see your foot rope. And some of what Dr. Harris said which kind of piqued my interest. You know, a lot of times you want to be close, but not touch. So you're as close as you can get. But sometimes that foot rope, you can see the foot rope and you can see the bottom and you can see the fish either underneath the net or on there. But sometimes you think you're on the bottom and there's no way you are. And it's just a little bit, lots going on down there underneath the currents and so are we really looking straight down, or are we looking out this way, or are we looking too far back to really see if we're touching or not touching? Sometimes I feel like my clump weights, that's the only thing touching. Or sometimes that's all I want to touch, and maybe they're going to drag, maybe they're not. Maybe they're going to get back up, because the harder you pull, the harder things do want to rise, you know. So our net sounders are pretty darn good, but we're doing some guesswork here until you start getting some full-time, real-time cameras, you know. And they're hard to keep moving, and I've never even tried. Well, I shouldn't say that. I did some science work with some real cameras, and it was interesting to watch that. It's going to be interesting as we get cameras, and then we'll know exactly. And are we touching? I think a lot of times we think we are, we just aren't.
Okay, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you, guys.
So we'll go to Mark Cooper next, and then it looks like Kevin Abina is back online, so we will circle back to him after Mark.
Good morning, Madam Chair, council members. My name is Mark Cooper. I own the trawler Leslie Lee and part owner of the fishing vessel Predator. We are based out of Newport, Oregon, and we fish pollock in the Bering Sea and the Gulf of Alaska. We have been fishing in the North Pacific for 38 years. I would like to thank you for coming to Newport to have a meeting. It's about time. I've been attending meetings since the late 1980s, and it's nice not to have to travel to take part. There are about 60 boats owners that live in Lincoln County and fish in the North Pacific. I believe we are here today to rewrite the regulations for pelagic trawls. We need to eliminate some of the regulations that were written in the early 90s that tried to make a non-pelagic net into a legal pelagic trawl. Midwater trawls are called that because they're designed to catch fish from the surface to just off the bottom, and they do that well. They are also able to catch pollock on bottom. They catch very few sole and other fish that need to be dug out of the mud to be caught. So look at the back of my computer and imagine that this is a circle, fishing circle of a pelagic trawl, and the apple is the cod end. The distance between my head rope and the foot rope is 108 feet. The cod end is a 8-foot square. Notice the apple is well off the bottom. If my fishing circle was on the seabed, as a fisherman, I don't want my cod end on the bottom. Touching the bottom would wear it out really fast, and we would get a lot of sand and mud in our fish, hurting the quality of the fish. I believe that the regulations for cod ends should be different than for the pelagic trawl. Cod ends need a lot of flotation to keep them straight while setting. I believe there should be no limit on the amount of flotation that can be on a net. One thing I see here is you're trying to write a definition for pelagic trawls, but you don't take into consideration the makeup of the fleet. You have boats with 700 horsepower and boats that have north of 7,000 horsepower. Their needs are different. What's good for the small boat probably won't work for the larger boats. These regulations must solve the problem, but not cause everyone to run to the gear store. I was pleased to see so many of you at the terminals to try to learn more about midwater trawls. I support the motions that were passed by the AP. I'll be glad to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Yes, Mr. Mueller.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairman. Mr. Cooper, thank you for your testimony this morning. You made a comment that you supported the AP motion on, I believe, their motion on the definition.
Yep.
Maybe it was broader than that, but so relative to the AP's motion on the definition, option 5 in the AP motion calls for to allow the use of metallic components. How big a deal is it for your operation that be included in the motion and be allowed?
So I believe that salmon excluders need to have some weight on the bottom of them, and that you need flotation at the top. So I don't believe that we need metallic through the hole after the foot rope, because as my my illustration, what I was really trying to show there is the only thing on a midwater net that touches the bottom is the front of it. And it's tapered clear to the back end. It's going up away from the sea bottom all the way and down from the head rope all the way. So there are places that you might need a little bit of weight. Some midwater trawls seem to want to twist up in the back of them. So the solution for that is to put a little bit of chain on your rib line so it doesn't wrap up. And some nets are designed better than others, but there was a certain model that was a real problem with, and that's how people solved for it. In fact, the net that you had out there laid out on the ground had some chain just the front of the 5-inch mesh, and that was to keep it from rolling up when you set it. So it's important, but one thing I really don't want to see is the limitations on the poundage of the floats that we put on the net, or the poundage of what we're doing with the chain, or I forget the term right now. So those are the things that bother me the most.
Thank you, Mr. Twite, and then Mr. Sakata.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Cooper. I really appreciated that demonstration on Wednesday night. It was impressive. I've watched pelagic nets getting rolled onto the reel, but you don't really get a sense of just how long they are until you actually see it all the way stretched out. As I was walking that, the one question that occurred to me that your testimony brings into focus for me is trying to figure out how it is then that derelict crab pots end up in pelagic trawls. It just, looking at the amount of space in the mesh in the early part and everything, and trying to figure out what that said about bottom contact.
So that web is really large, but it comes to a crotch every place, at the end of them. And that's where you catch stuff, I think. It's hard for me that we don't catch a few crabs in those crotches, because I see a lot of other things get caught there. So that's where it's caught. Our hole's big enough for it to go through, but if the line just happens to run down the edge of a crab pot, it's going to come to where the web comes together like that, and that's where you're going to catch it.
Thank you, Mr. Sakata.
Yes, thank you for your testimony through the chair. You had mentioned that there was chains on the rib line to prevent twisting, not so much to weigh down the nets. Is any part of that rib line chain forward of the 15-inch stretch mesh?
No.
All right, thank you.
Okay. I'm not seeing any further questions. Appreciate your testimony.
Okay, thank you.
We will go to Kevin Abina and then back down to Fred Yeck. Is Kevin still?
Yeah, do you have me?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for taking the time, by the way, to circle back. I'm having a heck of a time with Zoom. But Chair Jabronica, members of the council, appreciate you guys taking the time to to let us comment on this issue today. My name is Kevin Abina, testifying for the Gulf Groundfish Fishermen's Association. I live here up in Kodiak, fish Alaska, halibut, black cod, crab, tender salmon, all pretty much in the Gulf of Alaska right now, but historically all over the Bering Sea as well. Yeah, I wanted to just touch on some things that I've heard in some of the previous testifiers today. One, the technology to see where these trawls are operating. It's on almost every trawler in the fleet. They have sonars on the head ropes that show them where the foot rope is and show them where the foot rope is in relation to the bottom. The thought that they don't know where these $150,000 nets are that they say they can't touch the bottom with, that's farcical, right? I mean, if they claim that they can't put a pelagic net on the bottom of the ocean because it's going to tear up, then they must have the technology on their boats to ensure that they aren't touching the bottom. To think that, oh, well, sometimes I am and sometimes I'm not, I don't buy any of that. I know that with my fishing gear, and I know the cost of my fishing gear, I know where it is all the time, and I know how to get it back if I lose it. It's just something that fishermen we inherently do. Next, the camera discussion. I really don't understand why there aren't more of them on boats. Currently, there are cameras operating on pelagic vessels. They can see bycatch going into their net actively. The shrimping fleet off the coast of Oregon and Washington, I've seen footage from cameras on trawls that are operating down to 140 fathoms, crystal clear, watching shrimp go into the net and bycatch bounce out of the excluder. All of this stuff currently exists. There was a question yesterday from, I believe, Councilman Williams about what could help in regulation. I think it was also talking about performance standard. This technology, I believe, the simplest way to make something enforceable for pelagic trawl gear is to record this data on these Marport systems, Ferrino systems, Simrad systems. It's already able to be done. And just like you turn in your electronic monitoring footage, you turn in your sounding system footage, and that can be looked at, reviewed at some kind of basis, or not reviewed, or just pulled if there was an issue, such as the issue we had here in Kodiak. There was conversation about a month and a half ago that a pelagic boat in state waters drug up a 44-foot seiner. If there's not bottom contact going on, how does a trawl vessel fishing pelagic gear drag up a 44-foot seiner in state waters? That was off of Ghost Rocks and Sikholytic Straits off the east side of Kodiak Island. That brings me to my next point. You know, before the discussion paper came out on pelagic trawl gear and how often it's contacting the bottom, the council seemed to believe that, yeah, the pelagic gear didn't touch the bottom, or very, very minutely. Now we know differently. Back then, the council also seemed to have the position that it shouldn't touch the bottom. Well, since that paper came out in the last, I don't know how many years now, 4 or 5 years, it seems like the council, you really don't want to take a stance on if pelagic gear should touch the bottom or should not touch the bottom. And I think the public and all of us, all of the users in Alaska of our fisheries, I think we deserve to have you guys come out and say if your intention is to have pelagic gear or touch the bottom or not. That's the crux of this whole issue, and it would be a heck of a lot easier going forward if you could define that for us. Just say, hey, yeah, we don't care if it's touching the bottom, or we do care if it's touching the bottom, and then we move forward. I really think that we, the users, everyone, we need to know where you guys actually stand on this thing. The state water discussion, I mean, if we are making these trawls potentially more likely to be able to touch the bottom without issue, what happens in state waters next? I mean, we already have contact taking place in them, and this is kind of designated to our Alaska delegates on the council. I mean, It's closed to non-pelagic trawling. It's closed to bottom contact for pelagic gear. What are we saying if just outside of a line, a foot, that it's okay if they touch the bottom? And what happens inside? Are you going to have trawl vessels that have to have a separate pelagic net on the boat to go into state waters now? Of course not. That's not going to happen. It's scary. And honestly, the place I see that going in my mind is that state waters are totally closed to trawl vessels. It's a fine line with all of this discussion on how we manage this. And it seems to me that the whole thing is just getting more convoluted. It seems to me it's as simple as, if it's touching the bottom, it's a non-pelagic trawl. It's not that difficult. But and I honestly, I don't even know if everything I just said really has anything to do with this agenda item. It doesn't really seem like it was focused at the conversation that's actually going on here for most of the commenters. But anyway, yeah, I hope to see something meaningful come out of this. I'm all for gear innovations, but I'm also for protecting areas that are already designated to be protected in Alaska's waters, because it's affecting fisheries that I participated in, and a lot of other people across our state. So thank you guys for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions. Ms. Gon.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Urbina, for your testimony. During your testimony, you mentioned some technology that might be able to record bottom contact. I think you mentioned MARPOL or sounding systems. For those of us that aren't familiar with all this technology, can you explain that a little more and how you think that might be enforceable, if you think that?
Yeah. This going through the chair. The MARPORT systems, the MARPORT sounding systems that have sonar on the head rope that looks down at the foot rope, identifies where the foot rope is in relation to the head rope, and also in relation to the bottom. Those you can actively record what you're seeing on that screen, and it's pretty easy to identify what the trawl is doing at that point. If you have a net that was designed to be open 17 fathoms from head rope to foot rope, and on your MARPORT system, your sounding screen, if it shows a 7-fathom net opening, I mean, you can kind of, and not to mention the foot rope is hard on the bottom, also on that screen. It's pretty, or there is no differentiation in the depth of the foot rope to the bottom, I should say. It's pretty easy to assume that 17-fathom net opening is not being achieved, and that net is probably hard on the bottom, because that's how you close your net off. You smash it into the bottom. So this technology, like I said, it exists on all of these vessels via MARPORT, via SIMRAD, via Furuno, and I believe there are others. And it has the ability to be recorded, just like on my sounder on my boat. I can take a picture at any time or record what my sounder is seeing. So that footage, that recorded video, that could be turned in just like EM video is currently turned in. And I'm not saying that every second of that stuff would be reviewed, but I am saying in instances where there may be suspicion that a lot of bottom contact is going on, say the offload had an abnormal amount of crab, halibut, arrowtooth, whatever it may be, then it could be reviewed and it could be enforceable. I don't see where it's all that much different than the EM footage. And I'm sure people are going to say that it's, well, I know with the EM footage, there's only certain things they can enforce upon. I believe it's discards only. This would be different. This is a video of sounding equipment that is showing you active time, what that trawl is doing and how it's functioning.
Okay. Thank you. I'm not seeing any further questions. Appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Okay. Can you move the list down? All right. So our next testifier is Fred Yeck, and there will be no questions during this presentation. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair and council members. I'm Fred Yeck Jr. I've been fishing the Bering Sea for pollock and cod since 1997. I became one of the captains of our family-owned trawler, the Cont, in 1993. I've spent the past 32 years running our trawler, fishing for pollock, and I've made at least a couple thousand tows with a pelagic net. It's extremely rare we ever catch any crab or see any sign of them in our nets. This past winter pollock season, we made 48 tows, delivered 18 pollock trips, and caught 0 crab. I've made tows right next to the crab strings in the past, where there were good pollock sign numbers on the bottom. Crabbers were hauling pots with good crab numbers, and I was hauling bags of fish with 0 crab. After 32 years of running our trawler, I can say with confidence, our nets are not impacting the crab fishery. Lastly, I support both motions made by the AP. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. So our next testifier is Julie Kavanaugh, followed by Alexis Kwachka.
Am I on record?
Yes, we can hear you.
Awesome, thank you. Good morning, my name is Julie Kavanaugh and I support the failed AP substitute motion for C3B, more specifically the initial paragraph that the amendment listing of that amendment listing incentives to encourage development of reliable technology or innovation that verifies the contact of pelagic trawl on the bottom. I would also include 2 additional items that I've numbered 2 and 3 in my attachment. The regulatory measures to be analyzed should include redefining bottom contact gear and mobile contact gear definitions to include pelagic trawl. Number 2, redefine pelagic trawl gear as semi-pelagic trawl gear, which is a gear type that operates both near and at the sea bottom and higher in the water column. 3, consider alignment of the federal pelagic trawl definition to the State of Alaska Administrative Code. 4, options for changes in the Gulf of Alaska bottom contact regulation to improve enforceability. 5, incentive plan agreements or similar frameworks that incentivize innovation and reduce bottom contact. And 6, existing or new EFPs that incentivize innovation and reduce bottom contact. The Marine Steward Councilship defines midwater trawling, also known as pelagic trawling, as towing a large net through the water column to catch pelagic midwater fish species. MSC defines semi-pelagic trawl fishing as a hybrid between bottom trawling and midwater trawling. These nets can operate both near and at the seabed to target demersal species and higher in the water column for pelagic species. The net is rigged to allow adjustment of its depth during the towing. It is worth noting that pollock fish are considered semi-demersal as described in the Alaska Department of Fish and Game in their species profile. As per the Encyclopedia Britannica, Alaska pollock is a bottom-dwelling fish that occasionally rises to the surface in pursuit of krill and other fish. Pacific cod, another targeted species by pelagic trawl, is also recognized as a demersal species. The definition change to semi-pelagic trawl aligns with the current operational standard and with the public's contemporary understanding of the differing types of gear operation. Item number 3, using the State of Alaska definition, would address the public confusion and concerns over pelagic trawl bottom contact and align the 2 governing bodies that manage the fishery and have enforcement duties. If pelagic trawl operations had enforceable definitions that limited bottom contact, I would be able to support the liberation for the use of metallic components and flotation devices that enhance conservation and improve bycatch avoidance. These are 2 very important objectives, and the use of both should be proven to support those goals. As the council moves forward and identifies its housekeeping actions for pelagic trawl, it is important to the general public, other groups, and stakeholders that incentives for reducing and limiting bottom contact are initiated now and in a timely fashion. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Ms. Goen has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the testimony. And I'm looking at your attachment. So number 2 is clear on redefining pelagic trawl as semi-pelagic trawl. We've heard that from public testimony from pollock fishermen that they need to fish near the bottom for the species. So that one is clear to me, and the way you phrased it seems to allow flexibility for gear innovation, which we've also heard is needed in the pollock industry. But my question for you and where I'm getting caught is your number 3, which mentions considering alignment with the state definition of pelagic trawl, which says do not operate in contact with the seabed. Can you explain a little bit more your thinking in between those 2 points?
Yeah, thank you through the chair, Ms. Goen. Number 3 is really kind of important to me as an Alaska resident. In the analysis, it talked about confusion of the difficulty of enforcement. And right now in the state of Alaska Administrative Code, as it currently reads, the net, doors, and other devices should not operate in contact with the seabed. And it shouldn't have chafing gear, rollers, or bobbins that make it suitable for fishing on the seabed floor. So technically, it is my interpretation that the way the pelagic trawl nets now operate in the Gulf of Alaska and in the Bering Sea, and the way they are designed and function, they shouldn't be operating in state waters. Also, the 2 different definitions between the 2 managing and enforcement bodies is confusing to the public. So we heard at the AP that people should be very aware that pelagic trawl operates on the bottom, because back in 1993, the council said that they recognized that pelagic trawl was on the bottom. So instead of like coming from a different approach, they changed the performance standard to meet the current operational word of it. And then that led to larger mesh sizes, which didn't dissuade bottom contact, but allowed them to like release unobserved catch. And so right now you have Alaska residents that are or may be more familiar with a state reg, and they view pelagic trawling as midwater trawling. You have definitions from, oh my gosh, like Fish Watch, At Sea Processors Association, Midwater Trawl Cooperative, NOAA Fisheries, Marine Stewardship Council, that don't talk about that talk about it either not being on the bottom pelagic trawl, or that it just being near the bottom. And so all of those different types of advertisement for pelagic trawl has led the general public to think that it's a midwater column operation. And so I think that it's important to also know, like, I was maybe 25 or 26 in 1993. I was not paying attention to what the council was doing, changing from like a definition that discouraged bottom trawling to a definition that changed it. But it didn't work with in conjunction with the state of Alaska to make sure that they were managing regulations similarly. So I think number 3 is super important to residents in the state of Alaska so that they have a better grasp on it. Listening to the AP discussion, it appeared to me that there hasn't been enforcement of state water regulations, and so that's concerning to me. I think that the federal enforcement agents only enforce their regulations, and so there's no oversight for how the state of Alaska believes that pelagic trawl gear is being operated. And I think that would be really simple to just align them so that they are the same. And it could even be written so that when pelagic trawl gear can prove that they are not on the bottom, that they're allowed to return to the way they're fishing now. But I think that explains a lot of the confusion by the general public, is the advertising of how pelagic trawl gear operates, and how and why, and that there's 2 different regulatory definitions. And that's why I also wanted to highlight that semi-pelagic trawl gear as an option, just because maybe there's nationwide or worldwide 2 different types of way that pelagic gear operate, is how I understood that. If hopefully that explains it.
Thank you. Any further questions? Okay. Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Scared of me a little bit?
No, thank you for your testimony and for your work on the AP. Appreciate it. So our next testify is Alexis Kwachka, followed by Corey Lesher.
Madam Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Good morning. Madam Chair, members of the council, my name is Alexis Kwachka. Today I'm speaking for myself. Pelagic trawl is trawl. Until you have an enforceable regulation to verify if it's on the bottom or not, label it as trawl and treat it as such. I think what Julie just captured in her testimony was correct. The public perception is pelagic in the midwater column. Some sectors of the fishing industry, most of us, agree that you need to identify if it's on or off the bottom, period. You know, and regulate it as such. You don't get to declare essential fish habitat and state waters are closed to bottom contact and do all these things that we think we're doing to protect the bottom and then not know if you're on the bottom or not. I think that you can study this to death and do whatever you want to do. And I think the incentive is you may not fish in an area unless you can verify and it's an enforceable regulation that you're on or off the bottom. State waters, I said this to you a few meetings ago, state code F5 AAC 39.10510C. No bottom contact. That's pretty clear. And it's you don't get to do it 10% of the time. You don't get to do it 50% of the time. You don't get to do it 80% of the time. It's no bottom contact. And that's what the public and the state of Alaska residents recognize and have been thinking has been going on. Identify if you're on the bottom or off the bottom. I look up MFC definition. Labels as off the bottom or in the midwater column. I look up pelagic trawl definition. Number one item, key feature, no bottom contact. And at the very bottom somewhere it says maybe sometimes up to 10%. You know, shit happens. Nets are going to hit the bottom. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about whether or not you're making contact with the bottom. Midwater trawl, middle of water column. State of Alaska, where are you? No bottom contact inside of 3 miles, yet we have active pollock fishery with pelagic nets, which are trawl nets. I don't care if they have bobbins, buoys, whatever. If it's making bottom contact, that is a trawl net and needs to be treated as such. Please do so. I think you want an incentive. The incentive is clear. Until you can prove up, you don't get to go. And you'll find how fast that we can get this corrected. So label pelagic trawl as trawl until we can identify that it's pelagic. And then all the marketers can say this is bottom trawl fish and market it as such, or this is pelagic trawl fish, therefore it's cleaner. So that's my testimony. You've heard it more eloquently than I could possibly say it, but the public's perception, which is key here, is that pelagic trawl is not making bottom contact. So identify it if it is or if it isn't and treat it as such. I've repeated myself over and over. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions. I'm not seeing any questions for you, Mr. Kwachka. Thank you very much.
Good morning.
So our next testifier is Corey Lesher, followed by Brendan Raymond Jacobian.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the council. For the record, I'm Corey Lesher, testifying today on behalf of Alaska Bering Sea Crabbers. ABSC is a trade association that represents the majority of crab harvesters fishing for king, snow, and tanner crab with pot gear in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Island Crab Rationalization Program. I appreciate the opportunity to testify before you guys this morning. ABSC also provided a comment letter, and so I'll be speaking to that as well. First and foremost, I'd like to acknowledge the multiple presentations we heard yesterday And I appreciate much of the innovation and ongoing research carried out by the pollock industry and academics and all the folks involved working to explore different avenues to help understand pelagic trawl fishing behavior and reduce the impacts to crab and habitat on the seafloor. And that's really the bottom line. We're concerned about crab and we're concerned about habitat. That's where this topic started years ago under the Red King Crab Savings Area Emergency Rule request with the goal of helping protect Bristol Bay red king crab and habitat. The council noted that the recent low levels of crab abundance and biomass warranted a level of conservation concern. And now in regards to the potential of fishing impacts, to tackle this and re-examine the pelagic trawl performance standard, the council requested updates to the definition of pelagic trawl gear in the federal waters of Alaska. So in regards to the gear definition, I think that it's understood that there's a need to update the definition to allow pollock vessels to legally transition from the use of net sounders to sonar arrays and live feed cameras and incorporate other technologies as needed. Similarly, to allow for flotation devices and other metal components to be included in bycatch reduction devices like salmon excluders. And there was lengthy discussion about these issues at this meeting and very informative testimony from much of the pollock fishermen. And we heard a lot of support for the gear definition that allows the future use of technology components or metallic instruments for the purposes of research and innovation. We do, however, continue to have concerns with this definition being too open-ended and would want to ensure that updated provisions to the definition would continue to uphold the pelagic trawl goals and objectives of minimizing bycatch of halibut and crab and by limiting seafloor contact. So I appreciated a lot of the discussion that we've heard over the past few days in the AP and the council, and especially testimony provided by fishermen. And I think that some of those concerns for further negative impact to the sea floor, might not be as dire, understanding that fishermen don't really want to weigh down their gear and trash their nets. So to that end, I think that we're recommending that the council update bottom contact and mobile bottom contact gear classifications to include pelagic trawl gear. I think we're all understanding that seafloor contact from pelagic trawl nets in the Bering Sea is not uncommon. And I appreciate current innovation work looking at ways to reduce contact profile of pollock foot ropes. But we've heard that the pollock fishery needs to take place near or on the seafloor in order to catch pollock, while also avoiding salmon, while avoiding salmon, which is another goal of the pollock fishery to reduce bycatch. So with a few minutes I have left, I'd like to turn towards innovation. I really appreciated, again, the presentations we heard. And I would remind the council that the original council motion requested a discussion paper to inform options for incentivizing pelagic trawl gear with the following objectives that included minimizing bycatch to the extent practicable and minimizing the impacts of pelagic trawl gear on sensitive benthic habitat and unobserved mortality of stocks that rely on such habitat. So I appreciated the recent timeline of projects that we saw in the presentations, and I would really like this council to face forward and look forward. I think what we've done in the past has been incredible, and I think we can continue to work forward and look forward to find solutions to catch pollock and reduce seafloor contact. Lastly, I just wanted to acknowledge the crab research update that Mr. Goodman presented to you under B reports, namely the number of new and ongoing research informing some of the data gaps that the council has identified previously. I appreciate all the work that researchers, academics, and industry has done and is continuing to do to learn more about the intersection of crab conservation and successful and sustainable fisheries. Madam Chair, in conclusion, we're encouraged by a lot of this research that's ongoing and is becoming available. And we ask the council to initiate an expanded innovation discussion paper that includes an evaluation of or potential regulatory measures that would incentivize industry innovation and research to minimize impacts to the seafloor. I recognize that it's a sunny Sunday on the Oregon coast, and I really appreciate everyone's dedication and commitment to this process. That concludes my testimony. Happy to take questions.
Thank you for your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions. Yes, Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Lesher, for your testimony. Can you elaborate on that? You were mentioning the crab research updates under the B reports. Can you elaborate on what might be available now to help inform some of this expanded discussion paper?
Through the chair, Ms. Goen, certainly, and I will try to keep this brief, but years ago, we were asking the same question, and I believe it was a question from Mr. Twite that asked me if I could, if we could do specific research, and this was under the framework of EFH and modeling crab distribution at different temperature scenarios. And it was an example that we used from the Arctic looking at snow crab. That would be very informative. And my understanding is we have that ability now. We're building those models. Those models have been built. We've been looking at crab movement after 7-8 years of tagging crabs in Bristol Bay. We have, and this was all presented in Mr. Goodman's report, but fishery catch information on warm years versus cold years. So we're putting the pieces together, and I believe that we have a really good understanding of where crab are at different times of the year and how they move and under different temperature regimes. So my understanding is that we have the actual data and are beginning to model to predict where crab are moving and how that might overlap with the different fisheries. And I hope that gets at answering your question.
Yes, and Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Lesher, for your testimony. I wanted to follow up on your recommendation for an expanded discussion paper on the innovation piece of this agenda item. And typically, we would need to provide our staff with pretty specific examples, types, categories, whatever word you want to use, of gear innovation. We wouldn't ask them to look at every possible thing. What are your recommendations for specific things to look at in that discussion paper?
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, thank you for the question. I think that the original motion that brought forward this discussion paper started to get at that by asking for management measures and to be able to provide incentive for future innovation. I think we can build off of that. I think we could dive into that deeper, but you've heard in a lot of testimony, ideas to work together, whether it's incentive plan agreements, framework agreements, really finding what management tools or regulations could provide necessary incentive to stay off the sea floor. And we've heard from, it varies. It's different in the Gulf of Alaska and the Bering Sea. And so I would be more than happy to get in a room with fishermen and discuss, brainstorm different ideas. But I think I'm hoping that this council has an idea of the direction that we're wanting to go, but really providing, I think measures that we can all agree on or work towards, work together to achieve the goals of, really the matter at hand and seafloor contact in the savings area.
Thank you again for your testimony.
Thank you.
So our next testifier is Brendan Raymond Jacobian, followed by Lauren Devine, and there will be no questions after this testimony.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Good morning. Greetings, Madam Chair and council members. For the record, my name is Brendan Raymond Jacobian, testifying on behalf of COERIC, the Alaska Native Nonprofit Tribal Consortium formed by and for the 20 federally recognized tribes of the Bering Strait region. We won't reiterate our written comment in its entirety here, but rather focus on a few key issues. This issue has been dissected into various subcomponents, which are important to consider. However, most importantly, what's needed is a holistic management approach to the issue, which not only addresses its various components, such as definitional clarity, accuracy, habitat impacts, enforceability, and technological innovations and their incentivization, but which fundamentally ensures the following, which is that trawl gear which can damage benthic habitat should not be in contact with that habitat. The other processes and subcomponents associated with this issue need to flow from and be tied into that fundamental objective. If the council and NIMS's approach to this issue does not squarely address that fundamental underlying objective, then we need to reorient their approach to this issue to do that. And we're concerned about a danger of failing to fully attend to this fundamental conservation objective. And to respond to what's an unfortunate refrain often heard in the council process, when values, information, and perspectives are voiced that are unfamiliar, inconvenient, or differently focused, the issue is not necessarily that other experts are confused, as is so often stated, and it would be great if the system itself had the capacity and desire to fully understand that. There are not, for example, just epistemic values associated with definitional clarity and accuracy, but also management and policy values. This includes ensuring congruence between and within all the different approaches to management related to the marine ecosystem. There are also valuable concerns in play regarding both outputs and inputs. With regard to the latter, as with chum bycatch, one of our concerns is about the conflation of numerical values with the concept of significance. And with regard to the former inputs, something we would note is a reminder to the council that in the most recently completed EFH process, the agency did not fulfill its tribal consultation responsibility, which is contrary not only to various mandates related to government to government relationships, but also to national standard too. We'd note the value of definitional clarity, management congruence with definitions, ecosystem-based fisheries management, the incorporation of the necessary and required knowledge inputs into analysis, and the need for improved fishing approaches, technology, metrics and standards, and monitoring to better understand and where needed, minimize fishing's impacts. And we encourage the setting and adjustment of processes moving forward to ensure this issue and other issues are understood in their holistic sense and with a focus on the necessary conservation and other objectives. In this case, key among those is, again, as we've mentioned before, that fishing activities and gear which can damage benthic habitat need to not be in contact with that habitat, and that we need to be focusing on constantly improving and appropriately informed work towards sustainability in all real and emergent environmental and management contexts. We think more can and should be done here, and we encourage the council to keep the ball rolling to do that. Thank you for your consideration of our comments.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you for your testimony. So our next testifier will be Lauren Devine, followed by Don Ashley.
Good morning. Greetings, Madam Chair and council members. For the record, my name is Lauren Devine, and I represent the Aleut community of St. Paul Island, a federally recognized tribal government located in the heart of the Bering Sea. First and foremost, we thank and applaud those that have provided presentations and documents related to this topic at the current and previous meetings. We submitted a written comment to this issue that details our full view on the issue and participated in a tribal consultation prior to a previous council meeting where we made clear our concerns and desires on this agenda item. So I kindly refer you to that comment letter and to the National Marine Fisheries Service for the summary of our capital C consultation in addition to this testimony, as I'll try to be brief and respectful of your time here. We simply ask the council to take a holistic management approach to this issue. Why unnecessarily piecemeal out this issue into many components and call them separate and independent, such as the definitional clarity and accuracy, potential and realized habitat impacts, enforceability, and technological innovations and incentives? We're concerned about the dangers of failing to fully explore and address all of the components of this fundamental conservation objective now, as so many others have and will continue to provide public testimony echoing. And the council has had and continues to have opportunities to reorient your approach to take actions that move towards addressing all of the management issues on this agenda item, such as the definition and management of the gear type, the enforceability, and none of that slows down or halts the ability to continue seeking innovations and improving incentives. We very much hope that the council will, at some point, address the fundamental questions we ourselves have been asking and have heard so many others asking for so long on this issue, which is, should this gear make contact with the seafloor any percentage of the time? The answer is critical to inform the appropriate management approach for the gear. If it's on the bottom, it should be managed as bottom contact gear. If it's supposed to stay pelagic, it must be enforceable to keep it pelagic. Other entities and management bodies in the US don't seem to have the same interpretation nor confusion on defining pelagic versus benthic. Indeed, the public isn't confused about this issue the way that some seem to be projecting. The public is asking you to clarify if and should this gear type be on the seafloor, and align the definition and corresponding management of the gear type to the reality that all gear that is in contact with the seafloor for more than 0% of the time is bottom contact gear. In summary, we ask the council please hear all of the public, including tribes and tribal entities, Alaskan fishing dependent communities, coastal communities and residents, and a wide variety of industry members, and please revise the pelagic trawl gear definition to either clarify that pelagic trawl fishing gear is not permitted to contact the seafloor, or recategorize pelagic trawl as a mobile bottom contact gear. The change will not impede innovation in future developments and is directly responsive to the overwhelming public support of this change. And with that, I'll say thank you for the opportunity to provide this testimony.
Thank you for your testimony, Dr. Devine, and there are no questions after this testimony. So we'll go to Don Ashley, followed by Caitlin Yeager and Austin Esterbrooks.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the council. Welcome to Kodiak. My goodness. Welcome. Welcome to Newport. I'm glad you're here. I know that everyone really appreciates the opportunity to have you here. My name is Don Ashley. I'm with the fishing vessel Gold Rush. We're a 99-foot trawler operating out of Kodiak. We fish pollock, cod, and rockfish in Kodiak. Bering Sea, we fish pollock and cod, minimal cod now. You heard from my brother earlier, Bert Ashley. I caught a little bit of his testimony as I was driving in here. So we started trawling Bert started working on the Gold Rush in the late 80s. In 1990, he brought me up to Kodiak, and I worked with him long lining for halibut. In 1995, I started working the deck and doing engineering with him, fishing for cod and pollock in the Bering Sea. I was way more familiar with the Bering Sea than I was Kodiak for a very long time. Just a little history there. In 2001, Bert was able to purchase the Gold Rush, and we became really a classic small business. We've had our kids working on the boat. My wife and I do the administrative and financial piece. Bert's the brains of the deal, and he knows the gear, the boat, everything inside out. It's pretty much the family that's left is pretty much Bert, Melinda, and me, but it ripples out, and we've had kids still involved in the business, but just not on the boat. We're concerned about the current discussion and that it will become far more than it needs to be. bringing gear definitions into the 21st century seems to make sense, but trying to create an all-encompassing program to define and limit gear, limit fishing areas, and manage every touch of the bottom, I believe is too much. I heard one of the AP members after hours and hours say, why don't we have the fishermen decide what gear is and how it should be put together? I'm concerned. Nets are a very complicated thing. I was, for most of the time on the boat, an engineer. I wasn't the net man. I could always find the problem, but I had to find people with better knowledge than I had how to fix the problem. Nets do odd things when they're under the water. They do things that we don't predict. And it can go wrong very quickly. Yes, we watch the net in the water column. We watch the bottom. I'm most familiar with the pixelated images, excuse me, of our fish. I see that my time is almost up here. I guess I'll pull this together and just say that we're struggling as a business with fish prices, fuel prices, maintenance costs, and as a small family business, we're getting the tar beat out of us. And I'm worried about some of the costs and expenses that we see coming down the road, trying to comply with things that we don't have evidence yet that will help us. So I see my time is up.
Thank you, Mr. Ashley. It looks like we have a question. Mr. Williams?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Ashley, for your testimony. I believe you're the right one to maybe ask this question. I heard something here today, it came up during Mr. Cooper's testimony, and I hadn't heard it before. After I went to the excellent tour of all the nets, I now know enough just to be dangerous with regard to the description of a net. But I heard Mr. Cooper represent a situation where there were times when you would add some weight to the net at different locations, not the clump weights, but different locations in the net to avoid it twisting. Can you describe where some of those locations might be? That's a practice I hadn't heard before, of adding weight, or maybe I wasn't paying attention, but I hadn't heard that, adding weight to the net in locations to avoid the twisting.
Sure. Thank you, Steve, through the chair. As I said, I was the engineer and sometimes the captain, but put a wrench in my hand, I'm pretty good. But so we used on our boat, we used the weight chains, on the foot rope in the beginning, just to keep things settled. And depending on what the conditions were, we would do that. You bring up a point about twisting nets, and in my opinion, and so I'm not as familiar with Mark about where to place weight on the net to avoid a twist. But I do know that if you've put the net together incorrectly or you've repaired it incorrectly, you can twist, it won't fish right, and it won't stay in the water column properly. And so then we've got problems understanding where our net is, what it's doing. We can't unfortunately see the entire net. When I ran the boat, I could see where my doors were. I had door sensors. I could see my head rope because of the head rope unit, the foot rope, the opening of the net. I can see the bottom. And I personally, I'm with Mark. I was afraid of putting my net on the bottom, and I'm getting a little off here about where to place weight. But my brother told me back in the 90s that he was told by an old man then who's probably younger than me now, if you're going to put your net on the bottom, you better have a dang good reason. And so I followed that. In terms of where in the net I can place weight, I apologize. I only, as a crewman, I drag the weight chains across and hook them in where I was asked to. But I do know that it's critical to keep the net in a straight configuration, to keep it flowing through the water column, to keep it working properly to catch fish and focus on our target species.
Well, thank you.
Yes.
Yes, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Ashley, for your testimony. You did mention, it sounds like that you were able to listen to at least some or maybe all of the advisory panel discussion on this issue. So I wondered, relative to the gear definition action that we're talking about, maybe you said this and I just missed it. I think your testimony was that bringing the definition into the 21st century was probably a good idea. So do you generally think the AP motion accomplished that? Would you support it?
I would support the AP motion. I believe that we have to be careful not to create a definition and create encumbrances that impede our ability to innovate. We've got some really smart guys back here behind me who come up with things I probably never would have figured out. And so by creating, I suppose, a flexible definition that at least, we're not breaking the law by using salmon excluders is a kind of a silly point, but it's a good one. A focused, simple, flexible gear definition that allows for innovation and lets us do what we do and do it as well as we possibly can. And in meetings and conversations I've had with folks way smarter than me, everyone seems to agree that's a great idea. Let's do the best we can. Let's innovate. Let's keep using this experience and these minds that we have that can help us do that. And it'll be a good result.
Thank you again for your testimony.
Thank you.
So next up is Caitlin Yeager and Austin Estabrooks. And I lost my list. Followed by Patty O'Donnell. Thanks.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. For the record, my name is Caitlin Yeager, and with me is Austin Estabrooks, and we're here on behalf of the ATSI Processors Association. APA represents 5 companies that own and operate 15 AFA catcher processors operating in the Bering Sea pollock fishery. We have extensive experience with gear modification and development and wanted to take the time to speak with you on 2 separate issues before you today. We submitted a comment letter that I will be speaking to. So with regards to the pelagic trawl gear definition, I draw your attention to the purpose and need of this item, seeking to update the antiquated definition to align with current fishing practices. Vessels will remain out of compliance and subject to enforcement action as long as this continues. Why are we out of compliance? It's primarily due to the technology and materials associated with our bycatch mitigation efforts, like live feed cameras and salmon excluders, the latter of which are mandatory per our IPAs. APA supports the use of metallic components and floats and cod ends, salmon excluder devices, and other instrumentation, such as salmon lights and cameras, to improve our fishery performance. Specifically, this includes Alternative 2, Option 1 regarding cod ends, Option 2 regarding parallel trawls, Option 3, Sub-Option 2 regarding the use of floats, Option 4 regarding the use of floats to support technology aft of the 15-inch mesh section, and Option 5, Sub-Options 1, 2B, and 3B regarding the use of metallic connectors throughout the net, as well as components of the excluder. This also ensures that current definition regarding the use of metallic components forward of the fishing circle remains aligned with current practices, which is consistent with the Sustainable Fisheries interpretation of status quo. We support the AP motion, which is in alignment with the issues highlighted in our comment letter, ensuring that our practices and bycatch mitigation efforts and the intent of the regulation are all in alignment. Now, as for the pelagic trawl gear innovation, We feel the work being taken on by industry is pertinent to council priorities and serves to bolster the robust EFH framework that's already in place. EFH provides the metrics to evaluate impacts of fishing activities at the species level and also assess improvement. Understanding how the proportion of bottom contact relates to the scope of habitat impact for all fishing gears is the most critical step in providing a baseline of our current practices. This is also essential for establishing clear management goals that innovation can respond to. Furthermore, EFH review provides a roadmap to ensure that NOAA and the Council incorporate the best scientific information regarding EFH into our current fisheries management. Fishing parameters collected from industry and fishing effects outputs are subject to multiple layers of review, including those outside of the North Pacific Council process. So in reading the comments provided to Council, I saw a lot of requests for transparency, measurable and empirical data, and scientific guidance regarding fishing effects research, and I agree with each of those wholeheartedly. So as such, APA supports updating the gear parameter tables used in the FE model with empirically based estimates of seafloor contact at a finer resolution, also known as the fishing event level. Using EFH and FE as the baseline for determining management priorities regarding habitat and species-specific gear impacts. And lastly, we recommend that the Council encourage industry to complete their work in an expedient manner, understanding that this research is foundational to future innovation efforts. These recommendations are in alignment with the AP motion. So with that, I'd like to thank you for the chance to provide comment with you today, and we appreciate your consideration on both of these subjects and are happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there questions? Yes, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your testimony. I wanted to follow up on once your first specific recommendation to council support updating the gear parameter tables with the best information. I probably should have asked this yesterday, so I will take this opportunity. For the Gear Innovation Initiative specifically, the different fleets are on different schedules in terms of when information might be available to do those updates. Do you just happen to know, we don't have Dr. Harris here, if those updates to kind of the entire database, if you will, I'm probably not using the right terms, are happening iteratively, or is there sort of at one point when everything is done, will we have updated gear parameter table? Do you happen to know the answer to that?
I will do my best through the chair. The CP fleet gear table is complete and I believe is fully QA'd and QC'd, whereas the catcher vessels are well underway. With regards to folding in these different elements in FE, there's two things to look at. There's the gear tables and there's the model simulations. I don't believe the model simulations will be fully prepared for incorporation in the upcoming review, but you will be able to take the full CP fleet gear catalog and the catalogs that have been completed and QC'd for the catcher vessel fleet. I don't believe it needs to be done. It's not an all or nothing, that they can incorporate what they can to be reflective of what they've been able to collect so far. But that being said, those elements aren't going to change the pace or the timeline that we're currently proceeding with. But I will defer to Austin if he has anything further to add in that regard.
No. Okay. Thank you. And Mr. Mueller.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Yeager, for your testimony here. So we heard public testimony from regarding some work being done on the by the crab fleet, I believe, is, if I understand it. And I think everybody appreciates your report to us yesterday relative to the work that your organization, as well as others, both in the Gulf of Alaska and the Bering Sea, are doing. So if I heard public testimony correctly here, some of the work in terms of modeling relative to crab movement and and so on and so forth. If I heard the public testifier correctly, there was somewhat of an offer there to work with the trawl industry relative to where that might be pertinent and some of the ongoing work for innovation in the future. So again, this is assuming I heard the public testifier correctly. So do you believe that information may be one, pertinent, and two, helpful in terms of some of the innovation and the work you guys are doing right now?
Through the chair, I did have the opportunity to catch the update during B1 reports the other day, and it's quite robust. And what I would further appreciate is another opportunity to absorb that into my brain. I think that we could do a better job of identifying how different bodies of work could be complementary to one another. And I look forward to the opportunity to do that in the future. I don't know if that exactly gets to what you were asking me, and I'm happy to take another stab at it if you'd like.
I'm not sure I understand about the work I've been asking, but I do appreciate your stab at it. But so I think you touched on it through the chair. I think you touched on it briefly here. I think there's some opportunity, if you will, given the public testimony that we heard here, to work collaboratively relative to the different information that the different sectors may have. So I appreciate, and that's really what I was getting at, was your willingness and to acknowledge that there's that potential opportunity to work collaboratively together as we march down this path. So thank you for your answer.
And through the chair, if I may, I think I see now, so a lot of our focus and emphasis has been on how we can bolster and kind of reinforce the EFH process. And in some of the slides that I presented the other day, what I didn't touch on were species distribution models and how the current bodies of crab research could look to further augment and supplement that. And that's where I think the work that we're taking on through FE and the work that maybe BSFRF and ADF&G and many of the other co-partners in that work could facilitate that process.
Thank you. And Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. And I hope this isn't off base. I think it's connected to Mr. Muller's question, but the introduction or the overall plan for the Gear Innovation Initiative includes kind of those three pieces. And you really touched on pelagic gear interactions with benthic habitat and using the FE model and the updates to that model to understand habitat impacts. And so I'm trying to understand the opportunity for the research to inform one of the other pieces of your overall approach, which is potential unobserved mortality on crab. Is that what you were just speaking to, as potentially working with, I guess, the Crab Foundation and other new pieces of research to see what this effort can do to reach that objective?
Through the chair, what we would like to do is get a better understanding of trade-offs associated with behavior, but also get a better understanding of where avoidance efforts should really be targeted and focused. So critical crab life stages. And my hope is that all of the ongoing work that's being taken on by the crabbers can lead to the more well-informed species distribution models to be incorporated in and provide direction to core EFH areas. And I will give Austin an opportunity to chime in on that since my familiarity with SDMs is dangerous.
Through the chair, yeah, no, I mean, the efforts to look at crab distributions relative to fishing, I think is definitely a novel effort, because obviously you have to have probability of encounter rate is the first question. And that can be addressed with updated information on crab distributions through a lot of the tagging work and the pot surveys that the crab industry is doing. I guess the second component that we've thought about and considered is the actual gear species interaction. And there has been obviously a lot of work done by Craig Rose and with bottom trawl gear, and whether the council feels that, looking at an armored foot rope relative to a bear chain foot rope is a representative scientific endeavor, or if in the future the council would like to see specific targeted field research looking at a pelagic trawl interactions with crab. It's I think something that we would consider for sure in terms of doing that kind of investigation.
Yeah. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you. I am building off the discussion that's taken place, so thank you for that. My question is appreciating the response you just gave to Ms. Kimball's question in terms of how some of the research could feed into improvements in the future, particularly through the essential fish habitat process. My question is, a lot of this information is emerging. Mr. Estabrooks mentioned the cooperative pot data collection and the tagging studies in terms of crab movement and location. Is there a potential for anything, this collaborative work that you talked about with Mr. Moeller, some of those discussions and some potential voluntary, if you will, crab avoidance behavior to take place before we get to the EFH review, in the sense that there's some information available now. It's not to the degree that you described in terms of being ready for incorporating into the species distribution models and going through the EFH process. And that is all, that has a lot of merit. But given, there is a lot of concern about crab stocks, is there a potential to use information we have that's emerging to inform some behavior modifications with criteria and those things within, say, your fleet, since you are rationalized, have incentive plan agreements, things like that? I'm not asking you to make specific commitment. It's just, is that possible? Because that's what I'm interested in, something like that, if we could identify if that's feasible.
Through the chair, I would look at this a little bit through the lens of how the action was taken in February of 24 regarding the Bristol Bay Red King crab closure, and keep in consideration that one of the big factors determining this and driving the decision that was made there was related to trade-offs regarding salmon. I understand that we have a larger body of work that's available to us now. And I think if that could help determine more discrete areas that might be, for example, in conjunction with higher historical and consistent rates of salmon bycatch, kind of combining those two scientific bodies of work could be a starting point for those discussions. But keeping in mind, once again, kind of what are the measurable objectives on this, and understanding the benefits that should be gained in this regard, knowing that we've got our IPAs in place and our rolling hotspot programs, and that we can't degrade the core function of those or any other regulatory measure on top of that.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any further questions. Appreciate your testimony. So our next testifier is Patty O'Donnell.
Good morning. For the record, Rebecca Skinner and Patty O'Donnell with Alaska Whitefish Trawlers Association. Just to share a little bit about Patty first as an introduction. He has decades of experience with trawl gear, and this includes design and placement of salmon excluders, and can certainly answer any questions you have about the function, how the gear functions in the water, or how some of the limitations, floats, and weights would impact the function of that gear. Alaska Whitefish Trawlers Association is a Kodiak-based association of Gulf-dependent trawl vessels. So our trawl vessels operate primarily in the Gulf of Alaska. I did submit a comment letter. I apologize, that was not my final draft. If you saw the blank line in the first paragraph, the letter did capture the substance of what I wanted to say. The blank line was, I was just waiting for feedback to confirm that in the Gulf, pelagic gear is used for primarily pollock and POP. So a lot of times with this action, I think I hear reference to the pollock fishery. Just to be clear, in the Gulf, it's not just pollock that uses pelagic gear. And to fish pollock, you are not required to use pelagic gear. The other thing I wanted to emphasize is the difference between the Bering Sea and Gulf fisheries. The gear definition action is going to apply to all of the pelagic gear use in Alaska. And sometimes there may be differences that are going to be relevant. Overall, we support the AP motion, and I'm happy to answer any questions on the letter that we submitted. And I'll turn it over to Patty. Hopefully he'll get into some of the details. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the council. So there was a little bit of discussion about metallic components and weights in the net. I have a polyethylene built mid-water trawl that when it's windy, I have to set straight into the wind with lots of horsepower in order to keep tension on to stop it from twisting. To get around that, because that's not always available to me because of conflicts with other boats, to set into the wind, we got polyethylene line with little beads of lead line in it way down the belly so that it's not on the surface and doesn't roll up in the wind. And there's more than me that has taken this approach, because it's not the entire fleet, but a good majority of the fleet at some time or other have encountered this problem. So anyhow, this is a Bering Sea problem. It's bled over into the Gulf, and the Gulf is very different from the Bering Sea. You seen on the first Oceana testimony yesterday about the tracks and marmot in a tier 1 crab savings area where non-pelagic trawl gear is not allowed. And that's basically a canyon. And we set up in the northwest corner, towing down. You drop from 100 fathoms down into 188 fathoms, and you get a steep bank up into 140. Gradually comes up to 126, drops down again. And I got this all in my head. Drops down again into about 166. Right at 166, there's a wreck right in the middle of that ditch. And you have to stay about 20 fathoms, 120 feet above that wreck. Otherwise, you'll snag the mast because it's sitting upright on the bottom. And from there, it climbs up. It's very uneven bottom. To put a net on the bottom there, you're not going to get your net back. That's clear and simple. The rockfish savings area is up at Middleton Island, where you also seen the tracks. That's a steep bank. That's off the shelf. And somebody talked about, 200 fathoms to 800 fathoms in the earlier testimony. It's very, very steep. And I've not known anybody to fish bottom trawl there, not alone putting a pelagic trawl on the bottom there. There's very few areas in the Gulf that you can put a pelagic trawl on the bottom. It's not common practice. If we do want to go that direction, we usually switch over to non-pelagic gear and use non-pelagic gear. If the fish are that tight down on the bottom, that's common practice. We do have instances where you may deploy too much wire too fast, and depending on current and conditions, keeping in mind that the current on the ocean floor is very different from the surface current, you might end up hitting the bottom. And if you're lucky, you won't do any damage. But at that point, you have to haul back and examine your gear. Now, it takes approximately an hour for me, because I have slow winches, to deploy gear, and an hour to haul back. And that's 2 hours of time you're going to waste. So it's not common practice in the Gulf to put your net on the bottom. State waters, there's no area within state waters that I know of that I would chance putting a net on the bottom. The only place we fish pollock in state waters is Marmot Bay, and like I said, there's a canyon, a little bit in Dead Man's Bay, which we haven't been in there for years, and then the same applies to that. So enforcement-wise, I think the AP motion is not as prescriptive as the original was, and I think that gets at you know, making it easy for fishermen to comply, making it easy for enforcement to enforce the actual midwater trawl. And that's all I have. Welcome for questions.
Thank you. We'll go to Ms. Kimball first.
Thank you for your testimony. I wanted to understand early in your testimony, the beads of lead line that you were talking about to keep the net from twisting. There's a lot in the analysis about, you know, should we be preventing any metallic components after the fishing circle and forward of 15-inch stretched mesh? So I didn't understand where that would happen. Is that in that area that the analysis is pointing out?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, the particular net I have with the leaded beads in the polyethylene is behind the fishing circle. So between the fishing circle and it's up in the big mesh, the 12.8 meter mesh, back to the next section, which is 6.4 meter mesh. It's in that particular section.
Thank you. And Ms. Baker, and then Mr. Curlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you both for your testimony. My question is for Mr. O'Donnell, and I want to, since you did discuss very clearly the different situations using pelagic versus bottom trawl gear, stepping back for a non-gear expert, because that's a lot of what we're talking about with this agenda item. What are some key differences between your pelagic trawl gear and your bottom trawl gear that I could understand as not being an expert? I think, you know, we're hearing some testimony that that they're essentially the same. So what are some key differences in that a layperson can understand between the two?
Yeah, through the chair. Thank you, Ms. Baker. I'm assuming you went to the demonstration down on the dock and seen the pelagic trawl versus the bottom trawl. You weren't able to do that. Okay. They're very different trawls. I mean, the construction of a midwater trawl, they're quite fragile. And because they're as big as they are, the material goes up to about 12, 14 millimeter, which is just over ½ inch. And they're big meshes. The non-pelagic trawl, of course, you have 5.5 inch or 8 inch web. So it's a lot stronger than a midwater net is, and it's a lot smaller. It's probably 20 times smaller than a pelagic trawl, depending on the vessel. A non-pelagic trawl is built for the bottom, and a pelagic trawl is not built for the bottom. And you've heard that in testimony today. You put it on the bottom, you are going to have damage. I mean, they're so fragile that I just repaired one before I came down here, and it was not due to bottom contact. It was just winding on the reel. The material is so light that if you don't get the drum spool even, you end up getting tension on lines, and you end up busting them. So they're really fragile. They're very, very different gear. And to think that a pelagic trawl is just a trawl, same as a bottom trawl, that's sort of ridiculous, because they're not similar.
Yeah, if I could, to follow up, I think there's, I guess in my mind, kind of two components to the difference. There's one, how it looks. So if you just look at it, could you tell the difference? The other is when it's in the water and you can't see it, does it function differently? And in my opinion, not being a trawl fisherman, I think the answer to both those questions is they are very different. When you look at the pelagic net, and if they ever set up those scale models again, like they had down at the gear demonstration, I think it'd be really useful to see those. The pelagic net, you know, probably stretched across the distance between these tables. The bottom net was probably the length of this table. So the pelagic net is much bigger. The material it's made out of is much finer. So you could imagine if that is going along the bottom and hits anything, it's going to rip. Whereas the bottom net, it's just a sturdier material. And of course, the bottom net has the rollers and bottom bobbins and the kind of rubber cookie-like things that the pelagic net doesn't have. And as far as the function, I think it's been mentioned several times that the pelagic net is designed to function to catch fish from the top down. And the bottom net is designed to catch fish from the bottom up. So you're on the bottom net, you're literally trying to get the fish to come up and then catch them in the net. So the function of the net, they just function differently. And that's about as much detail as I can go into without being an expert. But I heard that said several times. I realize it might be kind of confusing if you haven't seen these nets, video of them operating in the flume tank, or if you didn't see the models, it's probably not very clear. But I think that probably is the most clear explanation, is that they're just designed they function differently when they're in the water column. Thanks.
Mr. Curlin, then Mr. Sakata.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thank you both for your testimony. Mr. O'Donnell, I wanted to follow up on your comments about the use of weight in the gear. So I get your point on the need for weighted line and how that's used. I'm wondering if you could comment on the use of other weights after the fishing circle and forward of the 15-inch stretched mesh, and whether there's utility in having weights in those areas.
Through the chair, Mr. Harland, the utility, I guess, in having weights behind the fishing circle forward of the 15-inch is that in the analysis, there's an EFP taking place where they may try a chum salmon excluder up to 32-inch at this point. And if we get prescriptive with this definition and say we land on the 15-inch, no metallic components between the 15-inch and the fishing circle, then you've two-blocked yourself. And if that EFP, if that chum excluder functions, we're going to be back here again trying to amend and revise the definition in order to get to a place where we've met the objective of reducing bycatch. So I think the utility in moving forward, we don't know where we're going to be in 10 years or 20 years for that matter. So we don't know what is going to come into the future, and limiting it at this time, I don't think is a good approach. And so the other thing you got to understand that flotation and weights in the midsection of a midwater net, they create challenges. And they create challenges when you're fishing. Floats, for example, create drag. You get buoyancy out of them, but they also create drag. So if you put a lot of floats on your midsection of your net, you're going to have to reduce the size of your net to compensate for that drag. And then again, floats and weights in the mid-body section, winding it on the reel in that bigger mesh, you're apt to snag coming off the reel and do damage to the net. So I don't anticipate that you're going to see midwater nets out there with tons of floats on them, because they just won't function the way they're designed. Also, they'll take up room on the reel, and I don't anticipate that you'll see any added amount of weight other than what I explained in keeping the twist out of the midsection of the net. The object of the game with pelagic trawl is to keep the net off the bottom, because it is so lightly built that you will cause damage. And you cause damage in the mid-body section of a net, you're out of business. And you have to go to the dock, and it took 3 days, put out a net in the evening, get it spread out, get it ready for working, a day working on it, and I only had 4 broken bars. It wasn't a big job, but they're 16 meters, so 52.4 feet long, and then you have to hire a boom truck and get it back to the boat and back on the dock. It's a lot of work for the crew. It's a lot of time lost fishing. So the intent is not to add any significant amount of weight, keep the net off the bottom. Same with the flotation, but not to create a situation where moving forward it'll hamper moving towards gear innovation, depending on what we see in the future.
Thanks very much for your response. That was super helpful. I'm realizing I wasn't precise enough in asking about use of weight. So I thank you for the clarification about needing weight for salmon excluders or other devices like that. So if we were to craft the revised definition such that it allowed for use of weight for those purposes, but not for, I'm going to call it extraneous weights, but other weights that are not associated with instruments or bycatch excluders or that sort of thing. Do you see that as problematic?
Through the chair, Mr. Curland. Well, yes, I do see it as a problem because I have a net that won't comply with the leaded bead of weights. Unless you put something measurable in there to define what or how much weight. Like I said, I have that section of belly web or in the bottom panel of my net to stop it from twisting up when I deploy it. And right now, that net, and that's behind the fishing circle, so that net would not be in compliance. And then there are other vessels also that take the same approach in eliminating the twist in the body of the net.
Yes, Mr. Sakata.
Yes, so thank you for your testimony through the chair. I think you may have answered this, but in your comment letter, you were discussing that there may be a need to clarify. In fact, in the comment letter, you have weights and quotation marks. So when you say that, what is your definition of weights? And I may be overlapping with Mr. Curlin, but for example, when you said weights, is that anything that sinks in water, or is it a device that is solely used to sink the net? Can you clarify for me maybe why you put the weights in quotes or what clarification might be needed?
Thank you. So I'll take first stab at this one. In the letter, I was trying to distinguish between metallic components, because that's the language in the regulation. And that is, metallic component would be the thing that's on the net versus the way I'm thinking about it is the actual concern that the regulation is trying to get at. So from reading the discussion paper, listening to all comments and discussion, it's apparent to me that the concern is not metallics. We're not worried about metallics just because they're metallics. The part we are worried about, or there is concern about, has to do with weight. And as far as I can tell, it's not just any weight. It is significant weight that is going to cause the net to go down and hit the bottom. And I kind of said it that way because I'm not sure. It is, I've kind of incomprehensible, or I find it really highly unlikely that people would put in the mid part of their net significant weights that would pull the belly of the net. Don't know if that's the right term. Because if you do that, you impede how the net is designed to function in the water, because they're designed based on fluid dynamics. If you start floating one part, weighting a different part, literally the net is not going to function. So what I was trying to get at is if the concern is weight, it would be helpful if it were said that way. What does weight mean? I don't know. I think that's up to the council to decide, or to outline what is the concern that the regulation is intended to address. Like I said, with the regulations that are in place now were written a long time ago. The situations were different. The gear was different. The fisheries were not rationalized or parsed out the way they are today. And I think a lot of the regulations were trying to stop people with certain kinds of nets from participating in fisheries where another kind of net was preferred. At this point, the fisheries are they're rationalized in the Bering Sea. So you don't have, that's not something that you need to worry about. But I think that literally was part of the point of the regulations. And I think if Patty wants to add on about the weight, or the concern with weight, or why it would be unlikely that people would add a significant amount of weight in the middle of the net, because he's the one that the first call I made, does this make sense? Are people actually going to add weights in the middle? And if they do that, what's going to happen? And his response was, well, then that's not going to work. So if he has more to add.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair. I think Rebecca got it quite well, but so metallic versus weight. I mean, there's metallic in use in the net. H-links, there's some of the nets have aluminum clamps, and I again have weighted polyethylene with lead, which is a metal. Weights in the net, the hydrodynamics and water flow will be affected, and the function of the net will be diminished. So in the future, moving towards gear innovation, and perhaps if we end up further forward in the midsection of the net where we develop some type of excluder to get rid of untargeted species, then if you do add weight there, you're going to have to compensate with floats, and that's why we're clearly stating allow flotation, clearly stating allow metallic components, because you can't do one without doing the other. But again, it's going to be very limited, being that depending on the structure, you have to offset one with the other. So,
can I follow up? Good.
Yes, Mr. Sakata.
Thank you. When I observed pelagic trawl gear in the flume tank in Newfoundland, it was fairly obvious that at least the model nets that we were seeing, that even if the foot rope came very close to or even contacted the bottom, that the geometry of the net was such that only the very forward portion, a very small percentage of the forward portion was on the bottom as the net tapered up into the middle. And of course, the cod end, it just appeared, at least in the modeling, that would never hit the bottom. Does the weighted rib lines or the weighted lines that you're talking about forward of the 15.5, but after the fishing circle, does that change that geometry that I observed in the flume tank?
Through the chair, no, it does not. I mean, the amount of water flow, the force going through that net holds it tight. I mean, if you get a skipping rope and put a 30-pound weight on it and get two strong men here to pull on each end of it, you'll pick that thing off. You'll pull that line tight, and that's a 30-pound weight. That's a lot of weight. That's more than anything I have in the belly of my net. So it doesn't really impact the gear. You're not going to get a side down to where it'll droop down and hit the bottom because of the force going into the net. And I think you'll hear following me the tonnage or the force going into that net.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And Mr. Mueller.
Yeah, real briefly, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. O'Donnell and Ms. Skinner for your testimony here. I'm going to ask you a question I asked the previous testifier here. The Gear Innovation Initiative that was presented to us yesterday as an update there calls for 51 vessels participating in that initiative in the Gulf of Alaska. Is one of your vessels participating in that?
I'll speak on behalf of myself now, because we didn't sort of vet the innovation part through AWTA board, but as an individual, yes, my vessel is participating in it, and I'm one of the people that worked on the GII.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Twite?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Mr. O'Donnell, I'm sorry that torture continues. Questions I have are about your comments relative to the AIS tracks and how we should interpret AIS tracks. And what I understood from your comments is that I could probably infer from the AIS tracks, if they're in a long, narrow strip and just it's dense, they're all on top of each other, there's a good chance that that's because the fishery is working on a submarine feature like a canyon. that concentrates the fish. Whereas when they're sort of widely dispersed, there's a good chance that means it's a relatively uniform habitat that the fish aren't concentrated in. Is that correct?
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, to a degree. So it depends in the time period. So if you pull 5 years worth of tracks, you're not going to be able to tell anything. If you concentrate on a particular A season, like this year, for example, and you take a snapshot of an area where fishing occurred and isolate that, then you can get that. But you can isolate the tracks depending on how you set it up. But the tracks that were presented, we do fish there. There's no doubt about that. We just don't fish on the bottom there. And one's a canyon, the other's on the slope. And I don't know what the terrain is at 200 fathoms. That's 1,200 feet down. And I'm looking at a monitor the size of your computer screen, and my net's a dimple down at the bottom of it. So if that bottom fluctuates by 10, 20, 30 feet, I'm not going to know. So nobody would take a chance on putting gear on the bottom there. But anyway, AIS, you can manipulate it. It depends what you want to do with it.
Thanks. Mr. O'Donnell, I answered both my questions.
Thank you. Thank you both for your testimony. Appreciate it. Okay, let's take our mid-morning break and come back at 10:35. We'll resume public testimony with McDorrick Johnson. Thank you. Council members, please come back to order. So we will be resuming our public testimony on C3. Our next testifier is Mactoyak Johnson, joining us remotely, and there will be no questions, followed by Edward Polson.
Good morning. Do you have me?
Yes, good morning.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure my technology is coming through okay. For the record, my name is Melissa Mactoyak Johnson. I'm a tribal member of the Nome Eskimo community and work for the Arctic Yukon-Kuskokwim Tribal Consortium, which works to represent 98 tribes across the region. I speak today in my personal capacity. I begin by honoring the Yukona people of whose ancestral lands and waters this meeting is occurring. The Yukona lived in close relationship with the coastline and estuary since time immemorial. Colonization brought forced removals, epidemics, and land loss. By 1900, only 19 Yukona people remained. Today, just one family can trace direct descent. This is not just history, it is a living legacy of erasure. Across Alaska and the United States, Indigenous peoples continue to face extractive policies that degrade ecosystems central to our holistic food security cultures and identities. Since time immemorial, we as Indigenous people have had no need to relocate to another continent to extract resources for a financial livelihood. The Council operates with federal authority, yet is not fully bound by the Administrative Procedure Act, APA, a law that requires transparency, accountability, and fairness in federal decision-making. This loophole allows for conflicts of interest, closed-door deals, and industry capture. When those drafting regulations stand to profit from them, it undermines public trust, violates the spirit of the APA, and weakens democracy and resource governance. If the Council continues to make de facto federal decisions without honoring tribal consultation, NEPA review standards, or socioeconomic performance metrics like amounts necessary for subsistence, ANS, it is failing its legal and ethical obligations. This is not ecosystem-based management. This is corporate-based management. This is not a request for special treatment. It is a demand for basic fairness, just governance, and enforcement that matches the scale of harm. I urge this Council to continue to institutionalize the inclusion of local knowledge, traditional knowledge, and subsistence data on par with industry-funded science, and to ensure that tribes are partners in shaping fisheries policy from the start, not an afterthought. Pelagic trawl gear is classified as midwater, yet NOAA and Council analyses confirm it frequently contacts the seafloor up to 100% of the time, damaging habitat, intercepting crab, halibut, and salmon, and operating in areas close to bottom trawling. Despite this, there has been no meaningful enforcement, no substantial fines, no loss of permits, no gear confiscation. In contrast, Indigenous fishers are cited, fined, and criminalized for far less. If someone fished without a sport license since 1993, they could owe over $6,000. A small commercial fisher, upwards of $300,000 for practicing a way of life on ancestral waters. This is not a double standard, it is systemic bias. The Council must redefine pelagic trawl gear based on what it actually does, not what it's called. Manage it as mobile bottom contact gear unless proven otherwise by independent, non-industry-led verifiable monitoring tools. Prohibit its use in closed areas or in areas closed to bottom trawling. Apply equitable enforcement. Industry must face real consequences for violation, not just the tribal subsistence sector. Have an expanded discussion paper on the innovation.
Mactoyak, excuse me, I'm sorry, your time is up. I'm hoping you can offer a concluding statement. Thank you.
And the meetings related to pelagic trawl in a Alaskan community align with the federal definition of the state of Alaska. And to close, I do not support the motions carried through from the AP as they are not reflective of all public testimony. I also want to express my strong support for the sign-on letter submitted with over 700 signatures. This reflects a growing movement, tribal members, scientists, and fishing families calling for equitable action in a community of Alaska where these fishing activities are occurring. But let me be clear, we are not stakeholders. We are sovereign tribal nations. You have a trust responsibility to honor that.
Thank you for your testimony. So our next testifier is Edward Polson, followed by Linda Benkin and Paul Olson.
Madam Chair and members of the council, my name is Edward Polson, and I'm a part owner in 2 crab vessels, and I've been involved in crab fisheries in Alaska most of my life. And I'd like to provide comments regarding agenda item C3, pelagic trawl gear. I am supportive and appreciative of the Gear Innovation Initiative and work that the pollock industry, as well as a FAST lab, are accomplishing. I'm further encouraged by the efforts occurring to minimize bottom contact, disturbances, and bycatch with modifications to pollock gear, and I'm hopeful that these will indeed bear fruit. Having said this, I'm disappointed in the lack of collaboration between the pollock and crab sectors regarding habitat and unobserved mortality research. I also take this opportunity to again push for a more flexible framework agreement approach whereby protections to crab can be instituted outside of a regulatory environment and modified quickly based on changing conditions, new technology, or new research. I request that the council ask the pollock and crab sectors, as well as appropriate research organizations, to specifically work together to determine the highest priority crab habitat and unobserved mortality questions that are outstanding, and work towards defining collaborative research projects that could answer these questions. I further request the council to ask the 2 sectors to discuss the creation of a framework agreement using currently available science and gear technology, which could be quickly revised based on future science and gear technology. I want to close by saying the decline in crab simply can't be blamed on the pollock fishery, but there are unknown impacts which should be better understood. In addition, crabbers need a healthy pollock sector, and right now they are facing severe challenges. My firm belief is that if the council takes action to encourage the sectors to work together as I request, the crabbers must also understand the challenges facing the pollock fishery and work with them to find solutions, even if it takes time, and not against them to simply shut them down. But without council interventions, I'm doubtful that the 2 sectors will achieve any meaningful collaboration. And that finishes my comments.
Thank you very much for your testimony. We'll see if there are any questions. Yes, Mr. Curlin.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Mr. Paulson, for your testimony. I wonder if you could elaborate a little on what you envision for a framework agreement. What would be kind of the scope or parameters of what would be covered in that?
Yeah, through the chair, I think I think the beauty of the framework agreement is that it is flexible, and based on what we know now, we could have you could have things that are based on time crab are molting when they're most sensitive to trawling impacts, and where we know they are, and identify those things, and then also try to understand additional research. Potentially you get bottom contact sensors that could work better than they do today, and you can change your definitions within the framework agreement. But the bottom line is, the way the council works is more like a sledgehammer, and I think this framework agreement could be more like a scalpel, and both sides could win if we can. Both sides can be reasonable in terms of coming to the table with the intention of trying to work together, not damaging, the pollock fishery or shutting them down, but also trying to do the best we can to protect the crab stocks. But those are just some simple things in terms of what could be included in a framework agreement.
Thank you. And Ms. Gunn.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Polson, for your testimony. Building off of your response to Mr. Kurland, And I appreciate your comment about crabbers needing a healthy pollock sector. I couldn't agree more with that. I would add that they also are helping our processor sector stay in business. So we all need to be working together to figure out how to keep everybody fishing. But my question is, with this framework agreement idea, I hear you say getting crabbers and pollock reps to work together to come up with what could be in this agreement. Do you, discussions have been difficult between those groups in recent years. Do you have ideas on how to facilitate that?
Sorry, what was the end of your question?
Do you have ideas on how to facilitate that conversation between crabbers and pollock industry?
Yeah, through the chair, I would agree it's been a little challenging in the last few years. And I think the best way for the council to facilitate it is to set some expectations. Again, if the sectors aren't meeting those expectations, there's a sledgehammer that the council could go down the path of. Or if crabbers are not being reasonable, potentially we don't get the framework agreement, but that could work, that actually could protect crab much quicker than any sort of a regulatory action. So I think both sides would benefit by the council actually not just encouraging, but creating an expectation that the leaders in the crab sector, as well as pollock sector and appropriate research organizations, sit down and figure this out.
Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, and thank you for the testimony. One of the things that continues to come up when we evaluate like the Red King crab savings area is like it's hard to tell what we would be avoiding when they don't see crab in the bycatch. We have all this new data and research ongoing that we got some presentation on. I just wanted to hear what you thought, kind of the new information that might help a frameworking agreement or some kind of process like that. What would be the most relevant information in that process?
Yeah, through the chair, I think some really relevant, timing of molting, obviously, that's helpful. Location of where these crab are and where they migrate to. And we have some of that information. It could be that more precise. We could get we need to do additional research, and I think we can get there. And I also think it's important, I think the SSC flagged this, at trying to better understand unobserved mortality, what the real impacts are. And I know friends in the pollock industry I talk with, they're not making it up. They don't see crab in the cod end. And we know they're fishing in areas where there's crab, and it is, I don't know why. And I'm not sure anybody really knows why. And I don't know, we can't say that they are damaging crab, but we also can't, it also seems a little odd when we know that they are either on the bottom or very near the bottom where crab are, and they're not ending up in the cod end. I don't know, but I think that's an unknown. That's something we need to understand better.
Thank you for your testimony.
Yep.
So our next testifiers are Linda Benkin and Paul Olson, followed by Andrea Kikala and Susie Zazorski.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Linda Benkin and Paul Olson's here with me testifying for Alaska Longline Fishermen's Association. Hoping you can hear us okay. As we noted in our written comments, the Council and NIMS have long expressed concern about seafloor impacts from trawl gear. There are numerous areas closed to bottom trawling to conserve marine resources and biodiversity, protect vulnerable habitats and ecosystems, and support healthy coastal communities. The current pelagic trawl definition and the proposed revisions you are considering will allow trawls defined as pelagic to continue to contact the seafloor in areas where other regulations prohibit seafloor contact. We have a problem with that, as do about 700 other people and organizations who have submitted comments for this meeting. Relative to the first issue before you, Alpha does not support the Council taking final action on the proposed changes to the pelagic trawl definition, separate from understanding the impacts of what we now recognize as mobile bottom contact gear. Defining the gear as pelagic misrepresents both operation and impact to the gear. It's hard to understand why the Council would change the definition to match industry gear configurations, but not change the definition or more importantly, how you manage the fishery to reflect how the industry is fishing. You now know this is a bottom contact gear. As was discussed in the AP, if our tiny southeast dinglebar fishery, which takes about 300,000 pounds per year and has occasional contact with the seafloor with gear about the size and shape of a couple golf clubs, is classified and managed as mobile bottom contact gear, so should pelagic trawl. Either the gear should be redefined as mobile bottom contact and managed accordingly, or the council and public need to better understand the habitat impacts of what is currently defined as pelagic trawl gear before this gear definition is amended in regulation. Relative to the council's action on gear innovation, Alpha strongly recommends that the council identify limiting seafloor contact as fundamental to the operation and definition of pelagic trawl gear. If trawling is allowed to continue in an area or at a time close to bottom trawling, then the industry operating in that space must be able to document limited seafloor contact in a manner that satisfies enforcement and of equal importance, minimizes habitat impacts, bycatch of benthic species, and the unobserved mortality of both. Alpha requests that the council identify limiting seafloor contact as the purpose and need for both defining truly pelagic gear and guiding future gear innovation. To quote my favorite Indian Sanskrit, to judge a thing, you must first know the standard. We ask that you set that standard at this meeting. To provide a little more context from our written comment, Appendix A of those comments provide a summary of research related to different seafloor habitats and impacts caused when trawls contact the seafloor. There's no doubt some overlap between habitats and impacts associated with what you currently call pelagic trawls. Appendix B provides a reference list consisting of roughly 50 documents. Most of the documents are scientific research articles focused on either describing Alaska's seafloor habitats, evaluating bottom trawl impact to those habitats, or both. Alpha submits that the uncertainty about whether there may be similar impacts associated with pelagic trawls triggers a need for additional analysis of the definition. Our review led us to conclude that there's been little research focused on pelagic trawl impacts to seafloor habitats, or the extent of impacts to seafloor species, including unobserved mortality. The limited information available stems from inferences about unobserved mortality of crab caused by bottom trawls. Bottom trawl research showed the highest mortality rates for crab encountering the center and wings of the foot rope. This means that seafloor contact by pelagic trawl foot ropes, which you now know are frequently in contact with the seafloor, is clear cause for concern. The same concern was flagged by the 2023 Unobserved Mortality Working Group that flagged pelagic trawl as the gear as highest priority for additional research, a priority motivated in part by the expectation that pelagic trawl gear has the potential for a relatively high ratio of unobserved to observed encounters with crab. In sum, for both habitat and bycatch reasons, Alpha maintains that allowing the current or the redefined pelagic trawls to operate in areas or at times close to bottom trawling without additional analysis falls short of MSA conservation mandates and national standards. Likewise, encouraging trawl gear innovation without identifying limited seafloor contact as the clear objective of that innovation fails to set the important standard or objective for that innovation. We support the recommendation for a work group, but believe that group will only provide meaningful results if the council defines limiting seafloor contact as the operational standard for pelagic or mobile bottom contact gear. Thank you. And Paul and I would both be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. See if there are any questions. Yes, Mr. Ritchie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your testimony. You covered a lot there, but one thing that I think I heard you say is that we need to understand habitat impacts more, and I wondered if you could expand a little bit on that, please.
Well, thank you for the question through the chair. So I think there's aspects of habitat impacts that are not completely incorporated into the fishing effects model. Some of that's been flagged in testimony from Oceana or in testimony from Alaska Marine Conservation Council, relative to stratified habitat vulnerability assessments and recognizing that where we have living habitat that's also part of the geologic structure or of the benthic habitat, that it's very vulnerable in ways that are not thoroughly incorporated in the fishing effects model, as well as this issue of unobserved mortality that needs to be better understood. I know we have also had long concerns about whether the fishing effects model, in how it somewhat dissipates or dilutes the impact of gear in a specific area by applying or extrapolating that to the full EEZ. We think all of those aspects of habitat concerns need to be considered, and particularly relative to this pelagic gear, where there's been this long-term assumption about it actually operating as pelagic, when in fact you now know that there's significant contact with the seafloor.
Thank you. Any other questions? Yes, Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Benkin, for your testimony. I heard you mention that you would like to see the council define limiting seafloor contact as an objective before tasking a work group, but what I didn't hear is, or I might have missed, what you thought a work group should be tasked with.
Thank you, Ms. Going through the chair. The suggestion that I heard from a few others about a work group would be to have some better collaboration among all stakeholders around how pelagic gear is managed by the council, where it's allowed, how, if we are to set performance standards, how we verify that those performance standards are met. I think there's a real problem with the existing performance standard that's relied on crab as a metric for whether the gear is on bottom when crab are at such a depleted level. It's hard to believe that we're really protecting crab stocks, and that we're actually picking up on when nets are on the bottom, when crab are such a depleted resource. I think if the council is going to think about additional performance standards, if there really is not the technology available right now to use sensors to determine when nets are on the bottom, that it's time to put people in the room and say, this is the goal, to limit seafloor contact. If we're going to have trawls fishing in areas that are closed to bottom contact gear, then figure out how you can document that those trawls are off the bottom and come up with some recommendations for the council on how to meet that. And I would agree with, I think it was Mr. Paulson who talked about that you have to create a framework for that work where both sides feel like they have something to lose and something to gain from being involved in that conversation in a really productive way. And that if that's not provided, that conversation is not likely to yield the results that I think the public is asking you for.
Thank you. And I'm not seeing any further questions. Appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Andrea Kaikala and Susie Zagorski are next, followed by Rebecca Skinner.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to comment today. My name is Andrea Kaikala, and I'm the Executive Director of the United Catcher Boats. With me today is Susie Zagorski, the Interco-op Manager for UCB. Together, we represent the majority of the catcher vessel fleet operating in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands, and some that fish in the Gulf of Alaska. Our members harvest pollock and cod, two of the most sustainable and economically viable fisheries in the nation, and we do so under some of the most comprehensive monitoring and accountability and enforcement in the world. We appreciate the Council's leadership and thoughtful attention to Agenda Item C3, and we want to speak to both components today, the pelagic trawl gear definition and the gear innovation discussion paper. UCB supports Alternative 2 for the pelagic trawl gear definition and the recommendations in the AP motion. I appreciate the AP's thoughtful dialogue and advancements they made in the gear definition. This is a housekeeping item. These updates are not only long overdue, they are also essential to ensuring the gear definition accurately reflects current fleet operations. The recommended revisions in the pelagic trawl gear definition in the AP motion will help align regulatory language with current practices, reduce confusion in enforcement and compliance, and support the use of long-standing efficient gear configurations, promote safety, and support continued responsible fishing and innovation in the North Pacific. UCB's comment letter directly addressed the prescriptive options in the October Council's motion, but I want to reiterate that UCB fully supports the AP motion currently before you. We support the clarification in option 1 that explicitly excludes the cod end from the restrictions applicable to pelagic trawl gear. We also support the revision in option 3 to allow the use of all flotation throughout the trawl net without prescriptive buoyancy constraints. Additionally, we support the expansion of option 4 to permit not only the use of instruments capable of observing or monitoring fishing gear, catch, fishing activity, or the fishing environment, including those capable of adjusting catch, but also to allow lights to be attached to the pelagic trawl gear. Finally, we support option 5, which would allow the use of metallic components without restriction. For the gear innovation, UCB fully supports continued advancement in pelagic trawl gear innovation and appreciates the Council's focus on this topic. We support the development of a structured, science-based pathway that enables gear research and evolution while maintaining accountability and operational feasibility. UCB supports the collaborative work the industry is undertaking, including the efforts highlighted in the presentations to Council at this meeting. These efforts are intended to directly inform the fishing effects model and the essential fish habitat review, bringing advancements in real-world data to bear on management decisions. Improving the accessibility of this information, not just for scientists and managers, but also for stakeholders across the fleet, is key to fostering transparent and engagement process. This is a strong example of how collaborative industry efforts can enhance the best available science and ensure it is effectively applied to inform and support management decisions grounded in both ecological understanding and operational realities. Our members understand the importance of this responsibility and are committed to providing detailed, gear-specific data as proactively as possible to support the research being conducted and to help inform future management decisions. However, I want to be clear, we are not the scientists. The analytical work will be conducted by professional academic researchers from Alaska Pacific University. APU has a strong reputation in fisheries science, with faculty and students actively engaged in marine ecosystem research, bycatch reduction innovation, and cooperative work with industry and management bodies in the North Pacific. This scientific work will undergo rigorous peer-reviewed third-party validation and review by the Scientific and Statistical Committee. Comprehensive non-disclosure agreements are in place to ensure confidentiality and scientific integrity. The process mirrors the standards used in other established research frameworks, such as the NIMS cooperative agreements. With this foundation of robust, independent science in place, it's essential that performance standards be grounded in reality and in operational reality. We recommend that the Council avoid ambiguous or difficult to enforce targets like percent bottom contact, and instead focus on clearly observable, measurable gear features like foot rope configurations and electronic monitoring data outputs that can be verified across a wide range of vessels and conditions. Encouraging the voluntary and timely adoption of new gear technology will benefit from clear incentives and regulatory flexibility. Tools like regulatory stability, predictable approval pathways, and recognition of proactive efforts can help support innovation while maintaining accountability. Creating space for innovation within the regulatory structure ensures progress continues in a way that works for both managers and the fleet. We've seen this work. The success of the Salmon Savings Incentive Plan agreements under Amendment 91 and 110 is a powerful example of how well-designed structures can align fleet behavior with conservation goals. It is important to acknowledge that the council and industry operate in distinct roles. We are not always in full alignment. Industry is being called on to take initiatives, demonstrate progress, and provide timely information. At the same time, council is setting clear expectations, applying oversight, and holding the fleet accountable to high standards and transparency and stewardship. This constructive tension is not a flaw. It is a necessary feature of a management system that relies on both regulatory guidance and industry-led innovation. Maintaining this balance, while often uncomfortable and at times contentious, is essential to preserving credibility, ensuring accountability, and delivering durable science-based management decisions that can stand up to scrutiny. In closing, UCB remains committed to advancing science-based management and sustainable fisheries through innovation, stewardship, and collaboration, and this includes full support of the advisory panel's motion on pelagic trawl gear work. As an active industry participant, UCB remains committed to supporting the council's effort and the actions laid out in the AP motion. This commitment is demonstrated not just through financial
Ms.
investment.
Kaikala, I apologize.
Oh,
Your
sorry.
time is up. So concluding statement. Please.
Awesome.
Thanks.
We want to thank the council for its continued leadership on this complex issue, and we look forward to working together. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions? Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. And you mentioned, I guess, not asking the council not to look at a performance standard that uses % of bottom contact, but something that's, I'm reading my notes, enforceable or something you could physically see that would be on the gear that would then have been tested to understand there's then limited contact. But I missed what those things could be. Did you say foot rope configurations or did you say something else?
Through the chair, Ms. Kaikala had spoken to, as an example, the foot rope configurations, which are already and currently in the regulatory definition of pelagic trawl gear, as well as the restrictions like what's allowed to or not allowed to be on the foot rope of a pelagic trawl. I think in addition, this type of work there, as we heard from Dr. Brad Harris, as well as others, is that there are contact sensors being tested, but those tests have only really indicated that these sensors can be used in a research function. And so as that continued test and technological development continues and can improve, we're looking towards those types of technologies, but because a lot of that is still underway, that we don't have any of those sensor kind of capabilities to provide you other than in a research purpose.
Thank you. And Ms. Vanderhoven?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, ladies, for your comments. My question might be a little outside the scope. I didn't see it in your letter, and I apologize if I missed in your comments, so you don't need to answer if it's outside the scope. We've heard some interest today in approaches to the framework that's previously been discussed, but I don't think we've heard much from industry how they see that might work or not, what you think you could accomplish. So if you're willing, if you would talk a little bit about how you see the framework happening.
Through the chair, Ms. Vanderhoven, thank you. So our UCB members are quite supportive of collaborative research, cooperative management, and they're always striving for improved sustainability. And the reason we're here today is actually because our fleet has been innovating and modernizing our gear in response to different conservation and management concerns, not only in our fishery, but in the Bering Sea as a whole. And so we will continue to innovate and partner in collaborative research and use that cooperative management tools, or the various cooperative management tools that we have, especially those that are available to us today. But when we've been talking about framework agreements back in 2024 in February, the council's motion specifically stated using multiple ongoing crab and trawl research projects to inform these framework agreements, in a concept that would apply not only to trawl, but to pot, hook, and line and other bottom contact gear sectors. So since these research are ongoing and funded, we're not doing anything. We are supportive of the collaborative research and cooperative work. We have the tools through the rationalized programs to do so. And so I think UCB would be, while we don't have those specific components of a framework in front of us, I think UCB would be willing to have those discussions about how to collaborate among sectors and how to work cooperatively, since especially the crab sector and the pollock sector are rationalized and have those cooperative management tools available to them.
Okay. Thank you both for your testimony. So Rebecca has already testified, so we'll go to Loretta Brown, followed by Chris Cooper.
Hello, this is Loretta Brown. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. So again, for the record, my name is Loretta Brown, and I am in front of you today to testify on behalf of Salmon State. Salmon State is a nonprofit organization that's based in Alaska, and we work collaboratively and in coordination with commercial fishermen, recreational fishermen, and subsistence users to ensure that Alaska remains a salmon state, and also to promote sustainable fisheries within Alaska, and be sure that our wild fisheries are sustainable. As many testifiers have expressed to you in this meeting and in other meetings, there is concern with the impacts of pelagic trawl gear as it operates in contact with the ocean floor. Bottom contact by pelagic trawl gear cannot be separated from the discussion that you're having here today. Both papers and the presentations here include some discussion of pelagic trawl gear's contact with the bottom. And if pelagic trawl gear is designed to not be fished on the bottom, as it's been said, and is going to be allowed in areas and fisheries that are close to non-pelagic trawl gear, then that definition of pelagic trawl should clarify that pelagic trawl gear shall have no bottom contact. You heard from OLE yesterday, and one way to develop a definition as enforceable is to describe the function of that gear. Additionally, NIMS recommended in the pelagic trawl gear definition paper on page 84 that the council provide a simple definition for pelagic trawl gear under section 679.2, which is the authorized fishing gear section, and to move the gear specifications that are currently under the definition to a more appropriate location of gear limitations, which is under section 679.24. Salmon State supports both what OLE and NIMS are recommending. Further, the definition should include the clarity for pelagic trawl gear that pelagic trawl gear shall have no portion of which it is designed to be or is in operation in contact with the ocean floor at any time. The changes to the gear specs can then be discussed, and all can be made under that section 679.24 gear limitations. This allows the definition to be simple and clear and reflect the purpose and intent of the original intent of the council to separate pelagic from non-pelagic trawl gear, and also to allow for better enforcement by OLE. However, if that distinction is not made under the definition of pelagic trawl gear, then pelagic trawl gear should be reclassified. There's no dispute that pelagic trawl gear is operating in contact with the ocean floor, and technology and studies to determine the frequency and impact of that contact needs more time. Therefore, pelagic trawl gear should be listed under section 672.1 and 11 as bottom trawl gear and mobile bottom trawl gear, and it should be managed as such. Thank you for the opportunity to testify this morning, and I also want to thank the staff and also Dr. Harris for their great presentation to the council and for really getting in deep on the fishing effects model and the parameters that are within there. It was very informative, and I think it was great for the public to be able to hear that as well. So thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions. Seeing none, thanks again. So our next testifier is Chris Cooper. Is he online? I don't think he's here in person. Okay, we'll circle back to Chris at the end. Jerry Meals, followed by Heather Mann.
Madam Chair, members of the council, my name for the record is Jerry Meals, and I've been a longtime crab fisherman. I would like to thank you for our thoughts and ideas and comments today from not only me, but everybody in the room. Your patience is astronomical. Thank you. Trawling on the seafloor physically disturbs our seafood supply. The size and scope of pollock trawls act like bulldozers when they are fished on the bottom. Midwater trawlers have been documented to be on the bottom 80% of the time. We've heard stories of people saying, you wouldn't fish in these areas. I never put my net down. Well, of course you wouldn't. You know, there's gullies, there's different spots you would never fish. And then we've heard some success stories of another guy where he didn't have any bycatch or anything. Well, that's great, you know, but why has the crab been decimated so much? Our quotas. A spade is a spade. It's not a heart. The mortality rates for crab bycatch on trawls is 80%. I've heard as high as 95%. But what is also concerning is what the potential unobserved mortality is on the seafloor, particularly when crab are molting. That is critical. They're at their weakest point. Economic and coastal communities are suffering significant loss, as well as the entire infrastructure that supports commercial fishing in Alaska. From the fishermen themselves to the processors to the fleet owners, the impact is far-reaching for everyone. I have witnessed firsthand this disastrous destruction and decimation of crab. This is wrong. It is outright stealing money out of our pockets and destroying our seafood supply. This is a true story, people, and it is a sad one. Something needs to be done. Saying and doing need to be one of the same. There are no easy choices. You're going to have to just make a decision. If it doesn't work, you change it. We must reduce the destructive impact of draggers and pollock trawlers on our marine ecosystem and our long-term seafood supply. Strict bottom contact limits need to be implemented in areas close to bottom trawling. Oh my gosh, 14. Electronic monitoring of seafloor contact, habitat damage, and crab impacts is important. No trawl zones need to be enforced even with cameras, especially in critical crab habitats, including sanctuaries, along with implementing fines for non-compliance. Transition to gear with less seafloor impact. You're working on that. That's a tough road, and hopefully it'll be figured out sooner than later.
Mr. Meals, I let you go over a few seconds here. If you have a concluding statement, that would be, thank you.
Phase out bottom trawling in sensitive habitat, crab grounds, coral beds, etc. Thank you for your time, and I just want to say everybody here appreciates your time and effort, and if it was easy, everybody would do it. So thank you much.
Thank you very much. Let me see if there are any questions for you. Okay. Seeing none, thanks. So Heather Mann is next, followed by Trent Hartel.
Good morning, Madam Chair, council members. My name is Heather Mann. I'm here on behalf of the Midwater Trawlers Cooperative. We are based here in Newport. We are a trade association that represents 30 vessels that fish off the West Coast and in federal fisheries off Alaska. We deliver pollock and cod into Alaska, and we are food providers. We are not white table restaurant food. We are an inexpensive, healthy protein that many Americans eat and many people around the world. MTC supports both AP motions, which passed. I keep hearing that the public believes, or there's a perception that, and I said this in the AP, it's up to all of us in this process, whether you're a council member, an AP member, a person in the public attending, it's up to all of us to make sure we are sharing credible information based on facts with our constituents, not reinforcing misinformation. Unfortunately, the latter seems to continue. Look, I know it's easier to point fingers at somebody else than to take a look at yourself. I get that. But we need to do that. Yes, pelagic gear touches the bottom. This is not a secret. This was acknowledged by the council in 1993, and it has been acknowledged through the fishing effects model in the EFH process ever since then. Maybe people weren't paying attention in 1993. That's fair. I was a stockbroker in Boston in 1993. But when I got involved in fishing, I did my research, and that information is available. It is incumbent upon participants to understand the history of how we got where we are. I think that's a responsibility. People claiming over and over, and we've heard this today, that suddenly this is new information, it's not accurate. And that does a disservice both to the work that's been done, the council decisions made, and the people in the process. It is not new information. Pelagic nets are fished as bottom trawl nets 0% of the time. Let me say that again. Pelagic nets are fished as bottom trawl nets 0% of the time. They are different gear. They are not hard on bottom. It is completely different. And conflating the two, again, is not accurate and it's not helpful. The pollock fishery is 100% accountable. There is no fixed gear fishery that is as accountable except the freezer longlines. I would actually say the biggest impact to crab populations is the crab fishery itself. And participants have said that. Over the last 30 years, there's been ups and downs in crab population. Pollock fishing has continued all through that time. If you don't believe that, I would say watch one of the episodes from the 25 seasons of The Deadliest Catch and see some of the handling that's done. No other gear has a performance standard, none. I invited my colleagues to collaborate on performance standards for all gears. That went over like a lead balloon. So let's talk about impacts and what we're figuring out and what a standard could be. Crab pots are dragged on the bottom. What about bottom tending longline gear? 20 miles of it with weights. What are those impacts? We're not looking at those. No other fishery participants have put more time or money into innovating gear as the pollock fishery has. And I think you got to see that firsthand the other evening. And if you haven't, I've attached to my testimony a PowerPoint that was handed out in hard copy the other night. Now you have an electronic copy, and I believe Kurt Cochran has some additional hard copies here if you want it. And I encourage you to look at it and ask questions. The best available science says that 3% of the habitat in 10 to 1,000 meters in the Bering Sea and the Gulf of Alaska is in a disturbed basis from all gear types. That's exceptionally low. It's closer to 40% in New England. And since I'm there, I'm comfortable saying that. It's much higher there. But that's what the science says. So let's update the pelagic gear definition. So using salmon excluders are not putting us out of compliance. We need to do that, and we need to do that today. Let's let the groundbreaking research that's ongoing continue. It is not industry-led research. It is more accurately described as industry-informed, but it is led by independent researchers. That's important. People keep trying to say, well, it's industry-led, it's not peer-reviewed. That is simply not true. So we need to stop getting wrapped around the axle about whether the fishing effects model is peer reviewed. It has been multiple times peer reviewed. I also think we need to be thankful that this research is ongoing. It is groundbreaking. It is being collaborated on with folks from around the world. Nothing like this has ever happened, and every fishing vessel involved in pollock is actually participating. That in itself is unprecedented. It's also not part of the council process. So federal funding cuts, loss in human resources doesn't affect it. This research is going to continue on. So I would say let's move forward with taking final action, and let's encourage this research to continue, provide updates, and then let's use that research to actually determine if bottom contact is impacting habitat. So far, all the evidence we see is it's not, and we need that answer before we create anything further. And I'd be happy to answer any questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Mann. We'll see if there are any questions for you. Yes, Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Mann, for your testimony. And I agree with you that it's unprecedented what the pollock industry is doing to innovate with their gear, and very much appreciate the work that's being done. In your testimony, you commented that no other gear has performance standards, which I think could be true. I haven't looked into that myself, but my question for you is, my understanding for the need for that performance standard is because there's either areas of sensitive habitat or areas where there might be bycatch of certain species. So it was to better understand bottom contact. So if there's a choice between having a performance standard or being closed out of a sensitive area, do you have feedback on what that choice would be?
Through the chair, Ms. Goen, your understanding is different than my understanding. The performance standard was put in place as a way to determine if bycatch was occurring of those animals that were close to the ground. And now people are saying that the performance standard is not enforceable because we don't have crab in the cod end, even though we're operating close to the ground. Just because we're not showing a whole bunch of crab in bycatch somehow doesn't mean the performance standard is not enforceable. It means we're not catching crab. And my understanding is that's why the performance standard was put in place. So I don't think either of those approaches at this point is appropriate. I think we need more information. And I guess I'd further say that directed crab fisheries, fixed gear cod fisheries, they also are occurring in sensitive habitat. So that's why I think if you're going to have a performance standard for one gear and look at impacts, you should have it for all gears.
Yes, Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Ms. Mann. I was looking at the presentation that you attached, and there's a couple slides about the gear that was used decades ago versus the gear that's used now. And in particular, the one about the rigging for the old rope trawl is all steel cables. What's the significance of that? Is that going to the discussion about weights that we've had as a council, or what? Why do I care about that?
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, I think that Kurt Cochran's better suited to answer that question when he testifies after me. But yes, weight, the discussion around weights is not black and white. I mean, even the materials that are used in nets now have a buoyancy in them, right? And that is a weight. So it's to show how rigid we started, rigid being with the actual materials itself, and how we've moved to gear that is much more flexible than original gear. But I would invite you to ask Kurt that question as well. I don't think there's anyone who understands gear probably more than him. I'm sorry if that's not satisfying to you.
Thank you. And do you have a second question, Ms. Goen?
Yeah, thank you. It's actually a follow-up on your answer to my last question. I appreciate that answer. And the part I didn't hear in your answer was the concerns over unobserved fishing mortality on the impacts on crab from pelagic trawl. And you're familiar with the Unobserved Fishing Mortality Work Group report, which notes that the lethality from pelagic trawl on crab has the potential to be having a population level effect. So it calls for more research on that. And you rightly pointed out that other gears need to be looked at too. I know the pot gear has research funded on unobserved fishing mortality impacts, so that'll be starting soon. So my question for you is, do you know of any field research on unobserved fishing mortality impacts happening in the pollock sector?
Through the chair, I think you know the answer to that, and the answer is I don't think so.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any further questions. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, and thank you for meeting in Newport.
So our next testifier is Trent Hartill, followed by Kirk Cochran.
Good morning, members of the council. My name is Trent Hartill. I'm representing American Seafoods, and we participate in the Bering Sea pollock fishery. I'd like to focus my testimony on the gear innovation component of this agenda item, and I want to pick up on a question that Mr. Kirtland asked the industry yesterday afternoon, and something to the effect of what comes next after the innovation and when can modifications begin. From my perspective, I don't think that the changes to gear are appropriate at this time, because I think that there could be unintended consequences and that we don't have a clear objective to do so yet. And I'll provide some context to that question. From my perspective, I think that bottom contact is a three-legged stool. We have one leg being the individual net performance and the amount of contact that an individual net has. We have a second leg of the stool, which is the cumulative amount of bottom contact that all of the nets have across the entire fishery. And then we have a third leg of the stool, which is the external factors that influence both of those things. And those external factors are the bycatch avoidance, the movement of the fleet, the distribution of the fish throughout the Bering Sea. There's a number of factors that result in the change in the amount of effort that occurs, which directly drives cumulative amount of contact. So that cumulative amount is driven by those two things, the external amount and the individual amount of contact that a net has. If the council only focuses on the individual amount of contact that a net has, then we're missing an important element of the cumulative amount that the entire fishery has. So by changing the gear at this point without a clear objective and a clear understanding of what that goal is, it could actually result in far greater amount of cumulative habitat disturbance in the fishery. So I would encourage that the council focus on not a single variable in of bottom contact, but consider the entire equation of bottom contact, and it being the individual amount, the cumulative amount, and the external factors that are driving it. We have a process underway that does that, and that's the essential fish habitat and the fishing effects model, which takes the individual amount of contact at the trawl specific level and applies it to the model and produces fishery-wide impacts. These impacts and those outputs from the EFH and the fishing effects model is the council's starting point for consideration. It's not the answer. It's not the destination. At that point, the council can have an informed discussion of whether the benefits of the fishery are appropriately balanced with the impacts. So I will pause there, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions? Yes, Ms. Kimball.
And this may be a little bit out of order, Madam Chair, so you can, because I don't know if Mr. Hartill really testified to this except for a process by which we're getting to some answers, but stop me if it's not appropriate. There's been some discussion about like frameworking agreements or, using current information in order to, at least in the interim, deal with some of the concerns about habitat impacts. Is that a fair question? And so I wanted to hear, based on where we are in the process now and the research that we have today, kind of what considerations you think might be important in a process like that. I'm not assuming you support that process, but what should we be thinking about?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, thanks for the question. Yeah, I think that there's a couple elements that are important to consider, and it's where have we been, where are we, and where are we going? Any consideration by the industry to participate or come up with a voluntary agreement or a framework agreement is going to start with what we already know. And what we already know is the most recent analysis from the red king crab agenda item a year ago, February. We understand that there is distributional impacts of moving the fleet potentially onto Chinook salmon, as well as potentially moving the fleet into other red king crab habitat areas. So if the council is interested in taking a different approach to a collaborative or voluntary approach, I think it's important to put in front of the industry what is the new information that we should be evaluating, and that should inform our decision making. You know, and what is the priority? Is habitat disturbance the priority? Is sensitive habitats the priority? What that starting point to come up with a decision and to propose anything is critical, because in the absence of that, the only information we have is coming from the last analysis showing those distributional impacts.
Yes, Ms. Baker. Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate that, Ms. Kimball. I had a similar question, so I will follow up with my question on that. And I agree with you. The information we have is from that February 2024 analysis. But that action considered restrictions in the entire Bristol Bay Red King Crab Savings Area. Do you think there may be potential for consideration of voluntary measures for discrete areas within the Bristol Bay Red King Crab Savings Area, that the new information that I would assert we have from some of the new cooperative pot data collection and the tagging studies could be used to inform likely locations of crab in smaller discrete areas within that Bristol Bay Red King Crab Savings Area, potentially? Again, not asking you to support that, but is that reasonable potential?
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, anything's possible, but it is important for us as an industry to understand, what are we trying to achieve? What does success look like? And that will drive what our decision making is, and that we can appropriately balance the trade-offs and the impacts. If the question is posed to the industry that simply, can you behave differently, to what end, and what is the purpose? So I think in order to answer that question, it really has to be very discreet in what the expectation is, what success looks like, and what we are trying to achieve. And furthermore, I think that the immediate question that industry is likely to have, and I know I have, is how does this fit into our existing framework of research and the process by which the council is currently underway? We have a three-part pelagic trawl consideration in front of us, and we seem to be talking a lot about habitat and bottom contact. So if we come forward with voluntary measures, or we have a framework agreement, how is that going to fit into our GII project? And what are we going to be talking about a year from now? Being really clear on what those expectations are and what the priorities are is going to drive everything that we do and everything we talk about from this point on.
Thank you. And Ms. Goen.
Thank you, and thank you for the testimony, Mr. Hartle. And I'm building off of Ms. Baker and Ms. Kimball's questions here, and recognizing that the February 2024 motion that came out of the council set that target of what to achieve potentially with these framework agreements as crab avoidance measures. And I think what's been talked about is a voluntary crab avoidance measure in a discrete area. But my question for you is, do you have the resources to determine if you're changing encounter rates with salmon so that you could make decisions around that? Say there's a discrete closure area. Could you make decisions to fish around that area if the fishing is good there? But you have tools noticing if you're catching more salmon and you may need to go into that discrete area in a given year. I'm just trying to get a sense of what a voluntary agreement might look like and the tools you have to do that.
Through the chair, Ms. Goen, thanks for that question. I think it's an important one, and I look to the 2025 A season as a good example of logical events that could unfold. My company participates in the CP sector, and early in the season there were higher rates of Chinook off of Amac Island, and so the fleet moved north into the red king crab savings area to avoid those Chinook salmon. If there's a closure area in place, we're going to be faced with the decision of balancing avoidance in an area that is likely to have lower Chinook salmon bycatch rates with areas of known high Chinook bycatch rates. So I would say that we do have an appropriate level of information and resolution to understand what those trade-offs are in real time. I think the challenge is if the council is interested in tasking us with trying to come up with some sort of a voluntary agreement, we aren't going to understand what the conditions are going to be like in that following season or following years. So it comes down to what are we trying to achieve and what are those trade-offs?
I'm not seeing any other questions. Thank you. So Kurt Cochran is next, followed by Glenn Merrill. Glad there's not a shovel in there too.
Yeah, lots of this on. It is. Madam Chair, members of the council, I'm Kurt Cochran. The pelagic trawl definition from 1993 is out of date, and every trawl boat is out of compliance. The fisheries are different now with co-ops and salmon hard caps. The old rigs have worked. Our nets are built to them. Salmon scooters, caught ends, cameras, head rope sounders are what out of compliance. Alternative two includes 5 options that may be selected in combination. This allows all 3 sections of the net to be in compliance. Alternative 2, option 1, no limitation to flows metallic components in the caught end. Option 2, remove. Option 3, allow the use of flotation, period. Option 4, allow instruments capable of observing, monitoring, adjusting the fishing gear, catch, fishing activity, fishing environment, includes seafloor clearance to be attached to plastic trawl gear, period, or get rid of the rest. Option 5 is important to me. Allow the use of metallic components in the following locations. Sub-option 1, forward of the fishing circle. Sub-option 2, aft of the fishing circle and forward of the beef, 15-inch stretch mesh. Sub-option 3, aft of the beef, 15-inch stretch mesh. These options for the net are where we are today. And that's what this is about. It's getting us in compliance. Flotation is a good thing. The forward section of the net, we have metallic components, third wires, net sounders, foot rope, wing weights or clumps. The middle section, we are allowed to use metallic components right now and weights under the old regulation. There's option 5, forward of the aft of the fishing circle gets there. This is important for shooting and hauling the trawl so the top sheet and the bottom sheet sink away below the top so they don't twist up and do not tangle. If we change anything right now in that area, then what we're doing now is just arbitrary. We don't know. In the handout that just went around and Heather mentioned to it, Pelagic Gear 101, page 2, you can see how the resistance and the thrust of the bollard pole work against each other and create lift in these nets. The water going through the net 3 to 4 knots keeps the web tight, not sagging on the bottom. Think of a windsock when you're trying to think of this trawl and the wind blowing and how taut it is or tight. The back half of the net is where we are out of compliance. We need metallic metallic components and flotation for excluders, fourth wire cameras, trawl eyes and things to reduce bycatch and weight. And I asked you to take final action on this option to get us in compliance, and alternative with all the options. 13 seconds. So these are the materials we're using today. People are talking about this line has actually got weight in it to drop down below. This line here has a little swedge. This is how it's built. This is a swan link to hook things together. So that's what everybody's talking about right now with weight and metallic components. This line here is in our trawl, a self-spreading web. We can't put them in the bottom because it would go to the bottom and tear up. So it's used in the hood and the side panels. And so we have port and starboard for that. And for that, my time's up. I'll ask any questions.
Great. Thank you so much. Yes, Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Cochran, for your testimony. The line that you said there had lead line in the center of it, is that the kind of line, when you heard our discussion earlier about the addition of weight to avoid twisting the net in the area behind the fishing circle, is that the kind of line that's added to stop that kind of an action, or what other kinds of line might be used to do that?
So for short version, I'll have a short version is yes. And this is a picture of the trawl net. I can pass it around if you want. But if you don't have this weighted line, and the trawl's on the surface is blowing 50, blowing 25 side, the net twists up. So this line does have weight in it, and that's what is commonly used. Older technology, and this is new, older technology, and what most people have are this with these little aluminum crimps that have a little bit of weight, and then what we call swan links that have a little weight. So the idea is for that top sheet and the bottom sheet to fall away. Patty talked about it. A lot of nets go back farther into the net because you don't want farther back the longer they get. Some nets have a shorter version of just a couple rows, but that's what we're after. There's some older nets that have exactly this lead line, and it's all on number 8 BII. It's all allowed, and that's what we're using. That's how our trawls, pretty much everybody's built. This here is a cheap way because the net manufacturers can have a coil of line in the shop. They can pull it off to make whatever size web they want, put a crimp on it, and it doesn't cost a lot of money. This you got to send somewhere and have it manufactured, probably China or someplace. It's a lot more money, but this is what we're doing and using today in our trawls.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just to clarify, that yellow line that you have there laying on the table is the kind of thing that is currently allowed today and that you're currently using to do that whole discussion about weighted lines. And
all this is from the fishing circle clear to the aft end of the net.
Thank you.
And if you look at the New Life net, if you guys were down there laying on the dock down there, on the rib lines, the bottom actually had little chunks of chain every once in a while seized on to even do that more. But that was the show down there.
Thank you. And Mr. Ritchie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Cochran. I think that I heard you say in your response to the question of Mr. Williams that pretty much everyone is using that lead line that's after the fishing circle there to prevent the twisting that Mr. O'Donnell referenced. Just making sure I got that right.
Thank you. Okay, get better through the chair, Mr. Ritchie. Yes, this is manufactured by Swan Net, which is probably the most common net manufacturer that everybody's using the Bering Sea and the Gulf of Alaska, and everybody's using it with the self-spreading web. The stuff that Patty was talking about through Dan Trawl or even LFS is a little older technology, and the rest of us are using that, and all the companies use this. So yes.
That's helpful. Thank you. I'm just wondering if you could maybe describe the operational difficulty that happens when you do get a twist. How long does it take to get your gear sorted out? If you could just help me understand that.
If you're fortunate and it's just a wind twist and you got it going back and forth opposite of each other on these twists, it only takes you 3 to 6 hours to wind it between net reels and get it untwisted and ready to shoot again and do that. The picture that I passed around, that twist there, boat went to town, Swan Net came down with their boom truck, pulled it off. We spent 3 days untwisting it. So that's the range that we're talking about of this. And as you know, the ocean's not always flat like in that picture, and it twisted. It's we were setting sideways to the wind and the current, and so this is important for us, the way we shoot in all our trawls. And the resistance, we think about this on land and what it weighs. When the water's going through that and the net is tight and everything's happening, that weight doesn't apply. It's just the shooting and the hauling of it. That water just pulls everything tight.
Thank you. And Mr. Twite, and then Ms. Baker.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Cochran, for presentation, but also the handout, the 101 handout. There's a couple slides in the 101 that talk about the way nets used to be and the way they are now. And I'm trying to understand the relevance of that comparison to the question that's in front of us now. And I couldn't quite get it out of the slides. So I want to ask you about it. And particularly, you make a point about, for instance, the switch from steel cables to ropes.
So in the slide, a lot of these meetings, I hear this rumor about, we've changed our gear so crab and stuff can fall through it. And so I showed you the old gear with rope trawls and stuff that are parallel, and that's part of the thing we're going to get rid of there, or one of the asks. And when you put that on the bottom, crab would just drop through that. So there's more interaction in the old days as there is now, where we've actually created meshes, and the water flow will carry things back to the caught in. It's totally different. But the cables and the way that net was constructed is totally different. Back in those days, we put everything on the bottom. I mean, my doors would be down next to the bottom, and in the 70s, 80s, I'd make a hard turn. They'd fall over, and I'd pick up stickfish on the top of my doors, and I'd be scratching my head. What are we doing here? Different things. And that cable would just kind of go along the bottom and into our net. Nowadays, everything is synthetic. If you were at the demonstration down there, you saw our bridles are going up there. They're synthetic, and those things that you show there are 10, 15 years old. They've never had any contact with the bottom. When the wing weight clump stops, it goes up to the door, and there's no contact with the bottom. Back in the day, like I say, we put the net down, we'd work at collapsing it and trying to get things in our doors to be on the bottom. Nowadays, the doors have to be pretty much even with the head rope of the net to get things to work. Mark Cooper talked about where the caught in is relation to the mouth opening of the net, and that's what drives that. Your relationship with the trawl door to your head rope drives where your caught in is going to be in relationship to your net and keeping it off the bottom. So technology, our understanding, materials we use are so much different that we had back in the beginning and where we are today in the interaction with the bottom.
You have a second question, Mr. Twain?
Thanks. Your presentation also refers to one of the forms of an excluder, the over-under. I'm wondering about, it would seem to me that if you were too close to the bottom, the under part wouldn't work. But I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about the value of the over-under, when you use it, and how that relates to where you try to keep the net in the water column.
I might get caught around the axle, so you can slap me or stop me if I do. So the over and under, John Groover and a bunch of us, but it was his idea and designed in the beginning of chums salmon, and we're thinking maybe they would go out there. And I like it because it's very, I don't know. It's hard to screw up. It's not very technical. It's really good. So we use it in Pollock. We use it in Hake down here. I've used it on bottom gear. I've used it everywhere on all the different things. What's good about it is, yes, it has weight in it. The bottom panel has to be weighted. There's lead line. We had one stretched out down there, and then the bottom of the top panel, and the top panel, the bottom panel, that has to be weighted. And then we use floats to float up and to float up to make 2 exit holes. And that's all it takes to operate. You can put it on any net and it works. Where some of these other scooters, like one of the first ones in that, the Swan builds came, it really has to be tuned, and you need cameras to do that to get the most out of it, because we all have different flow. We have all different horsepower pushing that weight up. And so a guy with a high horsepower can put that sheet up, and then there's no place for the salmon ever to go. Or a guy with low horsepower has too much weight on it, can put that sheet down, and all of a sudden the fish won't go back and different things. So it takes a lot more technical work on the boat levels with cameras and stuff to make that actually operate proper. And then now we have the Bering Sea guys have a Winston hole up in front of it and other things to try to get out. So that one I do like, but it takes a lot more weight, takes a lot more float. And if you have your net on the bottom, yes, it catches it. I tried it with my bottom net, and I wore out that bottom flap that goes down. On our pelagic nets, we've never had any issues whatsoever. I did in the beginning, before we knew anything, right out of the get-go. I asked Swan Nets, Seamus, to put this into my net, and he says, "Kurt, you're going to ruin my net. I don't want to do this." I says, "Will you do this?" And he says, "I will do this, but I will not cut the hole to make it go down. You have to do that yourself." So we took it and fished it with just the 2 scoops, pollock fishing, and we caught pollock outside of our nets going into that. And because we didn't have it open, it tore a hole in the thing. So we cut a hole immediately, made it into the over and under salmon and scooter, and been happy ever since. So.
Thank you. And Ms. Baker? Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Twite's questions covered mine. Thanks. Great. And Mr. Carlin?
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks, Mr. Cochran, for your testimony. You may have heard my exchange earlier with Mr. O'Donnell about the use of weights, and I wanted to get your perspective on that too. So, understanding the role of, or slightly understanding the role of weighted lines in trying to mitigate risk of twisting, I wonder if you could speak to the use of other weights not associated with a salmon excluder or other devices, but other weights in the middle portion of the net aft of the fishing circle. Do you need other types of weights there? And could you characterize that a little bit?
So I'm not sure if I totally understand your thing. That's what I'm describing with this and the weighted line. It is aft of the fishing circle, and it's anywhere depending on the trawl that you have, and designed all the way back towards the back end. And that mitigates or gets rid of the able to twist. We can shoot in a hole in any type of weather. So that's the number one issue for me. But as the nets get longer and longer and longer and longer, this goes back and back and back and back. And so on that net that was on the ship terminals down there, it is more of a blue water net, a little bit longer, even though it's a smaller net there. And we've had to add those weights that I talked about on the rib lines to mitigate that kind of stuff. And so every time I get a new net, we take it out and use it. There's tweaks or something we'll have to do to make sure that it shoots proper, comes back, whatever. And that's all on the design, where the nets are longer, the nets are shorter. There are smaller openings, bigger openings. If you hang the meshes out at a greater distance and create more opening and open the meshes up, they act different than if you hang your net or web closer around the head rope together and all the webs closer in the back end. So all that affects what's going and whether we may need to use some weight or not weight. But the weight when it's in the water towing is non-existent. It's only when we're shooting and hauling. When I was in my 20s and thought I knew everything, I was at the flume tank and we had a bottom trawl. I said, well, we'll just put a little weight here on it and everything will be on the bottom. We put hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of pounds on that. And because of the way the horsepower comes down, and you'll find that with Brad Harrison, as we're talking about, and into a trawl, you got these two things pulling each other. And I think Patty talked about 30-pound weight. It holds up. So once we're fishing, it doesn't apply. It's just shooting and hauling.
Okay, thanks for that. And so with a longer net where you noted you have to sometimes add weight to the rib line, what type of weights are you using for that kind of application?
Well, on that, we just use, if we're smart, we go back and get something fancy. But on there, we just use little pieces of chain that are about 12 to 18 inches long, 3/8 to ½ inch, depending on what section it is. And the problem with that is if it did twist, that won't let me it won't let it untwist ever by itself. So then you do have a problem. But we had to put it on that to stop the back end from twisting, and that's what we used. And we hung it in line. It wasn't dangling. It was on the rib line in line, and that net had them on the down there.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just for clarification, I think I heard you say the net that was strung out on the ground there for our meeting we had the other night, that was equipped with the small pieces of chain. I didn't notice that, but was that the weights that were used on that particular net, or was it that kind of?
So on that net that you saw there, it had everything. It had this right here with this wedges. It had what we call swan links, putting the belly meshes together. It had what I'm describing as little pieces of chain hooked to our rib lines. It had everything possible that you can do to it to get it to fish right. And so it had I call it old technology, but what's in common use today and different things. It did not have the self-spreading web. Like in the marathon you went on, it had all the latest and greatest stuff. So
thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Sakata.
Yes, and thank you for your testimony through the chair. This is a little bit about the weights issue. Are you aware of any studies, or do you just know, for example, the downward force of the foot rope? Your handout was very informative on how, the net tends to pull up, the differences, as Patty, the previous testifiers have said, when you pull on it, the weight comes up and it's almost a battle to keep it down. Are you aware of any studies of like the downward force the foot rope exerts on the bottom when it does contact the bottom? I've heard various numbers, but I'm personally not aware of any study.
So I'm not personally aware of any study. The best, probably place to get that is from the flume tanks themselves to do the work for everybody and do that, because they measure everything in tons or different things, and they have that. But if you go to page 3, kind of in this little one, the first page 2 and 3, and you look at that foot rope that's there, it says foot rope, and then it has clumps touches the sea floor. The net wants to lift is created with the resistance of the networking. If you look at that picture, that's the foot rope, and in any net, I can take that foot rope, whether it's a ladder net, a chain that is actually the fishing line and a chain and lines to that, or if it's like this where it's looped, or if it's something else. And if I pull that forward, then it'll actually touch the bottom and can actually have more contact on the bottom. None of us do that. And as I move that straight underneath the net, that chain has less interaction or virtually no contact with the bottom, because now you got the power going between the fishing line and that, and it just rides along. It helps pull the net down. As you go in this picture here where they put the loops and it's hanging behind, now you have even less. It'll actually be floating behind the net. It's just there to have that net the fishing line close to the bottom to skim along. If you look at some of the stuff that I looked at that's being presented or talked about on the Gear Innovations, Nicole Yoakum with Trident, that's got something coming up. It's under that same premises as we're talking about right here. They're going to change that and orient that a different way. But as the net gets closer to the bottom, actually, this actually has a different drag or a different way through the bottom. And they're going to measure it by whether you have shine or don't have shine or different types of contact. But it actually allows you to bring the fishing line, which you're catching, closer. The ladder chain or this type of clump chain, you're usually farther off the bottom with your fishing line. But I don't know of any studies. I just know from my own experience how it works and spend a lot of times in a flume tank adjusting and playing with it.
Thank you.
Thank you again for your testimony.
I thank you for all the people that came and saw the gear. I also thank you for the people that came to the reception and just for being here. It's a privilege to have you guys. So,
Yeah, thank you very much for hosting and for putting the demonstration event together. It was very, very beneficial.
It's been fun to interact with you guys and to see everybody's kids and all the things that's going on. So thank you.
Thank you. So I think it's a good time to break for lunch. Let's come back at 1:25. We'll begin public testimony. We'll circle back to Jake Everidge and then Glenn Merrill. See you at 1:25. Thank you. Council members, please come back to order. Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Welcome back, everyone. So before we continue our public testimony on C3, I'd like to announce that we will be, due to time constraints, and being that we're quite a bit behind schedule, we'll be dropping our D3 Bering Sea Aleutian Islands PCOD lab program agenda item. So I apologize to all of the members of the public who were preparing to testify on that. We'll get information out on when that will be rescheduled as soon as we can. So we will begin public testimony with Jake Everidge, followed by Glenn Merrill. And I think Jake is online.
Yes, believe so. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Yeah, thanks for circling back. I was catching up on some sleep after a rockfish trip. Good afternoon, Chairperson and members of the council. My name's Jake Everidge. I'm the owner operator of the fishing vessel Alaskan. It's a 73-foot, primarily trawl vessel that's home ported out of Kodiak, although we do participate in the Tanner crab pot fishery when that fishery is open. I have not been listening to every single person testifying. Like I said, was catching up on some sleep. But first off, I was just blown away by the presentation that was given by APU yesterday regarding the gear catalog project. That's fascinating. I mean, I had no idea that the work was so wide and exactly what they're trying to do. So, you know, I'm really hoping that through that project, we'll better understand exactly how pelagic gear does interact with the bottom and possibly come up with some solutions and innovation for the future. And I think I'd like to take that as an opportunity to segue into my perspective on the definition of a midwater trawl. I think that word innovation kind of hits the nail on the head. I'm reluctant to basically regulate ourselves into a position where we can't innovate. I mean, technology has changed so widely just in the last 10 years as far as gear design, sensors, different synthetic materials, different hydrodynamic modeling. So to regulate ourselves into a box where we can't innovate is just pretty ridiculous in my opinion. So I definitely support the AP's motions regarding gear innovation. And then I'm also going to share just my own personal perspective of frustration. I'm quite frankly pretty frustrated as a career trawlerman listening to people comment that have no idea how our gear operates or how our fishery operates. While I understand it's a public process, this would be parallel to me offering comments on how we should explore Mars. I have no clue. But as I said earlier, I'm really hoping through the APU project that we can better understand how our gear interacts with the bottom, address the problems if needed, and work together to continue our fishery into the future. That's all. I'm open to some questions if needed. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Okay. Seeing none, thank you for calling in.
Thanks.
Okay, so Glenn Merrill is up next. Followed by Ron Kavanaugh. Thanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the council. My name is Glenn Merrill, and I'm representing Glacier Fish Company, a majority Western Alaskan-owned company. We operate one catcher processor. There are two issues I'd like to address with you today. The first issue is the pelagic trawl gear definition. The impetus of this action was to correct a NIMS headquarters-led regulation that added the definition of caught in into the definition of a net. That needs to be corrected. We also have regulations that require the use of salmon excluders. We have other regulations, however, which preclude the use of flotation that's necessary for those excluders to operate properly. That needs to be corrected. The AP motion encompasses needed improvements, and I recommend its adoption. Importantly, though, any revision to this highly technical definition should not introduce new compliance challenges. The second issue is gear innovation research. This research is absolutely critical to improving estimates of bottom contact in a robust, scientifically driven process. Any management decision the council makes should be anchored in science. That science should be peer reviewed. We're moving expeditiously and will continue to do so. As we consider this issue, I think it's helpful to recall what we know. We know from your comprehensive February 2024 analysis that closing the red king crab savings area, the area of greatest concern, would have adverse impacts on salmon bycatch, adverse impacts on the pollock fleet, and would not be likely to result in substantial savings of crab. The best scientific estimate is that for the last 20 years, only 5% of the seafloor in the red king crab savings area is contacted by pelagic trawl gear. That's figure 519 on page 168 of your February 2024 analysis. The research independent scientists are conducting will help determine whether contact is greater or less than this already low 5% contact rate. If we consider voluntary agreements to modify fishing in the red king crab savings area, as has been suggested today, we should start with a common understanding, a reasonable expectation of what that might yield. Our known contact is minimal. Data on winter distribution of crab is limited. Importantly, no modification to fishing should worsen salmon bycatch, nor should it impose additional costs without having some measurable, definable benefit for crab. Finally, any action should consider if it would help us achieve the objectives of recent executive orders to restore seafood competitiveness and ensure the responsible use of Alaska's resources. Thank you for your time and happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions? Okay. Seeing none, thank you. So Ron Kavanaugh is next, followed by Craig Scheitlich.
Yeah, good afternoon, Council and Madam Chair. Just a few quick comments. We can't have it both ways. I don't operate a trawler. I never have, but we're under the assumption with some of our protections that the gear is not on the bottom. We hear that we operate on the bottom. We always have operated on the bottom. We hear pelagic nets don't operate on the bottom. They're too delicate to interact with the bottom. Pelagic gear hits the bottom much less than fishing effect model shows. We can't determine when our nets are on the bottom. We're using hull data to inform science on bottom contact. So yes, there is a little confusion with what midwater pelagic gear actually is. And I'm not trying to put anybody out of business or overburden anybody, but we have some protections in place where bottom contact, sensitive habitat, there are protections to protect that habitat. And all I'm asking for is we acknowledge that the gear contacts the bottom and maybe there's places where it shouldn't be used. And it's pretty simple to move that forward. And there's lots of comments about keeping stuff simple and direct. And I looked back at a tanner crab protection measure that was trying to move forward, and that thing's so loaded down, it's never going to get out of the gate now. So I question that, but whatever. So anyway, I just, we need everybody. That's a fact. I applaud Trident for moving forward. It's amazing because I don't know, 16, 18 months ago, there was no way that there was anything available to tell where the net was in the water column, supposedly. And we've had sensors on our seine for a long time, and apparently they're available for trawl fishing too. So, and we can tell when we're at or near the bottom, and we need to quit the whatever it is and move forward. And the areas that need to be protected, let's protect and let them fish where they can fish, and let's let them do whatever they need to do to minimize the bycatch. Let's not play games with whether they're on the bottom or not. Let's move this forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Kavanaugh. Are there any questions? Okay. Seeing none, we'll go to Craig Chytlook, followed by Hannah Heimbuck.
Hi,
Yes,
yeah,
Craig.
good afternoon. Sorry, can you hear me okay?
Yes, good afternoon.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the council. My name is Craig Chytlook. My Yupik name is Gabriel, and I'm here today on behalf of Native Peoples Action. We are a tribal advocacy organization committed to protecting Indigenous ways of life, advancing environmental justice, and ensuring that Alaska Native voices are heard in decisions that affect our lands, waters, and abilities to live our traditional ways of life. We are here to express our concern and strong recommendations regarding Agenda Item C3, Pelagic Trawl Gear Definition and Innovations. These are not just technical matters, they are decisions that will shape the future of our maritime ecosystems and the well-being of the Indigenous communities who depend on them. We urge the Council to uphold a clear, science-based, enforceable definition of pelagic gear that operates entirely in the midwater column and does not contact the seafloor and under any conditions. Pelagic gear must be defined by its ecological footprint, not by the industry norms or operational conveniences. Unfortunately, NOAA research and observer data shows that so-called pelagic trawl gear is making contact with the seafloor far more often than the name implies. In fact, studies have shown that pelagic trawl gear contacts the bottom 40 to 100% of the time. This is not midwater fishing, this is bottom trawling in practice, and it must be regulated as such. If gear touches the bottom, whether occasionally or routinely, it must be reclassified as bottom contact trawl gear, or more precisely as mobile bottom contact trawl gear. This distinction is essential for accurate environmental impact assessments, for regulatory enforcement, and for the protection of essential fish habitat and non-target species like crab and halibut. We also urge the Council to prohibit the use of any gear that contacts the seafloor in areas where bottom trawling is currently restricted or banned. Allowing gear that behaves like bottom trawl to operate in these areas under the guise of pelagic fishing is a violation of both the spirit and the letter of the existing protections. Enforceability must be a cornerstone of any regulatory definition. We cannot rely on assumptions or intentions. We need the data. We urge the Council to require the use of real-time monitoring technologies, including net sensors, bottom contact sensors, and vessel monitoring systems. These tools are already used in other fisheries and can provide the transparency and accountability needed to ensure compliance. Without such verification, the definition of pelagic gear becomes unenforceable and subject to abuse. We also respectfully request that the Council bring these agenda items back to Alaska for further deliberations. Discussions of this magnitude must be made in proximity to the communities most affected. Holding these discussions outside of Alaska limits the ability of Indigenous peoples and rural residents to participate meaningfully in the process. Ensuring that these conversations happen in Alaska is a matter of equity, access, and respect. Furthermore, we call on the Council to fully incorporate LKTKS protocols into its decision-making processes. Indigenous knowledge systems are empirical, place-based, and passed down through generations. They offer invaluable insight to marine ecosystem, species behavior, and long-term environmental change. In Alaska, the state recognizes customary and traditional use as a protected right under subsistence law. The Alaska Board of Fisheries and Board of Game are required to provide for these uses before allocating resources to commercial or recreational sectors. This is just not a policy preference, it's a legal mandate. ADF&G uses 8 criteria to determine customary and traditional use, including intergenerational knowledge transfer, seasonality, methods of harvest, and the economic, cultural, and nutritional value of the resource. These criteria are essential for understanding the full socioeconomic role of subsistence in our communities. But it's not enough to recognize these uses in theory. We also must ask, are we meeting the amounts necessary for subsistence? ADF&G is taking tasked with quantifying ANS for each species and region. These benchmarks are critical performance standards. If Indigenous communities are not meeting their ANS levels due to bycatch, habitat degradation, or gear conflicts, then the system is failing to uphold its legal and ethical obligations. We urge the Council to integrate these performance metrics into its environmental and regulatory reviews. If pelagic gear contributes to localized depletion or interferes with subsistence harvest, that must be documented, analyzed, and adjusted through the NEPA process and tribal consultation. Before I close, I must address a deeper issue, an issue raised by our tribes but rarely discussed on the record. In practice, the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council is a de facto decision-making body for federal fisheries in Alaska. While technically advisory to the Secretary of Commerce, the Secretary assembly overrules the Council. This means that the Council votes carries the full weight of federal authority, yet Council members are not bound by the same standards of transparency, accountability, or public process required under the Administrative Procedures Act. Even more troubling is the conflict of interest within this body. It's no secret that many Council members are directly employed by or financially tied to the industry sectors that stand to benefit from their decisions. This is not just an issue with how bad it looks on the surface. It is a structural flaw that erodes public trust and undermines the validity of Western fisheries governance. How can we expect fair and science-based policy when the same companies that profit from pollock trawling are the ones drafting motions, shaping the science, and setting the rules? The pollock industry has been allowed to dominate this process, writing policy, funding research, and delaying or diluting tribal consultation because honoring federal trust responsibilities is an inconvenience to the bottom line and stock value. Again, this is not ecosystem-based management, this is corporate-based management. The Council's failure to prioritize the implementation of performance standards that reflect LKTKS needs under the previous administration and the long list of EOs are current examples. Indigenous communities are not meeting their ANS needs for important cultural species like halibut, chinook, and chum. And I'm almost done. I'll make my closing statement. Thank you. Yet, instead of addressing this crisis, the Council prioritizes industrial harvest and bycatch allowances that directly undermine our food security and cultural survival. I also fear that recent EOs on deregulation and seafood competitiveness and the steamrolling of money over conservation considerations being stated many times as increased risk does not inherently mean more conservation is very troubling when tribal members currently have empty smokehouses, lack needed representation, and no accountability in public process. So I have a little bit more, but what supporting different ways of knowing in this public process could look like applying the same rigor of traditional knowledge and subsistence data as is applied to industry-funded science, and above all, honoring federal trust responsibilities to Indigenous peoples, not as a burden, but a foundational principle of governance. So, thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions. Yes, Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Chaithlook, for your testimony. And I was listening closely to your process concerns. And I heard you talk about the LKTKS protocols. And I'm looking if you can provide an example of how you see those folding into an action like this. You know, I'm the chum salmon action we had a couple council meetings ago. I understood that, but this one seems a little different. So I'm wondering if you have ideas on how we could have done better.
Yeah. Thank you to the chair, Ms. Goen, for your question. We've heard a few comments and testimonies already supporting the failed AP motion, kind of expanding the discussion paper and thinking about more collaboration, coordination, and cooperation on how we view performance standards, what efficient deregulation looks like. How do we get and incorporate existing information so that we're not being duplicative? So a lot of these are well lined out in state process already. A performance standard, what we're taking into consideration there is we're looking for a desired outcome. What do we want pelagic gear or pelagic gear? What should pelagic gear be doing and what desired outcome based on all stakeholder engagement that meets the expectation in federal policy? Let's uphold state. It's the customary and traditional use is long well established, and we have decades worth of ANS data, so the amounts needed for subsistence of all species. So this includes, salmon, marine mammals, and all the likes to our tribe. So it's ground truthing all of the information in law so that when we're coming up with a performance standard on impacts, costs, benefits, rationale, we're not recreating the wheel. We're not relying completely on one sector. And we're utilizing the people who are around the table right now in the decision-making process, making sure that we have all best available science. And, a really good example from the Chum EIS action, thinking about the EEQ analysis, again, is we have the state of Alaska who has the ability to incorporate ocean mortality of chum bycatch in both limited entry and federally managed fisheries. So providing that information, it's just making sure that we're all participating and everything is being accounted for, and no one area or sector is unfairly bearing the burden of conservation.
Okay. Thank you again for your testimony. Okay, Hannah Heimbach is next, followed by Kristen Stahl-Johnson.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Hannah Heimbach, speaking on behalf of the under 60 cod harvesters. Our members are pot vessels harvesting Pacific cod, sablefish, and crab. These species are highly dependent upon a healthy ecosystem, and we consider this a critical topic to Alaska's long-term fishery sustainability as well as its fisheries reputation. I'll also note that while I'm testifying on behalf of the cod harvesters, I do also work with Cordova District Fishermen United, who are aligned with this position, as am I as a lifelong commercial fisherman. You have heard plenty of detail around the nuances of next steps, so I will just align my comments with those from Jamie O'Connor from the Alaska Marine Conservation Council, Corey Lesher from the Alaska Bering Sea Crabbers, as well as the thoughtful and informative testimony from Kevin Abina and Julie Kavanaugh, and I'll speak more to broader principles. We don't need to debate whether bottom contact occurs substantially in the pollock fishery. That's well established by both council and confirmed by industry. We don't need to debate whether the public, including consumers, have received decades of messaging around the sustainability benefits of Midwater Trawl's operation, or that the Marine Stewardship Council has celebrated the midwater element as a pillar of sustainability, despite their own reviewers noting consistent concerns around known bottom contact and its misalignment with the pelagic classification. I would underline that that is not a result of public ignorance or misunderstanding. I'm referring to decades of PR and messaging directly highlighting and celebrating the difference between bottom trawl and midwater trawl. We also don't need to debate the state of Alaska's position on how pelagic trawl is defined. That definition is clear. And while I haven't conducted formal polling, I bet that the majority of Alaskans don't want that to change. So at the core of this issue broadly is really just one question, and it's a yes or no question. Does the council intend for pelagic gear to operate on the seafloor or not? Every other constructive thing we could do or examine must stem from the answer. It doesn't really matter what we can infer of the council's 1993 intent. What we know today is that the gear definition is unclear and that today the bottom contact performance standard is impossible to enforce. The somewhat evasive counters to this question of intent have been, well, fixed gear touches the bottom too. And yes, it does. Its footprint is about 3% to Trawl's 97, and it is classified appropriately as bottom contact gear. No one else is fishing with an unclear definition of gear type or function. There's also that pelagic trawl isn't fished the same as bottom trawl. That's true, but it still drags the seafloor, so we should deal with that. I also heard today the models say that there isn't much impact. Yes, but don't we need something other than a spreadsheet and an algorithm to ground truth and monitor that, and shouldn't we set guidelines around it? And finally, we have heard very clearly, well, we can't really answer yes or no to bottom contact unless we know first if it's harmful. But do we really not know the answer to that question? If we don't already know the answer, at least partially, then why did we ever differentiate between bottom and midwater? Why do we have bottom trawl closures in sensitive habitat areas? Why is bottom trawl impact a subject of long-term global concern? And why have we seen decades of PR and marketing about how midwater is more sustainable because it's midwater? Why did we set a limiting performance standard around bottom contact and then see immediate gear adaptations for larger mesh that are known to effectively filter crab? I think we did those things because we know that trawl gear contact with the seafloor matters. And if we truly don't know whether it matters, then what business do we have operating the world's second largest fishery knowingly on the bottom while such a profound gap in knowledge persists? Harmless until proven otherwise is not a way to manage resources or risk of any kind. So I think we do know that mobile bottom contact directly impacts benthic habitat, organisms, and species important to harvesters of all sectors, and that contact must be managed with caution. So again, do we intend pelagic trawl gear to be on the bottom, yes or no? Either answer is acceptable. Not a detailed discussion of gear components, not an examination of council history, just yes or no, do we intend it to be on the bottom? If it's a yes, then we need to reclassify pelagic trawl as mobile bottom contact gear and realign its regulation with its operation, including eliminating it from areas closed to bottom trawl. If it's no, we need to establish a clear definition, limits, monitoring tools, and meaningful enforcement through regulation, supported by but not led by voluntary innovation. Industry-led gear research is fantastic, but it's not a replacement for regulation. We need a clear answer and the practical steps that follow. Barring that, this process becomes a theater of justification, where we all play our parts, but in the end, the plot slumps back into a disappointing status quo with a few words rearranged to smooth over the awkward parts. We don't need to do that. We can have both a thriving pollock fishery and meaningful management principles. You have heard testimony around productive steps we can take toward that today. So again, I'll align myself with those previous testifiers and look forward to participating in the process that follows. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Heimbach. Are there any questions? Okay. Seeing none, thanks again.
Thank you.
Okay, Kristen Stahl-Johnson, followed by Julie Bonney and Chelsea Riddell.
I'm sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Okay, Madam Chair, council members, for the record, my name is Kristen Stahl-Johnson. I'm a fisheries conservation biologist and policy analyst with Ocean People Resources, a network of individuals and organizations operating nationally and internationally who are concerned about the use and the health of our ocean resources. I forgot to request my full 6 minutes, so if you would please indulge me, I'd appreciate it. Before I begin my testimony, I'd like to acknowledge that today is World Oceans Day. It is auspicious that we're working on improving the conservation of our ocean resources at this very time. I'd also like to point to data from the Conservation International this week that identifies over 300,000 whales, dolphins, and other marine mammals, not to mention seabirds and other marine life, killed annually worldwide by entanglement in discarded trawl gear. Since the North Pacific supports one of the largest trawl fleets in the world, it is incumbent upon this body to include consideration of this disturbing information within the context of ongoing discussions of trawl gear regulation. Now on to my testimony for C2. Kudos to the many dedicated people behind all of yesterday's detailed presentations and to this council for its willingness to dig into the weeds and to get effective solutions. We've been kicking this can down the road for far too long. I, like the previous testifier, align myself with the majority of the pro-conservation testimony that preceded us. But I am wary of that we are in danger of getting the cart before the horse by promulgating needed regulations to support enforcement that also support the status quo. When you have several ongoing practical synergistic projects moving forward in tandem, these will give us a clear idea of how to frame definitions and standards and meet ecosystem conservation goals for the long term. To avoid repeating this arduous regulation process and to capitalize on the significant body of work to date, I'm asking that you design interim regulations to meet OLE's legitimate need for enforceable definitions that would sunset when you have finalized a comprehensive framework of goals, objectives, definitions, and standards for the management of trawl gear, including associated conservation parameters. To my next point, I, like most everyone else, found Dr. Harris's presentation yesterday enlightening, informative, and thought-provoking. We have waited a long time to hear an expert testimony to the council that confirms what we have long known. Pelagic gear was not designed to fish in the midwater. It is built to be able to contact the bottom, in contrast to the actual midwater gear, which is designed to never touch the bottom. I'm grateful to Dr. Harris for shining the light of transparency into this long-running debate. His slides also demonstrate that however the gear is operated, it will contact the bottom. Therefore, these nets do not belong in fishing in areas closed to bottom trawling, regardless of the duration or intent of their impact. In light of the various fishermen's testimonies, it is clear that the different areas pose different risks. Nonetheless, I ask this council to heed the clarion call resonating in testimonies here, in fishing communities, and among the public well beyond these proceedings and the management process, and immediately ban all pelagic trawl gear from areas that do not allow bottom trawls in both Bering Sea and the Gulf of Alaska until this process is complete. This may speed up the process in that manner and create more transparency. As in table 1 in the Ocean Conservancy's testimony points out, 90% of the pollock catch already occurs outside these restricted zones. This is a relatively small financial hit to the pelagic fleet compared to the cost of the other resources and livelihoods. I make this request mindful that pelagic gear is used in other fisheries besides pollock. And finally, this photograph shows only a portion of a cod end hauled aboard the Northern Hawk, a 341-foot factory trawler in last year's bee season. The men in this photo are standing approximately midships on a cod end that is at least half the length of this 341-foot ship. Nowhere in this discussion to date regarding the definition of pelagic trawl have I heard anyone discuss the unlimited potential size of these nets and the differences between the vessels that tow them. By current definition, the sky's the limit. Best management practices in fisheries around the nation have historically defined limits in gear size and other physical parameters. Why not here? Are the pretty diagrams of these nets that we see in reports drawn to scale? If so, these are truly gargantuan nets. Or should cod ends be an important part of the discussion of size, definition, and impact that have been overlooked? Yes, drag is an important consideration. They don't want these bags on the bottom, but these are very large cod ends, and are they really benign? Clearly, there is a variation within this gear type and its operation among the various vessel sizes and sectors in Alaskan waters. Does one size fit all when it comes to regulations? Please direct those who are looking at the long-term definition of pelagic trawls to address the oversized proportions of nets allowed in this fishery and evaluate the limiting their size and the size of the cod ends to limit overall impact. And one last short observation on this photograph. From my experience sampling pollock, the fish in this net in this photo are small compared to the potential size of adult pollock. Likely not many of these have reached maturity. This fishery has long skewed the population size structure to the smaller end. This alone indicates an ecosystem in distress. I call the pollock the fireweed of the ocean. The job is to reset the living systems that have been thrown into chaos. They represent the limits of the resilience of the ecosystem. What's beyond pollock? Likely jellyfish. Look to the Black Sea for the tragic example of ecosystem collapse, or ask the fishermen, the salmon fishermen of Kodiak, about the massive increase in jellyfish after the collapse of the Shelikof Strait population. I'm about to be done. This begs the question, just because there's so many fish in the sea, is maintaining these huge extractions from which requires federal subsidies and interfere with so many other important functions of the ecosystem really justified? Just because we can, should we? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions. Okay. Seeing none, thank you for joining us.
You're welcome.
So go to Julie Bonney and Chelsea Riddell, followed by Shannon Carroll.
Madam Chairwoman and members of the council, for the record, my name is Julie Bonney and I am the Executive Director of Alaska Groundfish Data Bank. And with me is Chelsea Riddell, my Deputy Director. Alaska Groundfish represents trawl catcher vessels that are mostly homeported in Kodiak and Kodiak shoreside processors. AGDB supports the motions passed by the AP, both the pelagic gear definition motion and the gear innovation motion. The recent 5-year review of essential fish habitat and the fishing effects model show that the MSA standard of not more than minimal and temporary is being met. Even so, the pollock industry across the North Pacific are participating in the cooperative research project with Dr. Harris and the APU FAST Lab. We look forward to this research, updating the EF8 gear table metrics, and a better understanding of how our gear fishes. I want to address the Global Fish Watch data that was presented in public comment. This data has no relevance in this process. It suggests fishing activity based on vessel speed, yet it is not matched with catch landing data to determine whether fishing activity is truly happening. Data presented also does not reflect just trawl fishing activity, but vessel transiting across a variety of activities for any one vessel, including tendering, state fisheries, and federal IFQ and groundfish fisheries. In addition, the suggestion that all areas that are fished by pelagic gear are impacted or vulnerable to habitat impacts is naive. Many areas have no or very limited fishing activity. Depths are often far greater than the pelagic gear would be fished, and many areas have bottom that cannot be fished at all. So I'll turn it over to Chelsea.
Thank you. I would like to touch on a couple other points before we close. We've heard a lot of discussion about voluntary framework agreements that could be put in place under this agenda item. But what would the objective and metric of success be? It's clear from the staff presentations that there isn't enough available technology that can currently be implemented in the active fisheries that can accurately monitor bottom contact. We heard that tilt sensor data is complex to translate into meaningful data and cannot be operated in an active fishery. We have trawl sonar. Slide 17 of the staff presentation illustrates the challenges with the dead zone from the sonar. Trawl net cameras fully installed cost around $260,000 on average. And sure, pretty much every catcher vessel would love to have one, but they're not financially in reach for most Gulf catcher vessels at this time. Without clear objectives and a tool for enforcement, voluntary frameworks would just be an arbitrary action at a time when the council has been directed to ease burdens on our commercial fisheries under the recent executive orders to restore seafood competitiveness. Secondly, what would the vehicle for implementing a framework agreement be? It's simple to incorporate an agreement into the Bering Sea cooperatives, but without a rationalized pollock trawl fishery in the Gulf, we don't have that option. In the Gulf, only a small portion of pollock participants are a part of the Central Gulf Rockfish Program co-ops, so those couldn't solely be used to manage a framework. We recently went through a months-long expensive process to create an organizational and legal structure to manage our Trawl EM IPA to meet the regulatory requirement to enforce that agreement. But that has a very specific EM focus, and participating in EM and thus the agreement is voluntary on an annual basis. Neither of those are a good option for a vehicle. In the absence of Gulf rationalization, if the council moves forward with voluntary framework agreements for gear, that leaves us with either taking on the burden of building another legal structure to enforce it without the efficiency and value in the fishery to support that work, or a truly voluntary agreement with no legal route to be enforced. We manage voluntary Chinook bycatch avoidance agreements every Gulf pollock season because that is the best tool that we have. But I can tell you that in the absence of consequences for those agreements, you can only assume 98% compliance at best on all aspects of the agreement at all times. Respectfully, the council and the councils before it have left us to cobble together patchworks of tools under a level of regulation that no other sector has. Managing the Gulf trawl fisheries has only been as successful as it has, and it's far from perfect, because AGDB, led by Julie Bonney and the pioneering operators of Gulf trawl fisheries, many of whom are in this room and you have heard from today, have been one step ahead of the council improving their own fisheries and doing everything that this council has asked to improve. We have always met the council's requests with a resounding yes, and we want to continue to do that. We have taken on the Gear Innovation Project, and we are committed to it. However, we can only continue to take on so much in the absence of rationalization before we are so burdened that we sink. Kodiak continues to see consolidation. I urge the council, while considering the gear innovation component of this action, to also think about the bigger picture of what you are asking of Gulf Trawl in the absence of a true management structure. I appreciate and deeply respect all of the work of you sitting here in this process. So thank you, and with that, we can take any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions. Okay. Seeing none, thank you. And Shannon Carroll is our last testifier. I guess we'll circle back to Chris Cooper one more time, see if he's online after Shannon.
There. Good afternoon. Shannon Carroll speaking on behalf of Trident Seafoods, a company that has been supporting Dr. Harris's work and conducting our own research on this issue for over 3 years. So everything I say is as a stakeholder that's invested in finding solutions and meeting council objectives here. I think that there's really 3 core questions today. What is the difference between non-pelagic and pelagic trawl? How does the council manage habitat impacts? And what areas of uncertainty continue to exist? With respect to number 1, the staff presentations on both the definition and innovation pieces, the presentation by Dr. Harris and the testimonies from a lot of the trawl skippers did a good job in highlighting some of those differences between pelagic and non-pelagic trawl and how bottom contact alone is not the defining characteristic of bottom trawl gear. Additionally, Dr. Harris's work, once reviewed by the SSC, will refine the bottom contact estimates for pelagic trawl and will help further draw out the different impacts from pelagic and bottom trawl gear on seafloor habitat. Regarding number two, I recognize that there is a dissonance with respect to how the council currently manages habitat. Specifically, what is the role and purpose of closure areas that predate EFH implementation? And what is the primary means of managing habitat impacts that the council uses today? I think these questions can be addressed absent additional research, and it would be helpful for stakeholders to understand as much of the current research is focused on inputs to the fishing effects model. Lastly, in terms of remaining uncertainty, my ask today is for the council to maintain clear and specific objectives that can efficiently guide ongoing and future industry efforts and management actions. Broadly speaking, and consistent with the February 2024 motion and how the council manages fisheries in general, the goal should be to reduce impact, not bottom contact. If the objective is on reducing bottom contact only, it drives the council towards simply picking a number for allowable contact. And I don't know how the council would do that in a way that's scientific and not arbitrary. And more importantly, in a way that is truly focused on the other objectives of this action. Reducing bottom contact is a means to an end, a likely way to meet council objectives, yes, but it's not the only way. Making reduced bottom contact the primary focus will unnecessarily narrow the range of council management actions and industry focus and limit the effectiveness of those actions. With that, I'm happy to take any questions. Thanks.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions? Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you for your testimony. I have a similar question that I've asked other testifiers on the objectives of the gear innovation research. And it really has three pieces to it as was presented to us. And you mentioned using the research, ongoing research and future research to answer questions of the council and to be really clear in our objectives. So do you see the ongoing research or is it future research that would get to the portion of those objectives that are related to unobserved crab mortality?
Through the chair, thanks, Ms. Kimball. I think it's both. I think with respect to unobserved crab mortality, there's two areas of uncertainty. There's uncertainty with respect to whether or not pelagic gear is actually interacting with crab at all, and then whether or not those interactions are creating unobserved mortality that's not detected in the fishing activity. I think some of the work that the GII is doing, and I'm only limitedly involved in that, I guess, can get to that through gear modification analysis or just looking at how the gear interacts on the bottom. I think that there are the work that we're doing through our EFH is really more focused on the unobserved component, just in terms of trying to create a gear design that creates a presumption of no interaction. But I think that there are future research efforts that could look at that, that either mirror some of the work that's been done with non-pelagic trawl or utilize some of the research facilities both in Newport and Kodiak that have a thing called a blender, for example, where you can run gear in and see how it interacts with animals. Lost my train of thought there just for a second, but yeah, so I lost my train of thought, but hopefully that helps.
That does help. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Ritchie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Carroll. I think you mentioned that we should be focusing, from your perspective, we should focus on impact and not necessarily so much on bottom contact. And I'm wondering if you're saying that in reference to the current EFH process, as it is kind of focused on impacts to every life stage and species. I'm just wondering if you're speaking to that or something else.
Through the chair, Mr. Ritchie, thank you for the question. I think it's a little bit broader than that, just in terms of generally, how does the council structure management decisions? I think if you simply look at a function of whether or not we're on or off the bottom, what is the measure? How are you going to measure sort of the outcomes of that management measure? How are you going to determine whether or not it's been successful if you're not really focusing on what the impacts of the fishing behavior are? I think the EFH process, as discussed a lot yesterday, is a really good tool, it seems like, and a more modern tool to evaluate impacts to habitat specifically. I think we heard a little bit about maybe some of the future ways that it could look at species interactions. But I think that there's on the unobserved side, those are some of the impacts that I'm talking about. But I think broadly, good management has ways to measure whether or not it's been impactful and successful. And so I think having the impacts drive the management objectives is what you want to focus on from my perspective.
Thank you for your testimony. So is Chris Cooper on the line? Okay, so that concludes our public testimony on C3. We will take a 10-minute stand down. I think we have a couple motions under this agenda item. And we will see if the council wishes to take action. Let's come back at 2:35. Thanks. Council members, please come back to order. Okay, so we have taken our staff presentations, received public testimony on C3. Does the council wish to take action? Yes, Mr. Curlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a motion for C3C, the pelagic trawl gear definition. And now that it's posted, I'll read it. The council recommends final action to revise the definition of pelagic trawl gear and adopts the following as its preferred alternative. This action deals solely with clarifying the regulatory definition of the components of pelagic trawl gear to allow the continued use and innovation of bycatch excluder devices, instrumentation necessary to monitor net performance, and remove unnecessary outdated text per the purpose and need statement. The council is separately considering the performance of pelagic trawl gear innovation, and potential associated action. Alternative 2, revise the regulations that define and limit components of pelagic trawl gear, incorporating specific elements from options 1 through 5 from the analysis. Elements in the no action alternative, alternative 1, that are not explicitly changed below would remain in the regulations. Revise the definition of pelagic trawl gear to read as follows. Pelagic trawl gear means a trawl that has no discs, bobbins, or rollers and has no chafe protection gear attached to the foot rope or fishing line. Modify the following limits on pelagic trawl gear. Remove outdated text related to parallel line trawls. Remove limits on use of flotation. Remove reference to metallic components. Prohibit the use of metal chains aft of the fishing circle and forward of 15-inch stretched mesh other than short lengths of chain used to prevent twisting. Additionally, clarify that the following components are not limited on pelagic trawl gear. Pelagic trawl gear limitations do not apply to the cod end, allow bycatch excluder devices, allow sensors and other types of electronic or mechanical instruments that are capable of observing and or monitoring the fishing gear, catch, fishing activity, or fishing environment, including seafloor clearance, to be attached to pelagic trawl gear. Allow electronic or mechanical instruments that are designed to adjust the fishing gear, exclude bycatch, or minimize contact with the seafloor to be attached to pelagic trawl gear. Allow small mesh panels and connectors used to attach instruments to pelagic trawl gear. And that's my motion.
Okay. Thank you for the second, Ms. Vanderhoven. Mr. Curlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven. So I will start by talking about the preferred alternative, and given that this is final action, my rationale is a little lengthy here, so bear with me. This motion identifies a preferred alternative that best meets the council's specified purpose and need for this action, which is to update the regulatory definition of pelagic trawls in Alaska to clearly allow commonly used components in cod ends and bycatch excluder devices, allow instrumentation necessary to monitor and adjust net performance, remove unnecessary outdated text, and also to facilitate the process to incentivize trawl gear innovation or other measures to minimize the impact of pelagic trawl gear on bycatch, sensitive habitat, and unobserved mortality. This action will clarify and simplify the regulations that identify what pelagic trawl gear is and which components of the gear are limited, thereby aiding industry compliance as well as enforcement. As with other council actions, this motion does not provide specific regulatory language, but rather conveys policy recommendations that NIMS staff would work with NOAA General Counsel to translate into corresponding regulations, in this case to define pelagic trawl gear and limitations for that gear. My motion is consistent with current configurations of pelagic trawl gear, including gear with salmon excluder devices, and will provide more flexibility for gear innovation without the need for an exempted fishing permit. Pelagic trawl gear has evolved since 1993, and the outdated regulations constrain innovation, including improvements for efficiency and bycatch avoidance. In the national regulations, cod ends are part of the pelagic trawl gear. My motion makes it clear that the limitations that apply to pelagic trawl gear do not apply to the cod end, and it also allows for use of floats and metallic components, such as weighted panels, in commonly used bycatch excluder devices. Alternative 2 makes specific changes to the definitions of pelagic trawl gear specified in federal regulations at section 679.2. The current regulatory definition includes a mix of descriptive elements and limitations, whereas NIMS generally seeks to keep the definition of authorized fishing gear in 679.2 simple and descriptive, and we identify limitations on the gear separately in section 679.24, as noted in the analysis at section 6.3. The current regulations specify 12 subparagraphs that define pelagic trawl gear, and you can find that on pages 28 and 29 of the analysis. Of those 12, this action would remove or modify 3 paragraphs and keep 9 of them the same, but would group all of the limitations together in section 679.24, excuse me, gear limitations. As identified in section 6.3 of the analysis, I'd emphasize the following existing limitations that would be retained. Large mesh size restrictions aft of the fishing line for a distance of half the vessel's length overall. Restrictions on the number of weighted lines on the bottom of the trawl, such as the fishing line foot rope between the wingtip and the fishing circle. Allowance for small mesh needed to attach instruments, including the existing allowance for net sounder devices and allowance for weights on the wingtip. While the specific components of Alternative 2 are addressed with options and specific numbers in the analysis, in my motion, I combine the analyzed options to group the resulting decisions and clearly show which components the council would be recommending to limit and where. So I'll walk through each of those briefly. As explained in the analysis under option 2, limiting the use of parallel line trawls is no longer necessary because this gear configuration is obsolete and modern gear designs are much more efficient, so that provision would be removed. My motion would eliminate all restrictions on flotation under option 3 and maintain restrictions on weights in the middle portion of the net under options 4 and 5. In reviewing the analysis for option 3 in conjunction with option 4, there could be a need for flotation in multiple places, but with no identified conservation risks or other anticipated environmental impacts from allowing such flotation. Removing the limits on flotation would allow it to be used as necessary, recognizing that fishermen are focused on maximizing efficiency and reducing drag. Flotation is useful for things like bycatch excluders and supporting instruments, but the goal of reducing drag is an incentive for fishermen to only use flotation as needed. Removing restrictions on metallic components clarifies that pelagic trawl gear may have sensors and instruments containing metal and does not limit the amount of buoyancy that may be attached near sensors or instruments, as discussed under option 4. This would allow for the continued use of live feed cameras, lights, and other commonly used sensors and instruments in addition to a net sounder, and would allow the use of new sensors and instruments to enable innovation and continue to improve our understanding of how the gear operates. Through the council process, including in public comments and AP deliberations, no conservation or management reasons for limiting sensors, instruments, and related components have been identified. My motion also allows for all instruments and components used in bycatch excluder devices to be installed on pelagic trawl gear and provides flexibility for the fleet to continue to improve instruments that are designed to adjust fishing gear and minimize contact with the seafloor. My motion maintains limits on the use of metal chains in the middle portion of the net per option 5. Metal chains in the middle portion of the net have the potential to change how pelagic trawl gear impacts the seafloor. And we heard in public testimony that it's unlikely vessels would want to weigh down the center portion of the net in this way. However, my intent is to maintain a prohibition against being able to use metal chains that could increase the potential for bottom contact by weighing down or armoring the bottom, middle portion, or belly of the net. This would not prohibit the use of small lengths of chain or synthetic lines or mesh containing things like metal threads, lead beads, or lead cores used for other purposes, such as orderly deployment of the net to prevent tangling. All of those things would be allowed. As we heard in public comments, synthetic lines with lead beads or lead cores can be useful to reduce chances of the gear becoming twisted and tangled during deployment. And connectors, things like hammer locks and swivels and crimp connectors, would continue to be allowed anywhere in pelagic trawl gear. Weighted lines on the bottom of the trawl between the wingtip and the fishing circle, in other words, the fishing line and foot rope, would continue to be limited as described in the analysis and in staff presentations. Referring briefly to the Magnuson-Stevens Act and national standards, this action reduces unnecessary regulations and that constrain innovation in the design of pelagic trawl gear while maintaining important regulatory provisions that define and restrict this gear. This action includes restrictions on gear necessary for conservation and management of fishery resources consistent with the goals and objectives of both the Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands, and Gulf of Alaska fishery management plans, and removes restrictions that are not necessary or consistent with the FMP's goals and objectives. Accurately defining and limiting gear in regulations is necessary and appropriate for the conservation and management of the fishery in alignment with Section 303A1A of the Magnuson-Stevens Act. Further, this action is consistent with the 10 national standards as discussed in Section 7 of the analysis. In particular, with respect to National Standard 7, this action would minimize costs by allowing pelagic trawl gear to continue to be used as currently configured without the need to retrofit gear. This action would also minimize costs over time by allowing innovation to improve efficiency, reducing fuel costs and fishing time. The addition and associated costs of novel or innovative technology allowed through the action other than what's currently used by vessels would be voluntary. And finally, regarding National Standard 9, this action would facilitate conservation and management measures to minimize bycatch to the extent practicable. It allows salmon bycatch excluder designs to continue to be used in pelagic trawl gear and allows innovations to further improve their effectiveness. And Madam Chair, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Curlin. Are there any questions on the motion? Yes, Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Curlin, for your motion. I do have a couple of clarifying questions. The first one regarding the prohibition of the use of metal chains. I think we probably all in this room have different ideas of what short lengths might mean, and I'm wondering if you could speak a little bit to that.
Madam Chair, Ms. Vanderhoven, thank you for the question. So this is precisely why I noted in speaking to the motion that this is not regulatory language. The intent here really is to convey in concept the council's policy recommendations and leave it to the reg writers to figure out how best to handle tricky issues like that. I believe in public testimony, we heard some specific lengths cited. But I think we probably want to give staff a little bit of latitude to investigate that further and make sure that if there are specific measurements included in the regulations, that they have a good basis for that. So I didn't want to be overly prescriptive here.
Thank you for that. And then just so I'm really clear, there's nothing in the motion that I see here that would change the use of metal components from what they currently are in front of the fishing circle or in the cod end. Is that correct, or did I miss something in there?
Through the chair, yes, that's the intent.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I also have a question on the fourth bullet, a little bit different from Ms. Vanderhoven's, but was your response there meaning that there would be an actual length of chain provided in the regulation such that if OLE, which I think the part of the point was to simplify regulations, but if OLE was looking at these prohibitions, they would not have to decide what a short length was, but they might have to decide if it was used to prevent twisting. I'm trying to understand where we're still being a little bit ambiguous and where we're going to be very clear.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Ms. Kimball, I appreciate where you're coming from with the question. And, again, I'm trying not to prejudge what we might, through the rulemaking process, determine is the best way to proceed with this. So recognizing that descriptors like short can be subjective and problematic, I think that's where we'd want to definitely get full input from the Office of Law Enforcement, the General Counsel, enforcement attorneys, and perhaps do additional due diligence with the industry to understand lengths that they currently use, and then decide how best to handle that when we promulgate the regulations. And one more thing I'll add is that, of course, in any rulemaking, we'd also have a public comment period. So however we end up handling that in a proposed rule, there'd be an opportunity for people to comment on that.
Thank you for that explanation. So then I understand that it's possible the regulations themselves wouldn't include those kind of subjective words like used to prevent twisting, but you may, through the rulemaking process, be able to better describe something that wouldn't be so subjective in the rule. And as you said, public comment could help provide some input there.
Through the chair, yeah, that's correct. And you know, the preamble to the rule offers us an opportunity to describe the general intent to augment the regulatory text.
Yes, Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Curlin, for your motion. This change, if correct me if I'm wrong, but this change would put a prohibition in place for something that is legal today. Am I correct? I think that's what we heard. It would limit something that the use of chain is currently allowed today. Am I wrong?
Madam Chair, Mr. Williams, I hesitate to answer that because we know that the existing regulations are a little problematic. So, you know, we're trying to clarify, I think, what the council's intent is, and has been, and not change the status quo.
Mr. Fortenberry.
Thank you.
Through the chair, Mr. Williams, if it helps. Currently, the regulations say that metallic components are prohibited aft of the fishing circle and forward of 5.5-inch stretched mesh. So other than connectors or a net sounder. So right now, we would interpret the regs as prohibiting chain in the middle of the net.
Thank you.
Any other questions on the motion? Yes, Mr. Twite.
Thanks for your motion, Mr. Curlin. I think I understood from your remarks as you were speaking to it that it's likely that the agency will interpret this action as more deregulatory in nature than regulatory. Am I correct on that?
Madam Chair, Mr. Twite, yes.
Any further questions? Yes, Mr. Sakata.
Yes, thank you for the motion. I would say it's for the public benefit, but it's probably more for my benefit. Once you make the rule and you go to public comments, let's say just any one of these things, there's just a total 180 response counter to it. Can you kind of explain to me the process, the delay that might happen, or what happens when something like that occurs?
Yeah, through the chair, Mr. Sakata, it's a little hard to answer that in the abstract, but there have certainly been cases where through the rulemaking process, we have gotten public comments that have been unexpected, and we have sometimes needed to come back to the council to ask for clarification of policy direction or further action. So conceivably that could happen.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Any amendments to the motion? Any comments on the motion? Ms. Gone.
Darn, I was hoping Bill would go first, but I'll start. I want to start by thanking Mr. Curlin for the motion. I appreciate that it's straightforward. I also want to kind of back up a second here and thank the Midwater Trawlers Cooperative and Heather Mann for the gear demonstration earlier this week. I think that was very helpful as we worked through this agenda item. So I think the timing was fortunate that we were able to do that while we were here taking on this agenda item. And I appreciate the opportunity to see the gear and vessels, and particularly enjoyed talking with the skippers. Sometimes I think we overthink things in this process and politics can get in the way, and it's refreshing to talk directly with fishermen about the gear, fishing operations, and what's practical and how the gear works. So thanks again to the Midwater Trawlers Cooperative for that opportunity. Turning to this motion, I appreciate that the intent of this motion is minor changes to allow more flexibility for gear, for improvements like salmon excluders, which I think everyone agrees is helpful. And I appreciate the pollock industry's continued work to reduce bycatch. We've heard from many stakeholders that they want to see this definition state whether or not the expectation is that the gear will have bottom contact, and I agree that we need to be more clear on that expectation. I think more work than what's offered in this motion needs to be done to clarify the council and NIMF's expectations for the gear up front in the definitions section of the regulations, including in the definition of pelagic trawl gear, bottom contact gear, and mobile bottom contact gear. Having said all that, I will be supporting the motion because I understand that this motion is intended to be a limited housekeeping type of action. But I hope that we will make meaningful progress under the balance of this agenda item to be clear on our expectations for this gear with regard to bottom contact, work to meet the council's motion from February 2024 asking for development of framework agreements for dynamic closures and crab avoidance measures, which we now have information on, as we heard under the crab research updates under B1, and work towards an effective, enforceable performance standard or other management measure, which we may require further revisions then to the gear definition, but I'll be supporting the motion, and thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gullen and Mr. Twite.
I think my comments would simply be duplicative of Ms. Gullen, many of Ms. Gullen, so I'll hold.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Curlin, for the motion. I'll be supporting it primarily because the agency came to us and said the definition was outdated and it doesn't allow the pollock industry to use any of the salmon excluder devices that we are requiring that they use to avoid salmon. And so my main support is to allow that to continue. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am going to support the motion. For many of the reasons that have already been stated, least of which is the excluder devices and some of those other things. I think the bulk of the motion has done a good job of eliminating a lot of the concerns and has resulted in a much easier interpretation of what's required. I'm going to support, but I remain concerned with regard to that fourth bullet that we talked about here, that we are in a mode there. If you look at that section, it's remove, and then we put in prohibit. And I understand and I appreciate the responses that you gave to the questions. And I hope that we don't circle back around and put ourselves in a box again with that very line. But from what you've said, it doesn't sound as though that will happen. And so I am going to support the motion, but with some concerns about the language that is there.
Thank you, Mr. Williams and Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you again, Mr. Curlin, for your motion. When we started down this road, we thought it might be pretty easy squeezy and we might even be able to do it in one pass. And those are always the ones that get us into trouble and turn into more complicated than we thought they were going to be. I really appreciate the effort that you and your staff have gone through to address some of the practicalities of the gear rather than just focusing on language. Things like taking out the reference to 100-pound buoyancy on flotation, I think was particularly problematic in my mind. And so I am going to support the motion. I think I've heard enough concern from stakeholders and other council members that I would just request that as they do, that agency staff keep us posted on when the proposed rule is going to be published, because I think as we've discussed with some of the language, particularly with that fourth bullet, that we really want to make sure the intent that we meant here at the council follows through on that. And, but otherwise I will be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. And any last comments? Okay. Yep. And I'll go to Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before I offer the deeming amendment, I should actually, Ms. Vanderhoven's comments reminded me that I meant to express my gratitude to Mr. Kurland for not forcing me to try to make an uninformed choice between 100 and 200 pounds of flotation. So with that, let me offer the deeming amendment. The council deems proposed regulations that clearly and directly flow from the provisions of this motion to be necessary and appropriate in accordance with Section 303C. The council authorizes the executive director and the chair to review the draft proposed regulations when provided by NIMS to ensure that the proposed regulations to be submitted to the secretary under Section 303C are consistent with these instructions. With a second, I can speak to the deeming alternative that I'm suggesting at this point.
Second.
Thank you for the second, Ms. Vanderhoven.
This is our typical deeming alternative, simply delegating to Madam Chair, you and the executive director to review the proposed regulations on our behalf. And we typically choose that when we feel like we've got a good understanding of the nature of the regulations and aren't anticipating the need for a full council review, which would be the other alternative. In this case, there has been some discussion about the regulations that'll be written around the fourth bullet, prohibiting the use of metal chains in that section between the fishing circle and the 15-inch stretched. And so I would simply request, just as part of that when you're reviewing them, you pay particular attention to that. And of course, if you see something there that you think requires further council review, that you would bring those back to the council for that.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Any questions or comments on this deeming amendment? Okay. Any objections? Okay. Seeing none, that amendment passes without objection. So I think that brings us, with no additional comments, brings us to a roll call vote on the motion. And thank you again, Mr. Kurland, for all of your work on this. And Ms. Evans.
Members of the council, this is a roll call vote for final action on the pelagic trawl gear definition, choosing alternative 2 as a preferred alternative and including the deeming amendment as you just discussed. Ms. Goen?
Yes.
Ms. Kimball?
Yes.
Mr. Kurland?
Yes.
Mr. Mueller?
Yes.
Mr. Ritchie?
Yes.
Mr. Sukata?
Yes.
Mr. Twite?
Yes.
Ms. Vanderhoven?
Yes.
Mr. Williams?
Yes.
Ms. Drobnica?
Yes.
That motion passes. Oh, I didn't go back to the top. I apologize. Ms. Baker?
Yes.
New with this. That motion passes 11-0.
Thank you. So I think let's take a 15-minute stand down and come back and see if there are any other actions on this agenda item. Thank you. So that'll be 3:25. Thanks. Council members, please come back to order. I'll ask the council if there are any further actions on C3. Ms. Baker?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a motion that council staff has received. I'll wait for it to post online so everyone can see it.
Thank you. This may take a minute or so. We'll let everyone know when it's posted. So that should be on our e-agenda. Great. Okay, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The motion reads, the council intends to use the gear innovation research and other ongoing research to better quantify and understand current bottom contact by pelagic trawl gear types, and will use that to evaluate management measures to further minimize the impacts of pelagic trawl gear in areas that are currently closed to non-pelagic trawl gear, and to address potential unobserved crab mortality unless the industry can document limited seafloor contact and/or impacts. Number 1, 2026 measures for dynamic spatial closures. While the gear innovation work continues, and consistent with the February 2024 council motion, the council requests the Bering Sea pollock industry to develop dynamic spatial closures for the 2026 A season to protect Bristol Bay red king crab based on the new winter pot surveys and tagging data and other recent data sources. Salmon bycatch should continue to be the highest priority for avoidance. Thus, the measures should include mechanisms to consider salmon bycatch, for example, rate-based exclusion that would override identified closures. The council requests information back from the industry at the October 2025 meeting during B reports. Number 2, gear innovation research and timelines. The council appreciates the Gear Innovation Initiative to improve understanding of pelagic trawl gear interactions with benthic habitat, potential unobserved mortality of crab, and the enforceability of bottom contact characteristics of pelagic trawl gear. The council requests an update on Gear Innovation Initiative progress at the April 2026 meeting, at which time the field study portion of the project for catcher processors is expected to be complete. The council encourages the Industry Gear Innovation Initiative Work Group to identify specific gear modifications, fishing practices, and/or technology that further minimizes impacts on areas that the council has identified as meriting protection from bottom contact, and resolves uncertainty regarding potential unobserved crab mortality events from crab-pelagic trawl interactions. In 2026, the council intends to use the updated bottom contact estimates in the fishing effects model and gear research to develop options to revise the performance standard for pelagic trawl gear operations based on previously stated council objectives and available information. The council also requests staff prepare a public document that includes the timelines and milestones on the Gear Innovation Initiative existing or new EFPs on gear modifications, and any other new research to fill the data gaps for pelagic trawl gear identified by the Unobserved Fishing Mortality Working Group. Number 3, update to fishing effects model. The council requests the fishing effects model be updated with the refined and current information to improved bottom contact estimates. The council affirms the fishing effects model is the peer-reviewed, best available tool to assess the effects of fishing on essential fish habitats in Alaska. Other research updates. The council requests an update on crab research from the Bering Sea Fisheries Research Foundation and from principal investigators on the EFP to test modifications to the foot rope of pelagic trawl gear at the April 2026 meeting. With a second, I'll speak to the motion, Madam Chair.
Thank you for the second, Mr. Sakata. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Sakata, for the second. And thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just walk through each component of the motion. I recognize that there is a lot here. I think it represents the broad suite of issues that the council is dealing with related to pelagic trawl gear innovation. And I just want to start out by expressing appreciation for all of the testimony and participation that the council received, not just here at this meeting, but leading up to this agenda item. And what I've tried to do here is really strike a balance among the best that I can among the pretty disparate perspectives that we have on this particular issue. I can see, just to say it up front, I can see everyone's perspective, and I really am trying to find a clear pathway forward to try and address the most important issues in a really efficient, effective way. And so, Madam Chair, in this motion, I'm proposing a few things to that end. The first is what I'm calling 2026 measures for dynamic spatial closures. And while the gear innovation work continues, which I recognize and fully support, I just was hearing in public comment and agreeing that there continues to be pretty significant concern about the potential impacts of pelagic trawl gear, particularly on Bristol Bay red king crab, specifically in areas within the red king crab savings area, where new information from pot surveys and tagging data and even our traditional trawl survey shows that crab are likely to be, particularly during the A season, when pollock fishing is taking place in those areas. And to that end, I really would like to be responsive and to those concerns. And I want to note that the pollock industry, particularly the Bering Sea pollock industry, given that the fleet is rationalized, has demonstrated to us multiple times that the fleet has the ability to really rapidly, effectively respond to council conservation concerns quicker than regulation can. And I would point to the relatively recent what I would call rapid response chum salmon avoidance management measures in the Bering Sea as a good process, whereby I think that the council identified a significant management concern. And here in this action, my management concern is the status of Bristol Bay red king crab. We have, the stock has been declining, as we know, for many years. The fishery was actually closed. We did have a small fishery, but we're not seeing recruitment in that fishery. And I am just very concerned about the status of those stocks. And we've had a lot of conversations that if there were voluntary measures or ways that the pollock fleet could potentially know where we think those crab might be and adjust fishing, if possible, in those areas during the A season to protect particularly crab at sensitive life stages, that could be helpful to the crab stock and at least be a precautionary measure to protect Bristol Bay red king crab. I'm pointing out, again, these are voluntary measures that the council is requesting the pollock industry to take on. I'm specifying, given the regulatory requirements through incentive plan agreements and other regulations for the Bering Sea pollock fleet, that salmon bycatch will continue to be the highest priority for avoidance. And therefore, I think the voluntary measure should include mechanisms to consider salmon bycatch rates in these dynamic spatial closure areas and a way to measure those and establish criteria whereby relatively high levels of salmon bycatch seen in those areas would override the identified closure and allow the fleet to fish in those areas. So I'm just asking for the Bering Sea Pollock fleet to respond to this request. I think the measure of success really is precautionary avoidance of crab while considering these other restrictions that I understand the pollock fleet has. Moving on to gear innovation research and timelines, I want to thank all of the many testifiers and the council members who have been very grateful for the Gear Innovation Initiative work that we've seen to date, which is involved. I want to thank them for the presentations that we received yesterday, but also just really acknowledging and recognizing the tremendous amount of work by all of the people and all of the fishery participants, as well as the APU FAST Lab and its work to take the data that is provided by the entire pollock fleet, both in the Bering Sea and in the Gulf, to contribute to the research. And so I am requesting, because there has been public interest in a more sort of transparent reporting of the Gear Innovation Initiative, which I can certainly understand. Just as a reminder, the council, this is the second update the council has received on the Gear Innovation Initiative, and I am requesting another one at the April 2026 meeting. At which time I would expect, hopefully, if the project continues as expected, the field study portion of the project for catcher processors is expected to be complete, as we heard in the presentation. And the next steps after the research on gear cataloging and field studies, I know that many fishery participants and members of the public have been asking the council to identify the next steps after we have the baseline information on pelagic trawl gear that's being cataloged in the Gear Innovation Initiative. And I am saying here that my interest in the way forward is to give some time for the Gear Innovation Initiative to complete the field study as I've described. But then when we expect to have that information in 2026, it would be my intention with this motion for the council to use those updated bottom contact estimates through the Gear Innovation Initiative that would be ultimately used in the fishing effects model. And any gear research that I've referenced above in this paragraph to develop options for revising the performance standard, which has been a very key focus of members of the public in terms of really the council identifying how it wants pelagic trawl gear to operate. We've heard a lot of public testimony that is really the next step the council needs to take. I think there are a lot of differing opinions about what that council policy should be. I have laid out my suggested approach here in terms of wanting the very important Gear Innovation Initiative work to take place, but also signaling that when we have information from that work to inform a baseline, it is this council's intention to move forward with options to revise the performance standard and really get working on that part of our pelagic trawl gear management, which I think is very important next step. Number three, the update to the fishing effects model is kind of, I've already alluded to it above, but I just wanted to be really clear here, is that it is my understanding that as the gear innovation work progresses, that the fishing effects model will be updated with the refined and current information from the Gear Innovation Initiative. And I just really wanted to, again, in response to the public comment that we've received on this issue, I just wanted to really commend, as with many others, Dr. Harris for the presentation yesterday and the staff at his lab and their continued work on the fishing effects model, and really note that it is the peer-reviewed best available tool to assess the effects of fishing on essential fish habitat in Alaska. And I want to support the outcomes of that model, which indicate, as Dr. Harris said yesterday, that for the entire North Pacific, the habitat disturbance from all of our fishing effects is less than 3% on the whole essential fish habitat areas. And I think that is really important information. I think it's important to use that as another baseline in terms of the council action moving forward on these topics. And I just don't want to lose sight of that. And I just really wanted to express my support for the council process in terms of our essential fish habitat and particularly fishing effects on essential fish habitat. And finally, Madam Chair, along with the requested update on the gear innovation initiative from the Pelagic Trawl Industry Gear Working Group, I thought it would be helpful, again, ideally in April 2026 at the same time, to receive another update on crab research from the Bering Sea Fisheries Research Foundation, as well as from the principal investigators on the EFP to test modifications to the foot rope of pelagic trawl gear. And I think those will round out the other relevant research that is happening that affect this agenda item. In the sense, I think the crab research is particularly helpful to inform. Well, one, the first element of this motion, I am asking the Bering Sea pollock industry to develop these dynamic spatial closures based on, relatively new information in addition to existing information. And I think if we're going to continue, if these dynamic spatial closures can result in some additional avoidance of Bristol Bay red king crab during pollock fishing, I think that's success. And I would think that an update on crab research could help us move in that direction to make that more effective. And so I was just requesting that, as well as I was just recalled that, excuse me, the EFP I referenced is a 3-year EFP. And so I just thought it would be helpful to get an update on that project at the same time, since it is relevant to pelagic trawl gear innovation. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Are there any questions for Ms. Baker? Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Baker, for your motion. I actually have several questions. The first one regarding the dynamic spatial closures. I took away an implication, but didn't clearly hear that you're intending for those dynamic closures to be within the boundaries of the red king crab savings area. Was that your intention?
Through the chair. Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven. In public testimony, that is the primary area I have heard. Discrete areas within the red king crab savings area are the priority areas. I'm thinking that, or what I would suggest here is that in developing the dynamic spatial closures and incorporating the new winter pot surveys and tagging data, that it would be beneficial perhaps to consult with the Bering Sea Fisheries Research Foundation and Sea State to determine within the red king crab savings area if there were discrete areas where crab were likely to be in the A season. And that, I think that is what I've heard is the highest priority. And so, yes, that would be my intention.
Yeah, we can rotate, but you get as many as you want. Yeah. Yep.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, then my second question, also under the dynamic spatial closures, is the request for information back from industry at the October 2025 meeting during B reports. And that just seems really soon for processing a lot of new information that the pollock fleet has not had access to yet to evaluate how they might do that. And a lot of other information coming from the field season. And so I'm wondering if you can elaborate a little bit on if there's something particular about October or if a later date might be acceptable.
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Ms. Vanderhoven. Initially, I was thinking through it stepwise and understanding that this request is unusual and fairly novel. And so what I was originally thinking is, should this motion pass and should the request go out, if there was further clarification or additional questions that the industry might have for the council in October to actually develop the voluntary measures, that might be a useful time to have that conversation. However, I probably overemphasized that compared to what it actually might take for the industry to think about what those potential measures might be and develop those questions. So I think October was my first thought. I'm happy to consider December or a later time if that if we can talk about if that would be helpful for more effectively developing these.
Okay, let's take one more and then we'll move on to
Thank you.
circle back to
I really appreciate your indulgence, Madam Chair. Thank you. And then moving into the research and timelines, I'm looking at the second paragraph. And it seems to me that's really expanding what the GII project has been, particularly as it relates to making some assumptions or projections about unobserved fishing mortality in particular that's not within the scope of the project and is probably really untenable to be done within that project as costs and the timelines that we're looking to put on the fleet with this. And so can you clarify what you're looking for there out of that within the scope of the project?
Sure. And yes, thank you. That's an important clarification. I wasn't necessarily asking for the scope of the Gear Innovation Initiative project to be changed. I was asking for that group to, take the next step, because I think that's important. And that's what I'm wanting to signal in this motion, that I feel like the council is getting a significant amount of requests to figure out what the next steps are after we get the baseline. And so I am asking that same work group, understanding a lot of work is going on, to identify potential gear modifications, fishing practices, and technology that could further minimize impacts on areas that have been closed to bottom trawling. And so that is what just essentially that's what I would be looking for from that group, not as part of the Gear Innovation Initiative, but ideas to potentially inform the council evaluation of options to revise the performance standard. We want to look to industry to develop those options. So that could involve, some kind of committee or workshop or something like that. But I'm looking for those ideas on gear modifications, fishing practices, and technology that are informed by the Gear Innovation Initiative, but understanding it's a separate ask to that project to help the council move forward in developing options to revise the performance standard.
We'll come back to Ms. Vanderhoven. We'll go to Mr. Ritchie first and then Mr. Curlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the motion, Ms. Baker. I'm looking at number 1 here, the 2026 measures for dynamic spatial closures. I think in your rationale, you brought up parallel to chum and Chinook interactions. And in chum and Chinook interactions, we can count those. There are known and quantified interaction that we get a high level of information on every year. Megs and Steven Acts charge us to as a council, make decisions based on the best available science. Ultimately, this means that we need to have a clear understanding of the benefits and trade-offs of the decisions that we're making. And I understand that we have new data on crab distributions, but currently the best available science that we have indicates that unobserved mortality of crab from pelagic trawling is likely a small component of the natural mortality that we use in the models that we have to estimate crab abundance. Given this, closing any area to pelagic trawling with the goal of protecting crab seems like a tough ask. And I'm wondering how you reconcile that with the direction that you have in number 1 here. It seems really precautionary. I'm just wondering if you could provide a little more information on your thinking.
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Ritchie, for the question. It is a big ask. I recognize that. And you actually covered, some of the things I was thinking. I agree that the situation that I am asking for here for the Bering Sea pollock industry to develop dynamic spatial closures to avoid Bristol Bay red king crab is different than the request a few years ago for the industry to develop chum salmon avoidance measures, in the sense that we will not know if the pollock fleet is able to avoid more Bristol Bay red king crab than they would have if they hadn't had these closures. But what I'm driven by is the high level of uncertainty we have about the actual impacts of pelagic trawl gear on unobserved crab mortality and the current state of the Bristol Bay red king crab stock, and just understanding that while we like to act, we always act with the best available information. We have to, and we would like to have more information on what the actual impact and how much Bristol Bay red king crab would be saved by these closures. That is just not information we have right now. However, given, again, the status of the stock and the uncertain impacts of pelagic trawl gear on unobserved crab mortality, I am making this request. That's why it's voluntary. And that is why I just want to be really clear about what I consider success is just to be efforts to avoid Bristol Bay red king crab will be precautionary. And I think just demonstrate efforts to recognize the status of Bristol Bay red king crab and minimize our impacts of groundfish fishing on the stock.
Thank you, Mr. Curlin and Ms. Kimball.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Ms. Baker, for the motion. I'm going to ask a question building on your last exchange with Ms. Vanderhoven. So I appreciate that your motion maintains support for an industry-led collaborative approach to inform options for changes to the performance standard for pelagic trawls. And the council's had a number of discussions around how to approach this issue, and I appreciate that your motion, as you say, tries to strike a balance between a lot of different things. So at the risk of asking about what's not here, but trying to understand your intent for what is here, I think I'm understanding your intent for the council to convey via this motion that at this point in time, we consider this collaborative approach preferable to managing pelagic trawls as non-pelagic trawls, which is something we heard quite a lot of testimony supporting. However, that could be an appropriate future step if reliable ways can't be identified within a reasonable period of time to alleviate concerns about pelagic trawls in particularly sensitive areas. So am I interpreting this the way you intend, or can you just touch on that, please?
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Curlin, for the question. Generally, yes, you are interpreting that correctly. I heard loud and clear support for a council policy position, yes, to essentially manage pelagic trawl gear as non-pelagic trawl gear until the pelagic trawl gear industry can prove it's not. And I think the administrative record leading up to the current set of regulations we have now I think the information that we received through testimony, not just at this meeting, but collectively through all of our meetings and all of the information I have, I am very comfortable with where we are in our current management of pelagic trawl gear differently from bottom trawl gear. I think we can always make improvements, and it is my preference, it's meant to be expressed in this motion, that we take the information-led process to use information from the Gear Innovation Initiative, as you said, Mr. Kurland, and inform the next steps in terms of evaluating how we want pelagic trawl gear to operate and the potential options for revising the performance standard. I think I used the term performance standard because that has been the term that members of the public and other industry groups have focused on in terms of the actual regulation that describes how we want pelagic trawl gear to operate in many people's minds. However, I think there may be options in addition to the performance standard to consider when we do get more information from the Gear Innovation Initiative in terms of the baseline, in terms of how pelagic trawl gear is operating, that will inform how we move forward on that next step.
Thank you. And then Ms. Kimball, Ms. Goen.
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you for the motion. And I was also on number 1. I guess maybe my simple question, building off other council members' questions, is given that you mentioned being very precautionary by asking for dynamic spatial closures, and I recognize the only way to do those is through this kind of a voluntary agreement. We can't do more than that at this meeting through regulation. I'm wondering what kind of information, given that the crab bycatch in this fishery is so low, we don't see it, and as Mr. Ritchie mentioned, we probably wouldn't have that as a great measure of success. So I'm wondering what information you're asking industry to bring back at whatever such meeting, October or December, during B reports, or whether that is really more information about like whether and when these closures were put in place, or what information they used to decide on those closures, whether they did have to be removed because concerns for salmon bycatch were occurring. Is that the kind of information you're talking about for bringing back? Or is there something different we should anticipate?
Through the chair. Thank you, Ms. Kimball, for the question. And yes, I acknowledge and appreciate, again, the limited information we have to measure success for these dynamic spatial closures. And yes, my expectations for the information to be brought back in essence of what happened with these dynamic spatial closures is exactly as you described. I think the industry can use information about the likely location of high densities of Bristol Bay Red King crab based on the pot surveys, tagging data, trawl survey. And if closures were established in order to avoid those Bristol Bay Red King crab likely to be there, where and when were the closures implemented? Yes. Did the fleet find that high salmon bycatch rates were encountered in other areas not subject to the closure that would result in the closure being overridden, which is an important information to have because it will be, that's part of what I'm trying to get at, again, with the trade-offs that the fleet has to make when it has to make decisions about fishing behavior changes. And then, so yeah, Ms. Kimball, I think you described the level of information that we're likely to be able to get. And I think that would be my definition of fulfilling the request. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the motion, Ms. Baker. My question is building off of your answer to Mr. Curl, and I just want to make sure I'm understanding it correctly. And this is on that yes, no for bottom contact. if I heard it correctly, we're as a council acknowledging that yes, pelagic trawl gear has bottom contact, and then we're working through all the implications of that and how we're going to manage it through these actions that you've laid forth. Am I understanding that correctly?
Through the chair. Thank you, Ms. Goen, for the question. I think this council has acknowledged through the EFH process, since 2012 that I heard yesterday, that pelagic trawl gear contacts the bottom. I think the duration and extent of that contact is where a lot of the uncertainty lies. And again, based on all of the information I have, I believe that that contact is different than the bottom contact with non-pelagic trawl gear. I think we're working on ways to get more precise estimates of pelagic trawl gear bottom contact. And so, yes, that's why this is my preferred approach, is to really support the Gear Initiative, Innovation Initiative work group to get that baseline and use that to go forward.
Yes, Ms. Goen.
Thank you. And a quick follow-up to that, we heard in public testimony comments about reclassifying the gear as mobile bottom contact or bottom contact. But my understanding is those questions could be picked up under number 2 in your second paragraph towards the end, where you talk about in 2026 work starting towards revising the performance standards. So along with that work, we could look at whether there's any further definition changes needed after that work has started. Is that correct?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Goen, yes.
Okay, Mr. Mueller.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Baker, for the motion. Just to follow up on Ms. Goen's reference to this additional work. I want to make sure I heard you correctly in your rationale for the motion. And this is on the same sentence in the second paragraph of number 2, for this additional work, depending on the updated estimates to the fishing effects model, as well as the gear research. These options, if I heard you correctly, you envision a work group or a committee be informed to coming up with these options to revise the performance standards. Did I hear you correctly?
Through the chair. Thank you, Mr. Mueller. I did mention that. I think that is one approach that we heard a lot of support for in public comment. Now, I acknowledge that there was a considerable amount of public comment for the council to form such a committee or a working group right now. I guess I'm supporting the concept, but my preferred approach is to essentially wait until the Gear Innovation Initiative provides us with more information to develop a timeline to build on. But yes, Mr. Mueller is the short answer to your question. I think that is not the only potential way to go forward, but I think that certainly a committee or a working group is a feasible option.
Okay. Thank you, and Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Baker, for the motion. We heard some testimony regarding the timelines of this research and when it may be available, and concerns about, we don't want to tell the researchers when to do what and how to do their work. But as you develop these timelines that are here in the document, in the event that this information is not available yet in some of the cases, how do you envision addressing that as we try to move forward with it? I'm trying to look at it from a standpoint of maybe we won't have everything we thought we would have.
Through the chair. Thank you, Mr. Williams, for that question. It's a very good one. And I did recognize that that's entirely possible. I think whenever you're dealing with research, particularly research on the ocean or really fishing, to be honest, things sometimes don't progress on the timelines that were anticipated. But what I'm trying to balance here and signal, I guess, at least my intent with this motion would be that I think it is important, while I think it is important for our next steps on pelagic trawl gear performance standard or our policy approaches for pelagic trawl gear operations, there's a significant amount of interest from the public and other sectors for the council to make progress on that. And so I think my intent would be that in 2026, although I anticipate that the Gear Innovation Initiative Work Group, a good portion of that information will be available from the field study. I would like to evaluate what we have in 2026 and decide what we can do to move forward, because I think it's important to signal to the public and to signal for ourselves that we intend to move forward evaluating to make really clear statements and decisions about how we want pelagic trawl gear to operate based on the information we have. We always have to make decisions based on less than perfect information. And I'm trying to balance the fact we know that a lot of people are doing amazing work to get us really innovative and unprecedented levels of information. And I recognize that that doesn't always go according to plan. But I'm also recognizing that this council is being asked to make some important policy decisions and actually clarifications about how it intends to manage a very important fishery. And I think that's valid to keep us on task to do that.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Any further questions? Mr. Twite.
If you wanted to return to Ms. Vanderhoven, Ms. Kimball first to finish out theirs, that'd be fine. Or
Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have one more at this point. Shifting gears a little bit down, Ms. Baker, to the request for staff to prepare a public document. I don't recall that we've done that kind of thing, particularly in a motion before, so I'm not exactly clear what the expected work product is coming out of that and how it's intended to be used. And in looking, I'm only seeing pelagic gear research identified in that product, but we've got all the other pieces like the crab research that are needed to fill those same data gaps to be able to have a more clear picture of the pieces going forward. So if you could elaborate on that a bit, I'd appreciate it.
Through the chair, thank you. And yes, I didn't spend much time on this, so I appreciate the question, Ms. Vanderhoven. I recognize this is a pretty not fully formed request. I was trying to be responsive. What I was basically thinking is I think the current discussion paper under this agenda item provided a really good summary of the things that I have listed here. And I just thought, given the consistent input the council gets about the difficulty of tracking our different issues, particularly this one, that it might be helpful to have a very high level summary of all of the Gear Innovation Initiatives, some basic timeframes within which that would occur, existing and new EFPs on gear modifications, and things specifically related to pelagic trawl gear, this agenda item, just to as a public document that might be accessible for people to access perhaps on the council website, just if they're trying to understand all the pieces the council, because I am proposing to lead our next steps on how we want pelagic trawl gear to operate based on information from these initiatives. I just thought it would be helpful. I was just, again, trying, so my interest here is trying to make our process and decision-making a little more accessible to the public and more transparent. And so I was thinking of a summary document that could perhaps be on the council website, and that was essentially as far as I had gotten.
Thank you, Ms. Baker, for that. So what I'm still not clear on is if you're anticipating that some of the other things that will feed into our future work, or if you're only looking at it, including the stuff specific to pelagic gear.
Through the chair, thank you. Apologies for not responding to that. I was just focusing it on pelagic trawl gear, in essence, to be an aid to help the public with the more specific pelagic trawl gear information relevant to innovation. But you're right, that probably was an oversight not to think of the other things affecting it.
Thank you. And Ms. Kimball?
Thank you, through the chair. And that just, so to summarize, Ms. Baker, you mean in that response to Ms. Vanderhoven, like an outreach document that we would post on the website, not an agenda document that we review. I just want to be clear.
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you, Ms. Kimball. That's correct. That is what I was thinking. An outreach document is a good way to describe it.
And then my real question was, I'm still trying to sort through number 2 a bit, and I'm reflecting on a lot of testimony we received on trying to be clear about our objectives. And I'm reading the first part of number 2 as just reiterating the objectives that were provided to us through the Gear Innovation Initiative, that those are the objectives we received from industry as to their work. Okay, head nod. And so if you let me just work through this a little bit, then that first paragraph is really making sure that we get an understanding of the progress in early 2026 after the field study portion. On the part of that research, it's really dealing with bottom contact and habitat interactions that we're going to be putting into the FE model. And then the second part of that second paragraph is really trying to address some of the other parts of that objective that really aren't probably going to be done at all by April 2026. It is asking the industry to start thinking about how to do some research to deal with potential unobserved mortality of crab and enforceability of bottom contact characteristics of pelagic trawl gear. And if I'm not reading that right, please do help me. But I'm trying to work stepwise through your number 2. It's pretty dense.
Through the chair, thank you, Madam. Thank you, Ms. Kimball, for the question. Yes, and I tried to address that earlier, but you stated it much more clearly. I am asking for more from the Gear Innovation Initiative work group in terms of these additional ideas to help think of gear modifications or ways of fishing or technology that would further minimize impacts. And recognizing again that there's a lot of work going on and there are capacity limitations. But again, I think the pressure is on this entire council process to make progress on this issue. We have been hearing about it for quite some time now. And while I have stated my preferred approach is to use information to inform the next steps, I think I'm also sensitive to the input that essentially is concerned. We're going to wait forever until we have just the perfect information. And so again, I'm trying to strike a balance in keeping the pressure on ourselves in this process. I know that it's a lot to ask, but I also know that if there are objectives, clearly identified objectives, as you mentioned, that this process in our Bering Sea pollock industry in particular, and our Gulf of Alaska pelagic trawl gear industry in particular, has a long history of being very responsive to requests like this in the face of conservation objectives. So yes, Ms. Kimball, you've described exactly how I would foresee that taking place.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Ms. Baker, I appreciate all the work you put into this. I'm been staring at the first sentence a lot. Covers a huge amount of ground, seems to pack quite a punch, and it leaves me with a fair number of questions. construction is sort of, seems like it puts it on a future council to come up with some criteria for satisfactory documentation of limited seafloor contact and limited impacts. And I'm wondering, in your mind, what does that look like?
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Twite, for the question. I'm trying to outline what I think that looks like in really number 2 of this motion is about as far as I can go right now. That is the short answer to that question. I recognize this is a big ask all around, but I'm also hearing a substantial amount of input to our process that the council needs to start establishing some kind of framework to work through this. And again, it is my preferred approach to use a stepwise process and appreciate and utilize the really good information that's coming into us, but understanding that the Gear Innovation Initiative is not going to give the council the answer, all of the answers for how it wants to manage pelagic trawl gear, what its conservation objectives are, what type of performance standard thresholds might be appropriate. I think we're going to have to develop those with a whole suite of information, including the Gear Innovation Initiative, but that also is going to need to take into account much broader views and in terms of what is appropriate for bottom contact. And I think we'll also have to address, the substantial uncertainty about potential impacts of pelagic trawl gear on unobserved crab mortality. That will continue to be an issue for us that I think we have to address and continue to move forward to address. And so those are the steps. I'll just go back to my initial answer. I'm trying to lay out the steps, and yes, I recognize it is a bit unusual to go this far to propose obligating a future council to take on this big step. But I think this issue warrants it. And I think it's a high priority, and that's why I'm putting it out there, Mr. Twite. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Baker and Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Ms. Baker. I think that helps me with document how it would be documented. I think it leaves me still wondering what your expectations are for how a council might define limited. And what jumped to my mind was, of course, EFH and how we define sort of that breakpoint in EFH between impacts that are present but not needing a mitigation versus impacts that are sufficiently strong enough that the council should develop mitigation approaches. Is that the kind of standard you're suggesting right now that a future council might adopt to determine where the limited breakpoint is?
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Twite. Yes, I think what you've just described, as I'm hearing public testimony, that seems consistent with a potential reasonable outcome to address some of the concerns about uncertainty related to the impacts of pelagic trawl gear on the seafloor. And so, yes, I think the way you described it is the way that I was thinking about it, and certainly an option for the council in the future.
And Mr. Twite.
Thanks. The area portion of this, the referenced areas that are currently closed to non-pelagic trawl gear and the considerations of those areas, are you envisioning this as essentially then an area by area examination of whether the seafloor contact meets the limited criteria, or are you thinking of this as a somewhat more programmatic evaluation? It seems to me, based on at least my hearing the testimony, similar fishing area effort in two different areas that are currently closed could still have really different impacts. One could be entirely in a canyon where we've heard testimony about how it's highly unlikely there's any real contact. Another could be in an area that has instead a fair amount of potential for a fair amount of contact. So it seems to me that different areas might pose different problems. So that would be an argument for area by area, but I can also see area by area as being incredibly tedious, requiring a large amount of data, and that might be an argument for programmatic. And so I'm just wondering what your thoughts are on how we might proceed.
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Twite. Originally, I have been focusing on potentially an area by area approach, simply, again, based on the fact that most of the input we receive in terms of concerns about the impacts of pelagic trawl gear have to do in the Bering Sea with the red king crab savings area, and in the Gulf of Alaska, the crab closure areas around Kodiak Island. And so just given that those are areas of importance that have clearly been communicated to us regularly throughout this process, the first area of focus, I hadn't really thought about a programmatic approach, but I am now recognizing what you're saying. And so I wouldn't want to preclude that as an option either. But I guess just in terms of the way I was thinking about this, I was really focusing on a couple of specific areas to begin with.
And of course, the future council may have their own thoughts about that, but I think certainly your thoughts about it are going to be important. And then I guess sort of in a way, I think you might have answered my sort of similar question about potential unobserved crab mortality. Rather than having that be across all species, et cetera, you're at least initially thinking of that as largely continued focus on the Bristol Bay red king crab savings area for that in-depth look at unobserved crab mortality.
Through the chair, yes, Mr. Twite, initially that is correct.
Yes, Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I'm a little unclear based on my first question and Mr. Twite's question, and thinking about the Gulf, and this is very focused on the Bering Sea. But we've got GII happening in the Gulf, and we've heard concerns in the Gulf as well. And I'm not clear how the Gulf fits into this or not at this point.
Through the chair, Ms. Vanderhoven, if we're talking about the whole motion or number one?
I think it might be a little bit of both, with number two not being specific to the Bering Sea. So that would include the Gulf, I guess, but number one does not include the Gulf. Is that how I'm supposed to read that?
Through the chair, Ms. Vanderhoven, thank you for that. Yes. And yes, thank you for that very much. Just to be very clear, yes, that's correct. Number one, I am only asking the Bering Sea pollock industry to develop these dynamic spatial closures because that fleet is rationalized. I acknowledge the Gulf pelagic trawl fleet is not. And I think the Bering Sea pollock fleet has demonstrated it has the tools to develop these types of measures in the past. And so I'm making that request again. In terms of the gear innovation research and timeline and the next steps for the council to evaluate options for revisions to the performance standard and how we want to manage pelagic trawl gear operations, yes, both the Bering Sea and Gulf of Alaska pelagic trawl fleets are participating in the gear innovation initiative, which we described yesterday. And My vision for this would be that, yes, both the Bering Sea and Gulf fleets would be included in the council's consideration of next steps, because as if I'm recalling correctly, and I'll look at Mr. Curlin to help me if I'm wrong here, right now, the performance standard regulation that the council has in place applies to both Bering Sea and Gulf of Alaska pelagic trawl fleets. And my recollection is that we have been asked that if we're going to revise that particular standard or something similar to it, that both the Bering Sea and Gulf be considered at the same time. So that's the reason for that difference there. Thank you very much for that clarification.
Any further questions? Okay. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For number 3, I missed this, Ms. Baker. I mean, that's essentially saying we are going to continue to look at, as we do and are required to do through Magnuson, effects on habitat of all gear types. But we are, around this issue, we are still going to continue to use the fishing effects model and that process to assess habitat impacts from pelagic trawl gear. That's our primary means of trying to understand at least one of these 3 objectives in the Gear Innovation Initiative. Did I get that right?
Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Kimball. Yes, you did get that right. And I think that's why I wanted to call this out specifically in the motion, because we have heard a lot of testimony in terms of perhaps suggestions for improvement to the fishing effects model, or suggestions that maybe there are things the fishing effects model is not considering. And while I would agree, and I think Dr. Harris highlighted for us yesterday the continual process of improvements that he and his team are doing to that model, including peer review by not just our council, but the New England Fishery Management Council. And I believe he told us there's something like 4 other peer review processes maybe in progress for this fishing effects model. Improvements can always be made, and I'm confident they will continue to be made. And I am very proud and comfortable that we have that tool here in the North Pacific to estimate impacts of our fisheries on essential fish habitat. And that's why I wanted to call it out here. So yes, thank you for pointing that out.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Any amendments? Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a simple word change to offer as an amendment under number 1, the last sentence there, to replace the word October with December. So it would be request information back from the industry for the December 2025 meeting.
Second.
Thank you for the second, Mr. Williams. Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I kind of spoke to it in asking my question of Ms. Baker. I just think it's a lot of information for industry to receive and process and figure out how to deal with it. These kinds of requests of industry, they're a lot of work. And it's getting a lot of people at a really busy time of year when they're working on a lot of other projects like GII and field testing, that I think it's asking an awful lot to have them come back with this in October. I think by delaying that to December, we'll also have the benefit of the summer surveys from this year, and the ability to digest that a little bit as how they might be helpful. And I think it's just much more realistic to request them to come back in December rather than October.
Thank you. Any questions on the amendment? Okay. Any comments on the amendment? No. No. Yeah, I think you and Ms. Baker had an earlier exchange, and she indicated that seemed like an acceptable approach. Okay, any opposition to the amendment? Seeing none, that amendment passes without opposition. You have another amendment? Okay, go ahead.
I do. Thank you, Madam Chair. And this one is a couple of small wording changes in number 2, the research and timelines. And so the first one would be in the middle of the first paragraph where the line starts catcher processors, replace is expected with may be complete. So the field study portion of the project for catcher processors may be complete. The next one is at the end of that paragraph to delete. I'm looking at 2 different versions, sorry. Okay. To delete and resolves uncertainty regarding potential unobserved crab mortality events from crab/pelagic trawl interactions.
Ms. Vanderhoven, I'm thinking that we should take these 2 up separately.
Okay.
Okay, so let's see if there's a second to your first one.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Ms. Vanderhoven.
I think anybody who's familiar with the scientific process knows that you don't always get your results back on the timeline that you think you're going to. Fieldwork in particular can be problematic, and I think it's a better expectation that or clarification that it may be complete by then. It may not be complete by then. Sorry, I kind of fumbled that.
Thank you. Any questions on the amendment? Yes, Mr. Curlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Vanderhoven, I wasn't able to quickly pull up the schedule, but I thought this was a schedule that was provided by the participants in that initiative, reflecting their expectations of when they would reach certain milestones. Is that not accurate?
Thank you, Mr. Curlin. No, that is accurate. That's the expectation. I think you're probably familiar enough with the project too. It's 1 vessel that will be doing that in the catcher processor sector during the field work. And if there's a mechanical problem or some other issue that they're not able to complete that,
any other questions on the amendment? Any comments? Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I guess I'm just not seeing a difference between the original language and the amended language. I don't know, Ms. Vanderhoven, if you have anything additional there, or maybe it doesn't matter because it looks the same to me. What we expect to see based on the schedule provided and what may be completed. But if you have nothing left to add, that's fine.
no, I don't. That's fine. I can withdraw that one, I think.
Okay. Is there a concurrence from the second?
Second.
Okay. Thank you.
Second concurs.
Ms. Vanderhoven.
Okay. So I'm in that same paragraph after meriting protection. Where's meriting protection in there? I'm not finding it. There we go. Thank you. Okay. Meriting protection. Meriting protection from bottom contact. Delete the rest of the line. And in parentheses, replace the rest of the line after meriting protection from bottom contact. Delete the rest, replace it with, in parentheses, the red king crab savings area.
Okay. Is there a second to the amendment? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Williams. Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just trying to get back to the specificity that we were talking about, this being for the red king crab savings area for this voluntary portion.
Okay, are there any questions? Yes, Mr. Curlin.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Ms. Vanderhoven, again with the caveat that I don't have the documents in front of me from the folks involved in the Gear Innovation Initiative, but I guess my recollection was that this language is not dissimilar from how they had articulated some of the goals of that initiative. Not that it would answer all of the questions about potential unobserved crab mortality events from these interactions, but it seemed to. I'm thinking that it derives from what they had laid out. Is that not accurate?
Thank you, Mr. Curlin. I think, again, this is probably a subtle distinction, and others may be more comfortable with that. I guess I had a slightly different understanding, but I don't have the language in front of me either.
Thank you. And Mr. Twite.
I think that if I understood Ms. Baker's response to one of my questions correctly, she was thinking that information from the Gear Innovation Initiative, maybe I misunderstood, would also inform future council decisions about some of the closed areas, the areas that are currently closed in the Gulf, that are currently closed to bottom trawl in the Gulf. And it looks like you're completely focusing the application of the results from the Gear Innovation Initiative Work Group on the red king crab savings area. If I might not be fully tracking the effect of this, but I think that's what it's doing, is totally focusing it on just that one area and that one issue. Is that your intent?
Thank you, Mr. Twite. That's not my intent. I think that's my Bering Sea background and prejudice probably leaning in a little bit. And so I appreciate you pointing out that clarification. But that's not my intent. So I suspect I'm going to vote against my own amendment, or I can withdraw it.
Okay. I will open up an opportunity for you to withdraw if that's going to be the case.
With the concurrence of my second, I'll withdraw that one.
Okay. Mr. Williams. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so that amendment is withdrawn. Any further amendments? Mr. Twite.
At my peril, I think. Yeah. And further at my peril, I wanted to add a few words to the motion's longest sentence, and that is the opening sentence. I was going to suggest inserting in the final line, right after the word document, the comma delimited phrase as described below. Comma, yes. With a second, I can speak to the intent.
Thank you for the second, Ms. Vanderhoven. Are you sure you want to choose her? She's on a great roll, so might need another backup here.
Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven, for the second. Thank you, Madam Chair. This addresses the confusion that I was expressing some in a few of my questions to the maker of the motion, Ms. Baker, about exactly what would constitute documentation. And in her answer to me, I heard her referring to particularly measures 1 and 2 that are described in here. And I might have been the only person in the room who was left wondering what this council is expecting in terms of documentation. But at least it's helpful for me.
Thank you. Any questions? Yes, Ms. Gone.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Twite. Just a clarification. So are you saying it can only be the things described below, or is it not limited to, as described below, but not limited to?
Yeah, I certainly can't bind future councils to look only at that. So I think, and it certainly wasn't also my intent, but I thought it would be useful to at least describe to a future council what we thought might inform.
Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Toyota. A quick question on, so is your intent just to try to link this kind of intent paragraph, which I understand is a little bit unusual, but the public has been asking what's our intent with this action, because it's not a quick one. The intent action with everything below it, all the research that's supposed to try to fulfill that. And I didn't get the impression you were saying it's limited to that, but these are the things that we expect to see to inform that statement of intent. Did I understand that correctly?
You did, and you remind me once again that I should always ask you to help me write my justifications.
Okay, any further comments on this amendment? Okay. Is there any objection to the amendment? Seeing none, that amendment passes without objection. Okay, any further amendments? Okay. Any comments on the amended main motion? Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, Ms. Baker, thank you for the motion. I know a lot of work has gone into this, a lot of conversations with a lot of different people, and I appreciate that. I am not going to support the motion. I feel like there are things in here that are shifting the goalposts a bit, and I think that's a little unfair or premature for where we are in the process and what we know and where we still have gaps. I think you're right. Industry has typically been able to step up and meet these kinds of requests, but I think we have so many demands on them at this point in an incredibly challenging time. We're asking them to move mountains without enough information, time, or resources to do so. And I think that kind of sets them up for failure in the public eye, and I don't think that's fair. And I think it while it's attempting to help stakeholders have some clarity on expectations of when things might happen in this process, I don't think that it's particularly binding isn't the word that I'm looking for, but I don't know how realistically we can keep to the kind of timetable here with the kind of information and asks going forward. And so as much as I appreciate the work, I'm not going to support the motion.
Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven. Ms. Goen.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Baker, for the motion. I want to acknowledge and honor upfront that the pollock industry that uses this pelagic trawl gear is one of the most important fisheries in Alaska, the Pacific Northwest, and the country, both for the economy and as a healthy, affordable protein source. I truly appreciate the gear innovation occurring in the fishery and encourage the council to continue to support those efforts and others to reduce bottom contact, to reduce habitat impacts, to reduce unobserved fishing mortality, and to reduce bycatch. The pollock industry is under tremendous public pressure right now, and they're making important progress that should be applauded. And there's more work to be done. I appreciate that this motion utilizes information now available and asks the pollock industry to develop a plan to avoid crab at sensitive times and areas. And it does so in a manner that allows the pollock industry to keep fishing. And I think that's an important point here, is this is voluntary. The pollock industry would not be closed down and you would get to keep fishing. And it allows them flexibility, but it creates a clear incentive to further create bycatch avoidance due to unobserved fishing mortality concerns to Bristol Bay red king crab, which is also an important stock to the state of Alaska and one that is a level of conservation concern as identified by this council, and it's warranting a precautionary approach. And it begins to test the concept of a dynamic spatial management for bycatch avoidance, which this council has been interested in for several years now. Doing so in a way that gives industry flexibility to be responsive and adapt, and recognizing that avoidance of salmon bycatch is the top priority. It doesn't change that as the top priority. I heard some council members concerned about getting access to crab data to inform these voluntary dynamic closures, and I'm confident that crab scientists would be willing to share that information on crab seasonal movement, location, and species distribution modeling during the A season each year when crab are molting and mating and are more vulnerable to mortality from gear interactions. Lots of work is being done to estimate bottom contact, and I appreciate that this motion also encourages continued research in gear innovation, including one of the top council research priorities, which is unobserved fishing mortality. And it's also responsive to the Unobserved Fishing Mortality Work Group report, which calls for data collection and empirical research to understand unobserved fishing mortality and the lethality of fishing gear, which the work group flagged as potentially high enough to cause population-level concerns for crab. I look forward to seeing more progress on unobserved fishing mortality information in the next pass if this motion passes. I also appreciate that this motion acknowledges that information is available and more is coming online quickly to inform work on effective enforceable performance standards, and it does so with a timeline to get that work going next April. This motion is responsive to the direction of the council in their February 2024 motion. It's responsive to the Unobserved Fishing Mortality Work Group report, which asked for this work to be done within 3 to 5 years, and I'll note we're already a year into that. And it's responsive to the concern we've been hearing from many stakeholders asking for work to address this issue. It provides meaningful progress towards policies or management measures such as effective enforceable performance standards, using the growing body of science and information now available on pelagic trawl, on bottom contact, and the overlap with crab stocks and their habitat. And it allows for this to happen in a way that keeps everyone fishing and encourages work towards dynamic management areas for bycatch reduction. In addition, it provides expected timelines to keep this important body of work moving forward, which helps in public transparency. We've heard comments about classifying pelagic trawl as mobile bottom contact gear or bottom contact gear, and we heard in the questioning that that could be addressed in the future performance standards work if this motion passes. So I will be supporting this motion, and I just want to take a moment to applaud and appreciate Ms. Baker for this extraordinary effort to listen to all the perspectives on this issue and consider the information available and navigate a path forward. And I want to thank you for your leadership and responsiveness to the public.
Thank you, Ms. Goen and Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to align my comments with Ms. Vanderhoven's. I appreciate, Ms. Baker, all the work that went into this. I asked my question from a standpoint of being concerned about the timeframes that were available. As I look at what we've done here, we are suggesting or potentially suggesting that in basically a year, 1 year, we'll have information to answer questions that we've been asking about for years and years. I am supportive of moving forward. Don't get me wrong. I have been nothing but supportive and expectant, if you will, about getting the kinds of information that I think is going to come out of this research. that's being done, and probably some surprises that really may really be a benefit. I'm convinced there will be some of that. But I think this has an expectation of pushing it forward faster than might be reasonable to expect it to occur. So my intention at this point is not to say that I'm not interested in certainly addressing these questions and these issues. We have to do that. We will down the road have to do that. But I don't want us to misstep, take some actions that ultimately aren't proven up by possibly waiting just a bit longer to be sure we got the information. So I will not be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Any further comments on the motion? Mr. Toy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Baker talked about the striking the balance. I think as she was talking about that, I was sort of reflecting that, yeah, every council member is going to probably have a somewhat different conception of what the right balance is. And there's two areas in here of balance that make me very nervous. One is in the opening sentence, the essentially, unless the industry can document, and it really, that's one where virtually all the risk seems to me to be put on the pollock industry, both the catcher vessels in the Gulf as well as the catcher vessels and catcher processors in the Bering Sea, with somewhat different consequences, but in both cases that the onus is really on them. And then in the dynamic spatial closures, we're expecting the co-ops to formulate dynamic spatial closures for 2026, whether or not they get all the information that they need to put together spatial closures that would actually be responsive to the our best understanding of where vulnerable red king crab might be. I do appreciate that the 2026 measures request does acknowledge the importance to industry of maintaining the Chinook bycatch and the chum bycatch programs, but particularly the Chinook bycatch. It seems to me to be highly appropriate that known mortalities such as Chinook bycatch, avoiding those should override measures that are addressing poorly known or unknown sources of mortality for red king crab. And so I appreciate that construction, but it's still, I'm left very nervous about that the balance again seems to fall primarily on the pollock fleet in that particular balance as well. There's many parts of this motion that I strongly support. And in my own mind, I'm still trying to weigh those two issues of balance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Toy. Mr. Curlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will endeavor to keep this brief. I will be supporting the motion. I thank Ms. Baker for her work on it. It is a very challenging issue and one that this council has discussed in different contexts and I think wrestled with how to handle. And I admire the way Ms. Baker has tried to craft something that some may view as pushing the envelope a little bit, but also not kicking the can down the road, not dodging the issue, trying to recognize that a great many testifiers have brought to our attention their concern about what I took to be fair criticism, that there is an inconsistency in the way this council has approached bottom contact in areas that the council has identified to be important and meriting careful management of bottom contact. And there are also, in particular, great concerns about the admittedly unquantified, but the important issue of unobserved crab mortality, given the status of the crab resource. So there's not a straightforward path on this, I don't think. I have, as I think you all know, I've been very supportive, working along with Commissioner Vincent Lang, of the industry's responsiveness and trying to take very seriously this issue and pull together best available science. And I think Ms. Baker has charted a course that balances that, and I think challenges all of us to recognize we're not going to have perfect information on this anytime soon, but it is important that we make progress on this issue. So for that reason, I'll be supporting the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Curlin. Any other comments? Yes, Mr. Mueller.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank Ms. Baker for the motion. I'm struggling a bit with it for a lot of the reasons that were mentioned around the table here. I want to put a shout out to the pollock industry. I think they've done a stellar job in terms of stepping up. And I recognize that Ms. Baker's motion here has some heavy lifts, maybe some unusual ways of approaching some of these issues. But I strongly feel that if we don't address some of the issues addressed in Ms. Baker's motion, that we're going to continue to have to address it at this level. And again, it doesn't go unnoticed on me that the efforts that the pollock industry and the trawl industry has done up to this point. There is more to do, as others have said, and I encourage the collaborative approach that has been discussed by different members of the public and questions by myself and others. I think the crab industry and some of the work they're doing, I think it to the extent it should be incorporated in some of this work, and we work together collaboratively. And I think there's been some agreement, or at least some reception to that approach. So with that, Madam Chair, I'll be supporting the motion, understanding that there's likely some timeframes and deadlines here that may be challenging. And again, thanks for the time, and I'll be supporting the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mueller. Any other comments? Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Just briefly, thank you, Madam Chair. I do also appreciate the work. I think it more than pushes the envelope, and these are pretty significant asks. I also don't have a better way to get to some of the objectives that Ms. Baker spoke to, and in particular, a push toward dynamic spatial closures. This is the only way to do that, and that's a huge lift for this next A season. But if you're going to move in that direction, this is the approach. So I'm supportive of that. I also think in the gear innovation research and timelines, it really just mirrors the Gear Innovation Initiative objectives that were in the industry presentation. And so while I think the timeline aspect of this is really pushing the envelope, I can't disagree with, reinforcing how we get to action based on these objectives. I do think the council still, through this motion, is letting the science drive the outcomes. I think that's necessary for this to be credible and defensible and durable. But this is pretty big action. I appreciate Ms. Baker's work in putting together, and I will support it.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Any final comments? Yeah, Mr. Sakata.
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Ms. Baker, for the motion. To too am struggling with the timeline, although I have to admit initially when the amendment was amended from October to December, I was hoping that it could be done in October even because I think expediency and trying to address this issue is very important, as we've heard. But having looked at even just the initial temperature differences, for just as one example on the summer trawl survey, noting that there appears to be some differences, I am okay with moving it to December. I think that is a critical piece of information that will be required to get to this. And so while I recognize that it's a super heavy lift, I will be supporting the motion to make sure and ensure that this process continues at a pace that's appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sakata. And Ms. Baker.
Through the chair, just very briefly, I wanted to appreciate the discussion around the table, and I understand the concerns that many of you have expressed with this motion. And I just wanted to add, in putting this motion together, I don't think I really just want to say I'm not surprised. It sounds like the council discussion here in many ways is kind of mirroring the overall substance of the advisory panel discussion. And that I just wanted to say thank you to the advisory panel for that discussion. That was really informative here in trying to put this together and have this discussion today, and as well as the public testimony that we received. And so just again, broad diversity of opinions, and I understand the concerns with my proposed path forward and just appreciate the conversation we've had.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Okay. So thanks again for the motion. Also like to express appreciation for all the public testimony we've received and the presentations on this agenda item. I think as others have stated, this is a very complex issue. It was really reaffirming to hear all of the public feedback on those presentations, on the gear demonstration, and in testimony from the public coming from very different perspectives. I think there's a growing appreciation for the complexity of this action, as well as what is involved in some of these efforts. And the historical lesson, and how we dealt with this in past gear modifications, and in Amendment 94, I think was really helpful in kind of working through this process. And I think I hear that coming out at the table as far as how the council really gets involved in research efforts and uses that information, and how iterative that process is, and coming back and trying to really hone in on objectives and provide clarity and guidance to the industry. So this, as others have stated, this motion really moves forward several efforts aimed at reducing the uncertainty with respect to how pelagic trawl gear operates, while setting clear expectations and objectives for industry and stakeholders. The request that industry develop voluntary provisions to create dynamic closures partially addresses the uncertainty of pelagic trawl and crab interactions by moving the fleet off areas where crab are shown to be, while also allowing Chinook to be the primary and remain the clear priority for avoidance. And I think the addition of clear timelines, even though there's a lot of discussion around that, the affirmation of the information we're getting back from industry on the expected timelines, I think helps set stakeholder expectations for what the council is looking at for our continued work on these issues. And I really also appreciate the acknowledgement of the fishing effects model in the motion, and the addition, the refinements of these moving forward is really going to help inform how the council manages habitat impacts, and help refine how the council manages habitat impacts, and provide additional clarity as to the differences between pelagic and non-pelagic trawl. And that's, of course, a huge area of interest to the public right now. And I think that the affirmation that this remains our best available science to manage habitat, and at this point, our best understanding is that there's very little cumulative disturbance occurring from our groundfish fisheries, I think is important to continue to note. So thanks again, Ms. Baker, for this motion. And I do agree with you that it does a very good job of balancing the disparate perspectives on this issue. So thank you. Okay. So with that, I think we need a roll call vote. Thanks.
Okay, members of the council calling a roll call vote on C3B motion, looking at pelagic trawl gear innovation and a series of requests for research and staff work relating to understanding bottom contact and next steps to get to management measures. Ms. Kimball.
Yes.
Mr. Kurland.
Yes.
Mr. Mueller.
Yes.
Mr. Ritchie.
Yes.
Mr. Sukata.
Yes.
Mr. Twite.
Yes.
Ms. Vanderhoven.
No.
Mr. Williams.
No.
Ms. Baker.
Yes.
Ms. Goen.
Yes.
Ms. Dubnica.
Yes.
Motion passes 9-2.
Thank you. Any further actions on C3? Okay, I think that brings us to a good breaking point for the day. We will come back at 8 a.m. and begin staff presentation on C4. Do you want to switch it? Okay, so we will be taking up D1 actually before C4. So we'll see everyone at 8 a.m. Thank you.